The new channel. The new channel. Hashtag TNC Now.
The views, opinions, and insights expressed in the following shows are those of the host, producers, guests, and viewers. They do not necessarily reflect the position of the channel. Viewer discretion is advised.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Global Women Who Rule 2023. I am very happy, privileged, excited to be hosting this event for 3 consecutive years. My name is Angie Kabukit, a marketing professional and a resident host at the new channel. And you know what's more exciting? I am not hosting alone this year. Joining me this lovely afternoon is Mommy Lay, as we fondly call her over at TNC. She is a mompreneur and, of course, one of our GWWR 2022 profiles. Welcome, Mommy Lay.
Thank you, Ange. And I'm really also honored and excited to co-host this gathering of women on this lovely Saturday afternoon.
Yeah, so what can they expect today?
Oh, they're in for a treat because we're not just featuring one, not 2, but 22 Filipino women leaders who are across the globe. So that's very exciting. And actually, we have women leaders from education, mental health, human rights, and health verticals. And I urge everyone to tune in from start to finish, as the knowledge base and experiences of these women, you won't be hearing this from anywhere else.
Exactly. So keywords there, start to finish, okay? And Mommy Lay, I also learned that we got almost 100 nominations. And these nominations came from our peers, from young men and women and people that we have been acquainted to for the past 2 years of GWWR. And these are not just nominations from the Philippines. They're from, as Mommy Lay mentioned, from all over the world. All right, so Mommy Lay.
Okay, and with that, on behalf of the Global Women Who Rule community, we would like to thank you for the tremendous support and love that you have given us from the very beginning.
Exactly, Mommy Lay. Nothing but love and appreciation to every single person and company that has supported our cause throughout these years. And now, to formally open the summit, I would like to invite everyone to please pay attention for the singing of our national anthem. And this video is from one of our official media partners, the Manila Times.
Thank you, the Manila Times. And now to lead us into prayer is one of GWWR profiles from last year. Kathy Solis Davila is one of this year's jury members and the Global Women Who Rule profiled herself in 2021. She is a Chief Communications Officer of a resort development company in El Nido and is a host of Breakfast with the King on the new channel and with her husband Carlo. So I'm pleased to welcome back Kathy Solis.
Hello. This is indeed the day that the Lord has made. Let us rejoice and be glad in it. Let us put ourselves in the holy presence of God. Thank you, Lord Jesus, for this opportunity to gather together, hands clasped, as to celebrate and to put the spotlight on the lives of these 22 women of Global Women Who Rule 2023. As we watch and listen to these incredible stories, may we see you in each of them because you made us the author of life yourself. You are the one who weaves together the most beautiful stories from the seemingly ugliest, most difficult parts of our lives. And you, the God of love, makes all things beautiful. May we all realize and appreciate the value of the various roles we play in this life you have given us as daughter, sister, tita, best friend, mom, wife. We pray a prayer of blessing and protection upon the lives and families of everyone here today, whether behind or in front of this camera. Yes, Lord, we can celebrate even in the midst of our problems, even if we do not know what the future holds, because we know you who holds our future. Please bless the men and women behind Global Women Who Rule, such a sincere, happy community who lift each other up. And the new channel, especially Miss Appleman and Sala, who is at the helm of these projects. Thank you for she's using her voice for good and all these Global Women Who Rule sisters backing her up. Continue to bless her leadership with wisdom, strength, and love, and always grant her a happy home. We enthrone you today, the King of Kings and the Lord of Lords, the ruler of our lives. The reason why we all can rule is because of us, because you are in us, O God. Thank you so much for everything. We bless you and we enthrone you in Jesus' name. Amen.
Thank you, Kathy. You know, for 3 years now, we have been celebrating Filipino women leaders from all over the world. If you've been with us for the past 2 summits, then you already know how the GWWR movement came about. Today, I am once again very ecstatic and honored to introduce the ideator of Global Women Who Rule. Apple is the co-owner and vice president of Puzzlebox BPO Incorporated, a decade-old 24/7 operating BPO offering digital and intelligent outsourcing solutions based out of BGC in Manila. Puzzlebox services multiple high-profile clients across several verticals, such as customer support management, social media strategy and content production, game support testing and management, web and e-commerce management, among many others. She has been in the marketing and business development industry for more than 20 years and has worked for companies in the Philippines, Asia, and the US. At the same time, Apple sits as the president and chief executive producer of the New Channel Media Corporation, an online new media alternative platform which was launched during the global pandemic. TNC, through its free social media alternative TV access, has shows being streamed around the Asia and the US, aside from the Philippines. In Apple's pursuit to use and respect of #digital for good, she created Global Women Who Rule. GWWR is an annual online summit which shares inspiring stories of empowered and outstanding Filipino women from around the world.
Recently, Apple was also voted as one of the board of directors of the Creators and Influencers Council of the Philippines of CICP, a group which supports and legalizes content creators and creation in the country. A graduate of Fine Arts major in advertising, a certified digital leader and an MSME Hero awardee, Apple is a strong personality in one, a woman, a mom, a wife, a team player, and a digital for good advocate, a responsible Filipino. Ladies and gentlemen, Global Women Who Rules ideator and founder, Apple Esplana Manansala.
What if one day you're given a chance to make a change? What will you do? That one day came to me during the global pandemic. At the year end of 2020, while the world shifted, I embraced the chance to make a change. I thought of igniting something that will make a difference. And on March 2021, we launched the very first Global Women Who Rule, hashtag GWWR 2021. A few days ago, I watched the replay of the very first speech I delivered for GWWR. It was reposted and replayed here on the new channel, a free social media alternative to TV platform where I am a co-founder, and that has been home to GWWR Online Summit from the start. That's 3 years and counting. Checking out the replay got me thinking, if I were to deliver that opening speech this time, would I still say the same? And my answer is absolutely yes. In 2021, my motivation in doing GWWR was to use my voice to speak from the heart. Nowhere else but from the heart. Sabihin mo kung ano ang gusto mo, or sabihin mo kung ano ang nasa puso mo. And that is exactly what I did. The following year, we had hashtag GWWR 2022. And it was about following one's heart over one's dream. Still, it's about speaking from the heart. Sundin mo kung ano ang nasa puso mo. Live a life without apology, but full of responsibility. Embrace our race as Filipino. Be an advocate of hashtag digital for good without condition. Because I embraced that calling, we have Global Women Who Rule, GWWR, a beautiful gift that we all deserve to enjoy and share with others. For those who are joining us here for the first time, I'd like to share with you what Global Women Who Rule is all about. The core of GWWR has always been focused on two things. First, our collective movement through joint charity efforts. GWWR opens doors and connects groups who need help and groups who would like to share help. We engage and ensure that the help that you need or that you will extend will be used properly by our partners. For the past 2 years, in the smallest of ways, we have been able to provide assistance to charity groups such as I Am Making a Difference, Project Steady or Rock Ed Philippines, and the Philippine Commission on Women. This year, we will be working with Alopecia Philippines, and so I am encouraging everyone to donate for today's event, as proceeds will go to the projects that we will be doing together to support those people, especially children with alopecia. Second, GWWR's core is on recognizing and connecting wonderful Filipino women with beautiful stories, not just within the Philippines, but around the globe. Collectively, we would like GWWR profiles and sisters to join forces in making sure that each one is able to reach out and engage their communities, support their advocacies, and create legacy projects together. That these women are able to unite and be able to use our voices to accomplish something great. Something that will benefit the young and the future generations, and encourage each other to use and not abuse digital only for good. Currently, GWWR has 4 growth pillars. These are, number 1, education focused on continuous learning, thus a partnership with End the Run Extension. Number 2, mental health. Number 3, human rights. And number 4, health for women and children. In the near future, the goal is to create more growth programs on financial literacy and business, arts and culture, and personality development, among others. The goal is to develop GWWR as the go-to community for those who want to see themselves as Jill of all trades and a master of 10. I believe if it's God's will, He will find a way to make it happen. Staging today's summit is not a work in the park. It was very challenging to mount a hybrid show. A live stream format like this, it is so difficult. It was challenging to put everyone's head together and come up with something that will really truly make sense to everyone. With these challenges, however, I hope that we can get all your support to share this stream to as many friends and family members that you can share it to. It isn't easy, but I am persistent because I believe and understand that in wanting to create an impact, in putting together a group of dynamic alpha females, the journey won't be easy. But is it worth doing? Hell yes. Absolutely. Always. We will achieve this because I believe in the positivity of what we have started through GWWR. The key is being consistent until it's our right time to get noticed by more people and for more people to appreciate our mission. To celebrate and give a platform for all noteworthy Filipinas around the world. We will pave the way and allow their stories to be heard and to connect them. We do and we will do this because I see a great picture of a great future for what my sisters at Global Women Who Rule can do collectively. We created noise getting here. Billboards, online PR pickups, sponsorships, and our work has just started. It is a big task to do, and we will do it one Filipino woman at a time. Today is about celebrating the lives and stories of the 22 significant Filipino women who are introducing to you as part of the growing Global Women Who Rule circle. I am officially welcoming you all to this year's Global Women Who Rule 2023 Online Summit. We are thrilled and nervous. We want to show you how we created a different kind of storytelling. It'll be 6 hours at that, with every second live stream that's going to be worth your time. And yes, live stream, so you're getting it live, most of it unscripted. Stick around because my Global Women Who Rule sisters and all the volunteers of our nonprofit group really prepared a great show for all of us. Challenges all around, but one thing is clear. Gawin mo kung ano ang nasa puso mo. Follow what's in your heart. So join us, participate, let's paint social media pink for this Global Women Who Rule's first hybrid summit. Let's make history. In fact, be part of this history. 3 years ago, I was called to ignite something that will spark change. Change in the way I see things online. Change in the way I see Filipino women. Change in the way I see what my purpose is. I will share this with you with humility and on a very positive note that I now end the month of March every year for the past couple of years with a new set of lifelong friend sisters who celebrate GWWR small wins with me. Friends that I will choose to gather together despite the challenges for the greater good of many people around me and for all of you to appreciate and also learn from. I am a work in progress and so is Global Women Who Rule. But seeing all the support that you had given all of us, seeing an idea turn into a growing community is truly unbelievable. I'd like to include this one excerpt from one of my favorite Catholic Christian songs, and the lyrics goes, "And you'll be faithful to your calling, for you are able to keep us from falling. For in your promise we will trust. We'll be faithful to see what you have begun in us. Again, welcome to the Global Women Who Rule 2023 Online Summit. The way you will tell your story matters. Start now.
Thank you very much, Miss Apple. And that was a very good way of setting the tone this afternoon. And I have three takeaways that really struck me. Ever since we started GWR, she has always been very vocal about following your heart. Hindi mo kung anong nasa puso mo and using digital for good. But from her speech, you can clearly understand why we are doing GWWR. And that is one, to pave the way for the global Filipino women for their stories to be heard. Because when our stories are heard, then we are understood. And then when we are understood, the stereotypes that are, half-truths about us becomes a full circle and it becomes the fact. So thank you very much, Miss Apple.
And I agree to that. No? Gawin mo yung kung ano yung nasa puso mo. And she's campaigning digital for good. And that's what I really love because she has been encouraging people to use the social media wisely. And I really appreciate Mommy Apple's heart because it's really golden, and she loves so many people. And she really gives this stage for a lot of Filipino women to, showcase what they have to offer to the world. And yeah, speaking of setting the tone, why not do something fun for our viewers out there?
Okay.
Why don't we do some giveaways? What do you think, Ange?
Who doesn't love giveaways? I love giveaways. So yes, I agree. What do they have to do to get a giveaway or a prize?
Oh, sure. It's very easy actually. What they must do is watch from the start to finish, as we will be selecting one lucky winner or lucky viewer every 30 minutes, and they will each receive special package from Global Women Who Rule community.
Wow. Really, one winner every 30 minutes?
That's right.
Oh, okay. And how do we select the winner?
Okay, all they have to do, Ange, is comment their key takeaways from the speeches of our profiles, and we will select the best ones from the comments every 30 minutes. We will be announcing the names of the winners after the event, and more details will be given throughout the program.
All right, so it's that easy, as you've heard. Just comment your key takeaways. Like me, I just put down some notes. I just remembered what struck me and then comment it away. And then we will be choosing one winner every 30 minutes. Okay, so yeah, I think it's time to move on with the first speaker for today.
I'm excited.
I'm very excited to introduce you our first speaker. Diana David is a woman with many faces, willing to challenge all aspects of her spirituality, creativity, relationships, and profession. From Filipino and hip hop dancing to mechanical engineering to clowning to producing a world of touring mission to inspire all people to move from their soul's essence. Diana has been ranked top 6 best female motivational speakers to watch in 2023 with her TED Talk, effectively transforming lives globally with her authentic expressance coaching residencies and her own MBMT Medicina somatic therapy using movement, visualization, music, and theater. She is a multi-awarded Canadian artist who developed and toured 5 one-woman shows for 20 years by using her art to heal the masses by focusing on opening your heart-mind to new perspectives, inspiring you to shift out of the old and grow boldly into new, rewriting master narratives and creating realities.
And Diana brings the powers of her ancestors in her prayer performances and awakens yours in her one-on-one coaching so you can start living life you were meant to fall in love with. She lives in Mexico with her 2 dogs and same-sex partner and devotes herself to her inner child's will to move, play, and love forever. So here are some fun facts about Diana. She's 44 years old, Canadian-Filipino, born to Bert and Lina David, residing in Puerto Vallarta, Mexico, with her same-sex partner Eliza Padilla and 2 dog kids, Raya and Rocky. She's a lifelong creatix. When moving to Mexico, she realized her fear of water and disconnection to nature because of the city. So she developed a water dance. She is completing her 4th final Vision Quest initiation in the mountains with no food and no water for 4 days. She is known for her powerful wordplays called Diana-isms. Oh, that's a fun word. Even though she doesn't have children, she is a mother to so many children with over 20 years of performing, teaching, and mentorship.
All right, so streaming live from Mexico, let us all welcome Diana David.
Here we go.
Nais kong mabuhay sa haba ng panahon. Kung ito'y lilipas na ika'y kapiling ko, ang aking buhay, ang aking buhay sa'yo ibibigay. Tangi kong panalangin ay pagsamo mo, kailan may di magmamaliw ang apoy sa puso ko habang may buhay, habang may buhay. Hanggat ang dugo ko ay dumadaloy, sa'yo lamang iaalay ang aking buhay, ang aking buhay sa'yo ibibigay.
Thank you. I see you. Thank you to everyone. Magandang umaga, magandang hapon, magandang gabi sa inyong lahat. Ako ay Diana David. My name is Diana David, and thank you so much for choosing me. Thank you, Great Spirit. Thank you, God, for bringing me here to be celebrated as a global woman who rule. And to all the women who have been part of this movement and the women who are coming, I see you. I dedicate this time for my loving parents, Bert and Lena David, my ancestors, my fairy godmothers, Joy and Janice, and also all the womb men as well as the womb men. I say the womb men is because we came from a womb that is bigger than all of us. It doesn't matter what's between your legs. It's where we came from, which is the Mother Earth. And if we don't recognize the rock that we stand on, we will not recognize that the life we have is so precious. And habang may buhay means as long as there's life. As long as there's life, this spirit resides in all of us. And this is my crystal ball in the flesh. I believe that we are the Holy Spirit. Before they had the Holy Father, the Holy Son, and they had the Holy Mother, but they changed it to the Holy Ghost. But now it's time to remember it is us, that we are mothers of care, mothers of caring about ourselves, the children, nature, animals, and especially Mother Earth. And so we celebrate her on this month especially, and all of the months and lives. And this is the crystal ball movement. It used to be the red ball movement, but today, surprisingly, it disappeared. And so it means it initiated me into the center of my soul. Before I say, follow your heart with your red ball, and it's your thing that leads you. It's that target, that goal. And help me get out of the matrix. It helped me realize that get out of the mind into the heart, but now it's into the womb. It's that connection into the eternal life and all the elements that make us human, which is the grays and lights and shades that we are. We have to remember that this vessel came for a beautiful reason, to emulate a certain light, energy, love. Her story goes way back, and I even feel many lives before. I feel like I was a bruja in many lives. I was a warrior. I was a king. I was a queen. It can go on forever. And through my work in art of clowning and studying that, I was able to learn all these different ways of returning to the core spirit, the spirit that moves this vessel, that moves this mask. And it's basically touching into your emotions. That's just your energy in motion. And sometimes it looks like this, and sometimes it looks this, and sometimes it looks like this. It's taken a long time. And if it wasn't for COVID and the pandemic, the Great Spirit couldn't have planned this any better, because now we are uniting and remembering that we are the Spirit. I believe that we are the God in all of us, G-O-D, gathering our divinity. And when you see all these divine women coming together, this is the Creator seeing creation in existence. And this is what the Creator did, is to create all these pieces. And as we continue to master these beautiful pieces of art, we get to become part of a masterpiece so incredible and never seen before. And with this work, it's a daily practice. It's not work anymore, actually. I call it play. Here goes another Diana-ism. It's practice learning about yourself. And this world is a playground. And we are going to fail, and we're going to stumble, and we're going to have to climb again that mountain and maybe see new heights. And every time we take that step, we see another dimension. This is more than just one perspective. It's all perspectives coming into one. This is the you in the inverse, the universe. And so I'm going to help you return back into your soul so you can remember this at all times. Because my talk is how to be a supernatural woman who rules her time, her thoughts, and her temple. And if you can do this as often as you can in your lifetime, you are going to be endlessly amazing. So let's take a deep breath in and close our eyes. 1, 2, 3, go. Let it out with a sigh and hear that beautiful voice of yours. The next time you breathe in nice and slow, and breathe in that beautiful love light, bringing white light in through your nose, filling your skull, your body, your temple, all the way down to your feet, and giving it to Mother Earth. Be a beautiful child. And then releasing it out. Any of those woes, Mother Earth can take it away. Now on this deep breath in, nice and slow, I ask for you to visualize this great energy of divine spirit entering into every cell of your body. And as you continue to breathe it in, hold it longer. Feel life everlasting within you. This is your greatest self. This is the great spirit within you. Hold it and feel it. The minute you feel it, you believe it. Touch all the parts you've never seen before, and then release it out with trust that everything is well. Now open your eyes. Now, how does it feel to have light in your eyes and your soul shining out? This is your expressence alive. This is your heart sharing from your pure, authentic space. And so today I'm going to teach you a little bit of Filipino and a little bit of rhythms, somatic practices that you need to remember. Okay. Sometimes you need to shake things out to feel what's not in alignment. Okay. And this is how you take your time. Take this time to check out how to gumagalaw. Okay, not how to, but just gumagalaw. There's something always itching inside of us. And if you can find that thing, sometimes it's this weird feeling and you just need to go out and do it. Is there something moving? Take the time to tune into that. Gumagalaw also is like move the way you want to move, okay? There's something that you want to do it in your way. Now remember, it's your pace. It's not a race. Don't follow this artificial time that they put on us that we have to hurry up. Because where are you rushing to when you're present and right here? All right, the second word is gumagaling, and that's connected to your thoughts, okay? When you believe that you are getting better just a little bit, gumagaling, that means just to get a little bit better. Your thoughts rise the horizon of neutrality just a little bit higher. Or even when things are not the best, you just go, I am getting better. Gumagaling ako. Okay. And that way is allowing you to see more life. So that perspective rises and you start to see, oh, there's more than just my plain thought. I can create. Now, you stay in the flow with your own time. You start to see yourself. Be thankful for the things that are coming now into your temple. And that is when you say, gumaganda. I am always getting more beautiful. And if you see any of my photos, I've learned how my expressions, my energy has been shared like a masculine energy, or it's been very soft and wimpy, or it's like now a beautiful woman, a woman who feels her true self. But it took the fasting, it took all these different ways of meeting my true self so that I express from my heart, I express from my soul. Now remember, coming from a place of your soul, you don't need to put any extra makeup. This is the first time I've just accented my face. But really, the superpower to anything is love. So self-love practices lighten your skin naturally. Please don't go to any pharmacy to do that, but naturally from the inside out. Because brown is beautiful. You need to really appreciate that being Filipino, brown, that melanin is medicine, receiving that vitamin D. 2, we need to decolonize our mind of what beauty is. Beauty is you. Beauty is your eyes and your soul. And 3, you need to honor every tiny bit of your body. So you wake up and you touch every part of your body. And in that intimacy with yourself, that's what you honor and allow anybody to touch that space. So take this moment to recognize that you are a ruler of your time, your thoughts, and your temple. You need to gumagalaw always. You need to gumagaling your thoughts always. And you need to always feel that you are gumaganda, your thoughts and your patience and your presence. I want to say thank you to all the women out there who are listening, all the men out there who honor the women here. Thank you so much. If you want to connect with me, I am here to help anybody process themselves so that they can see the beauty is within. I see you as much as you choose to see me. Thank you so much. Apple, I adore you. All the women out there, share from your soul. Make moves that truly matter. I love you. Mwah.
A very, very great way to start off. And I just have some key takeaways that I really, really love. First is I love it when Diana reminded us that self-love practices lightens your skin naturally. Guys, so it's time to practice self-love. And I absolutely adore the 3 Gs. Gumagalaw, gumagaling, gumaganda. So please, please practice those. And, if you want to connect with Diana, by all means.
A lot of key takeaways there, Ange, and I'm sure our next speaker would be just as inspiring. So can you tell us more about her? We're excited.
Yes, this young woman, her name is Audrey Pe, is a junior at Stanford University and the founder of YTech.org. It's a nonprofit organization based in the Philippines that aims to educate, inspire, and empower youth to break gender barriers and to use tech to make a difference in society. YTech currently has 26 chapters in 10 countries around the world. At Stanford, she is a science, technology, and society major with a minor in education. She is also a research assistant for Stanford's Graduate School of Education with a focus on projects dealing with diversity, equity, and inclusion. Her work with YTech has garnered her recognition as a 2020 Tatler Gen T Leader of Tomorrow, a 2019 Global Teen Leader, 2020 Pinterest Council of Courage member, 2018 Zonta Young Women in Public Affairs District Awardee, 2019 Zonta Women in Technology Asia Pacific District Scholar, Opportunity Desk 30 Under 30 Changemaker, 2020 Women in IT Advocate of the Year finalist, and 2019 Women in Tech Global Aspiring Teen Award finalist.
A 4-time TEDx, ASEAN, and UN speaker, she has delivered over 100 plus talks and has also been featured in local and international publications like Forbes and CNN Philippines. Her work was also highlighted in the 2020 United Nations Girls Education Initiative documentary. And fun facts about Audrey, she loves romantic comedies. Her favorite one is The Sleepless in Seattle. Oh, I like that as well.
Mm-hmm.
She is currently an investment intern in Senior Venture Partners based in San Francisco. She loves to run and have completed 2 half marathons. She's hoping to do a full one soon. Here to talk about breaking gender and accessibility barriers using technology, streaming live from Costa Rica, ladies and gentlemen, Audrey Pe.
Speaking to you all today. My name is Audrey Pe, and I'm the founder and former executive director of WeTech, which is short for Women in Technology. WeTech is a global youth-led nonprofit organization founded in the Philippines that aims to educate, inspire, and empower youth to break gender barriers and use tech to make a difference in society. Currently, WeTech has over 26 chapters across 10 countries around the world. I founded WeTech when I was 15 years old, a sophomore in high school, and this was born out of experiencing a lack of support in entering the tech field. I was born and raised in Manila, Philippines, where I engaged in the local Philippine school system, wherein you have a mandatory computer class when you are in middle school. I remember taking this computer class and honestly not being that excited about tech as a prospective future career, because what we were taught in that class was how to use Microsoft Word and Excel and PowerPoint. So nothing that I found too engaging, until one day my teacher decided to go off the curriculum and introduced us to this game where a snake had to navigate a maze using blocks that represented lines of code. From there, I was really intrigued and wanted to learn more about programming, but my teacher said that it wasn't part of the Philippine curriculum. So if I wanted to learn more, I had to go online and look for resources from there. So that's what I did. When I wasn't studying or in extracurriculars, I was Googling how to learn how to code. I found websites like code.org, Codecademy, and I looked at Harvard's introductory CS lectures as well that were completely up for free on YouTube. From there, I decided to start going to different competitions, hackathons, tech mixers, and conferences. And I noticed this recurring trend where in many of those events, I was one of the few women in the room and one of the few high schoolers in the room. Eventually, I got really tired of seeing this disparity in tech, and I grouped together with a bunch of girls at this one particular hackathon. And I asked them, why don't we start our own Women in Tech conference and events geared towards inclusivity and diversity in tech rather than just waiting for the adults to start them for us? And that's what we did. WeTech initially was a blog used prior to that conference to feature the different stories of women in technology, ranging from people in robotics to biotechnology to software engineering. And when we transitioned into hosting that Women in Tech conference, we brought together speakers, mentors, and participants mainly from middle schools, high schools, and colleges in the Philippines, all of whom to learn about the different achievements of women in technology. We noticed the disparity, and that most of the participants in this conference were mostly from middle to upper class backgrounds, and that they had the resources to go to BGC, to go to the gig, to participate in this conference, and they could go home and look up CS tutorials and engage more with tech in future events and in online resources. And in the Philippines, where many people do not have that privilege of accessing a laptop, a Wi-Fi connection, for instance, we knew that if we really wanted to embody equality in the tech industry, we would have to go to the provincial areas of the Philippines and bring technology to where it is needed the most. So in 2018, WeTech transformed its mission and vision from not just inclusivity for women in tech, but for people with all socioeconomic statuses. And we went to Marawi, a province I'm sure many of you are familiar with, that was bombed in 2018 due to suspected terrorists, wherein many students were still living in evacuation centers and still had gaps in their schooling due to evacuation. And we brought secondhand laptops that we got from donors and constructed curriculum for those students to engage with the Microsoft Word, PowerPoint, and Excel, the basic computer literacy that I got to learn growing up in Manila, that I found out many of those students growing up in the province did not have such an opportunity to learn and engage with. In fact, many of the students that were using the laptops had never used laptops in their life. They'd never even used Microsoft Office, Microsoft Word, much less coded a single line of a programming language. And so I look back at those experiences and I think about how many Filipino youth potentially have careers in technology, but instead slip between the cracks because they simply do not have the resources to engage with it. When we talk about technology as the future, when we hype it up and we talk about things like AI, for instance, and all the developments in the ecosystem, I think it's equally important to think about those people that lack the basic access to technology to simply do things like online classes or learn independently or get the privilege to be able to build something of their own using technology. So at WeTech, we believe in not just building a future for tech, a future that is 50-50. While it is important, we equally believe in building a future where all youth, regardless of their gender or socioeconomic status, have access to tech and the potential to use it for social good. And so, with our 26 chapters across 10 countries around the world, from really exciting places like Malaysia, Singapore, to the Philippines, to the USA, like parts like California and New York, for instance, to Michigan, to Ukraine, we all believe in that very, very fundamental belief that everybody should have access to technology as a basic human right and not just a privilege. Pandemic has really shown us how so much of our access to education is reliant on our access to the internet and to these basic things like a Wi-Fi connection and a laptop or a desktop. And so we've also been partnering with different local and international organizations around the world to help access and bridge the digital divide for many of those students who have gaps in their education because they lack the basic tech resources to engage with their day-to-day studies. If there's anything that you take away from this talk, I hope it's that you also know that you do not have to wait until you quote unquote grow up in order to start a project or make a difference in society. I remember growing up in Manila that I was always told that I had to wait until I graduated, until I finished college, until I worked a couple of years in a job, for instance, and worked my way up perhaps the corporate ladder, that perhaps then I could think about what impact I wanted to make on the world. And I strongly push back against that. I don't think that we need to wait our turn. I don't think that in a very, dare I say, conservative society like the Philippines, I don't think we need to defer to our elders in waiting to act upon issues that we care about in our community. So to all the Filipino youth listening to this, seeing my talk and thinking about how they want to solve problems in their community, I encourage you to think about a problem that really bothers you, that keeps you up at night, and to lean into it and to research further. I remember when I was experiencing, for the first time, the realization that I represented in the tech industry. I would always look up articles before I went to bed, read up on statistics, run reports about it on editorial pieces by other women in tech from around the world, because I was really hungry to learn more about this field and this issue. So if there's a problem in your community that you are deeply bothered about, don't feel like you have to wait years into the future before acting upon it. Do your research, find different, perhaps events, conferences, online even, that share the same belief as you, the same urge to work on this issue, and reach out to them and collaborate. At WeTech, we've built this global community with over 800 youth around the world, not just by chance, but because we've actively bonded together and worked towards hosting all these different conferences, events, and outreach programs. So if you're also interested in joining our cause and helping make a more equitable tech industry, not just for people in the Philippines, but around the world, please feel free to reach out as well. Another thing I want to add is that I'm a full-time student, so I'm currently a junior here at Stanford University, where I major in science, tech, and society with a minor in education. And if there's anything you also take away from that, I hope it's that you know that you can also do all of these projects, start a nonprofit organization, and do this kind of work while also being in school. I think that a lot of the opportunity that I get here at Stanford, I think it's a top computer science university here in the United States, if not the world. I see a lot of disparity and that there's so many resources here, and almost this idea that you can't not learn about tech because you're so surrounded by it, and it encompasses so much of the community. And I wish they help the Philippines get to that point where we have that level of technology, that level of tech literacy, so that everybody can have a shot at starting their own company or learning how to code, regardless of what gender they are, regardless of what socioeconomic status they're born into. That is the mission, essentially, that I am working towards, that my team is working towards, and I hope that if you feel the same way, and if you want to help contribute to that vision, you can reach out anytime you want. Thank you.
Oh my God, that's a very, very inspiring young lady. So those parents who are watching today, I'm encouraging you, parents of with young teens, I'm encouraging you to watch this on replay with your kids, because she's such an inspiration. And my key takeaway from her talk, and which I believe it revolves in this idea, is take initiative. You don't have to wait for others to do it for you. You don't have to wait a certain milestone like graduate for do something that will really impact others. How about you, Ange?
Well, actually, it's like you took that out of my mouth. But really, I like it when I got the impression that she's very action oriented.
Yes.
Do something about it. If there's a problem that's been bothering you, research about it and do something about it. And I really don't have to wait. I just want to correct myself. It's WeTech. Sorry about that. All right. Now,
okay, so we're on to our next speaker. So fourth speaker is Marjorie Edmonds. She's a real estate investor and specializing in house flips. She is the brains and the beauty behind Carlet Edmonds Housing Solution LLC, a California real estate solutions company that purchases and renovates homes in various conditions. And in less than 2 years, she has renovated 23 houses and counting.
In addition, Marjorie is traveling all over the United States to teach women how to be financially stable through real estate investing. To give a speech entitled Know Your Space in the World, streaming live from Central Valley, California, ladies and gentlemen, Marjorie Carlet Edmonds.
Hi guys! Oh my gosh, this is so exciting! Oh my gosh, I'm so excited. Okay, I'm so tired because I have 3 flips going on right now, but I'm so excited. First of all, I just wanted to say thank you to Celia because she nominated me on the times that it was the hardest week. But thank you, Apple, for putting this space for women because at the end of the day, we really need to help each other out here, and you're doing such a great job. So today I only have 10 minutes to impact your life as you watch this global women who rule here at the new channel. So I'm so excited. So since I only have a little time and I only have 10 minutes, I will share 10 things that helps me to find my space as a Filipino woman in California and all over the globally. This is what I usually do, and I hope that it will help you. Okay. So the first thing is I want you to remind yourself that life begins now. So it doesn't matter if you didn't go to college or your parents are poor growing up or you have other things that stops you, but from this point on, life begins now. So whatever you need to do to start your life to be better, then that's what we need to do. Second, not all deals are good deals. So there's always part in your life that you're gonna give an opportunity, and you have to make sure that the value of that opportunity is aligned with your values, because sometimes the stress and everything else that comes with it is not worth the money. Okay, so this third thing is develop relationships. So we have to start developing relationship not only when we want something, and sometimes as people we tend to just want to be with somebody because we need something from them or we can get something from them, but start developing real relationship where even if you don't need something from them, you're developing that, because it is very important that we don't use people along the way. Okay? And you have to give up the need for approval. And that's one thing that I've learned throughout this career as a real estate investor is like, what works for me would always going to work for me and might not work for other people. But if it's going to work for you, if you wanted to be a real estate investor, if you wanted to have investment, then sometimes the approval has to be set aside and you have to close your eyes and your ears and just do the work, because at the end of the day, it's your life and your family and hopefully other people's life you're able to change because of that. Okay. So be self-aware. You have to be self-aware, and then you have to know the power of self-reflection. So what does that mean? How do you make that happen? So every day, 2 hours out of the day, either I'm in my bed or I'm washing dishes, I want to make sure that I'm reflecting on myself. And because nobody else can do it for us, right? Like nobody can reflect for ourselves. So only us can do that. So my husband will always say, what are you thinking? What are you doing? I'm thinking about how can I be better? How can I serve better? How can I change my family's life? And then the reflection helps out with every step of the way. And you get better each day because you're self-aware. And then be aware of what you know. Because what you know, what you're good at, what's your specialty is your superpower. And that's your gift to the world. And then the other part of that is know what you want, and you have to learn how to ask for it. So what you're not good at, be very knowledgeable about what you're good at, but at the same time know what you're not good at, because you can hire people that can do better things than you. So understanding those two is really great resources to better your life and better your career, better your investment, better your money, better your family. And that's a good thing. And you really know, I learned this before, long time ago. I was still in the Philippines growing up, and he said, know what you want, learn. I guess I was watching a movie, and he said, know what you want, learn how to ask for. And I remember as elementary in Molino Elementary School in Cavite, and I was sitting there and just like, I need to know what I want, right? So know what I want, and then I need to learn how to ask for that so that other people know. Because sometimes we assume people know what we wanted, but in reality, until we know what we wanted and learn how to ask and communicate that, that's the only way we're gonna get what we wanted. Okay, so try something different. So fun things about me is I always try something different. And back in the day when I know I was funny. I'm always like in the stage, I'm always funny. And one day I woke up and I told my husband, I'm gonna go and do stand-up comic. So I did a stand-up comic here in California, and it was not for me, but I had a really great time. I had a standing ovation. I was actually really funny, so I proved my husband wrong. But at the end of the day, I found out that, that's not for me. I don't like to do that on stage over and over, because saying the joke over and over is not actually funny at the end. But I did something different. And then from there on, I just kind of like, wait, it makes you feel alive. So that's something that maybe we could do more often. And then help others to succeed. That's my number 10. Okay, we have to help each other to succeed, because now I stand before you. I am officially a real estate investor. This is what I do for a living. What I do is I buy houses that's under foreclosure or lapidated, abandoned houses, and then I make them really, really pretty, and then I sell it back to the market. And that's what I do. And I never take those for granted, the opportunity that was given to me. And then in return, I stand before you, and I wanted to let you know that because of the gain knowledge and the learned skills that I have, I was able to travel all over United States to teach women how to be financially stable using real estate. Because statistically, 97% of real estate investors in America are men, and only 3% are women. And that's a very low number. It's not about, most of my mentors are men. And this is not about men against women, okay? I'm just saying the statistic. But I'm so privileged to be coached by the best men in this industry. And I told the man, because you're so gracious to me, I'm going to let you know that once I've learned this, I'm going to teach this to women. And they supported me and always been supportive of me sharing the knowledge and coaching other women to do the same. So find not just man, but find somebody willing to give us the knowledge. And then at the end, we must find the critical people that help us succeed, so that we can teach it to other people and help other people succeed in their life as well. By doing that, you're understanding your space and learning it, being good at it. And then next thing you know, you're able to give it back so that they also find their space in the world of investing. So in my part, it's investing, right? Real estate investing. But any industry that you wanting to go in, you have to find those critical people and be honest that I'm learning this from you, because at one day I'm going to teach this to other. So I travel all over United States and teach women. And my aha moment is this brown skin Filipino girl who hardly talk English. I mean, you guys think I speak English, but in America, I still have an accent. I don't have good grammars, but sometimes it gives me like this off feeling as like, a Filipino woman who was born and raised in the Philippines. By the way, I moved to the Philippines when I was moved from the Philippines when I was 20 years old. So I was not born and raised here. But then I look at the people that I'm teaching, right? And I see that they're Caucasian and they're Latina and they're Asian and different colors. You know, they're Filipinos, they're Asian, they just different colors. And I see this woman like looking at this space that I'm able to create for myself, and I'm bringing different nationalities of women to come into this space as well. And for me, that is the big thing. That is the most amazing thing about real estate investing. There's so many ways you could be financially stable, but what's the best thing is I was able to teach other women to do the same. And at the end of the day, I just wanted to let you know that women as a whole, we're statistically behind on investment. I'm not generalizing it. It just statistically, we're behind in investment. So I encourage all the women out there to start understanding real estate, because real estate is the way to be wealthy. And if you can understand real estate, you can understand your community, you can understand the world around you. Okay? Because basic is where we live is going to change who we are. So understand real estate. And one of the things I'm going to let you know, I didn't start with money, okay? I start with little things, and I start flipping. When we say flip, you probably see those TV shows, the HGTV, when you find something small and then you sell it for a profit. And I started with paintings, okay? So I will go to a thrift store and I buy this painting, and I buy it for $5, and then I'll sell it for $75. And I save the money, and then I leverage what I know, and then all of a sudden I'm now flipping houses. So do not buy to consume, buy to invest. And I just want to encourage you today that if I can do it, this little one, Margie, you can do it too. And I'm so grateful to be in this space. And even though I'm tired, I am so happy to become part of the Global Women Who Rule 2023. And thank you so much. I want to say hi to my classmates in the Philippines in elementary school and my mom and dad, because they are watching. Hi, guys. Thank you so much. And you have a good day, Filipinas. This is all for us. Para sa ating lahat to. Bye, guys.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. It's such an empowering speech, and I love how vibrant you are. And I think I'm really encouraged to, move to real estate.
Oh, why not?
Do flipping homes as well. All right, so I have 3 takeaways actually from her speech. And the first one is not all opportunity is good opportunity. I don't know why, because if your values is already compromised, you shouldn't sacrifice, especially like, for example, your time with your family as well. If that's your priority, you don't have to sacrifice that. And my next one is building relationship. And that's what we are here in Global Women Who Rule. We're building our community. We're building relationship with our sisters. So we help each other. And of course, they also help us if you are in need. So, you wouldn't know when you will be needing these people. So, you just invest good deeds. You help them whenever you can. So don't hesitate to do that. Build community. You have like women around you who have the same interest. Do that. And of course, be self-aware. This is my favorite, actually. Being self-aware, it's like making yourself better every day. And this is what I share with my daughter. I always tell her that you should not compete with others. You should just be compete with yourself and make yourself better every day. So yeah, those are my key takeaways from Marjorie's speech.
Awesome recap. And we're making it easy for our viewers because they will be sending their key takeaways. Remember,
that's right.
Encouraging everyone to please send in your key takeaways at the comment section, because we are giving away a special prize to one lucky viewer every 30 minutes.
Every 30 minutes, okay?
Yep. And also, I'm encouraging everyone to please donate for our cause, because whatever you donate today through the Global Women Who Rule Summit, we are going to use the funds to activate the activities that we will be doing with Alopecia Philippines. So it will go a long, long way for both, for Alopecia Philippines. All right. So, Moile, who's our next speaker?
Okay, I'm very excited to hear what our next speaker has to say. So Mona Magno-Veluz serves as the national president of the Autism Society Philippines. She worked towards advanced degrees in business administration, applied science, applied business economics, and strategic market communications, drawing from her diverse experience as corporate communication and talent acquisition professional in the telecommunications and technology industries for 30 years. She designed and engineered national advocacy initiatives that continue to build institutional mechanisms to empower persons on the autism spectrum and those who care for them. She is propelled by her love for her family as a mom to 3 adult children. Her eldest is on the autism spectrum. Mona speaks publicly on disability advocacy, leadership, and genealogy.
Mona is a self-confessed history geek and a passionate genealogist involved in growing family trees for clans here and abroad, and in nurturing family forests as a Philippine curator of Geni.com. She is active on various social media platforms and has gained a following as Mighty Magulang, where she discusses history and genealogy. Some fun facts about Mona. She studied judo for years and held a brown belt.
Wow.
She danced for the Bayanihan dance group in the 80s. She is a genealogist, a content creator, an advocate, and a parent. To tell us about purpose in service, streaming live from Taft, Manila, ladies and gentlemen, Mona Magno-Veluz.
Thank you, Ange and Lay, and happy Women's Month, everyone. My name is Mona Magno-Veluz, and I have been a longtime advocate for disability inclusion and for heritage preservation through family history research. I am a mom, a wife, a sister, a daughter, content creator, a genealogist, an entrepreneur, a cat lady, a plantita, and the labandera, among many other things. Like many of you, I have many roles. We all have many responsibilities. Okay lang yon. Carry naman natin. I am a lover of history, and I often look at our nation's past with a special focus on how our mothers and our lolas worked hard to make the world we live in today better. I am in awe of their commitment. Throughout Philippine history, women have always been at the forefront of service, dedicating their time and energy to pursuits that have shaped society. Women have shown devotion to their communities, families, and the world at large. Filipinas have a legacy of advocating for the rights of the vulnerable, excelling in their chosen fields, protecting democracy, and raising the next generation to be good citizens of the world. I often look back with, I guess the word is reverence, no? To the Filipinos who pushed for our suffrage movement when our lolas first fought tirelessly as a sisterhood for the right to vote. Kids today may not recognize the names of Purita Villanueva Calao, Natividad Almeda Lopez, or Josefa Llanes Escoda. But these women dedicated a big part of their lives to advocating for women's rights. Their purpose in service was to ensure that women had a voice in decisions that affected the nation. Because of this dedication, many women today have the right to vote, to participate in the democratic process, and to be leaders in public service. Filipino women have excelled in science, breaking down barriers and making significant contributions. Women such as historian Encarnacion Alsona, pediatrician Fidel Mundo, food technologist Maria Orosa, favorite natin yan, banana ketchup. They have opened our world to new discoveries, paving the way for future generations of women in science and technology. Filipino women have made significant contributions to the arts, literature, and music. I love artists like, Paz Marquez Benitez, who mastered the proverbial hugot in her short stories. Um, Francisca Aquino, who researched Filipino folk dance and popularized tinikling, among many others. And Atang de la Rama, who was a memorable enigma on stage and in early film. They have given voice to the experiences of women, inspiring and empowering generations of female artists to step up. In the field of modern business, women such as Socorro Ramos of National Bookstore, Teresita Reyes of Mamacita, and Gracia Cruz Reyes of The Aristocrat, they are among the pioneering women who have shattered the glass ceiling and paved the way for women in leadership roles. Their entrepreneurial spirit continues to inspire us to become better leaders and to create businesses born out of our passions. Filipino women today live their commitment to service by raising their children, their nieces and nephews, and their students and mentees to be good citizens of the world. We have the important task of nurturing and teaching young minds values such as kindness, empathy, and compassion. We can instill in the young the importance of service and giving back to the community. I am with you in celebrating all women whose sense of service goes beyond simple acts of kindness. For many women in history and the modern generation of women they have inspired, service is a way of life, a philosophy that guides our every action and decision. This way of being allows us to give back to our communities and make a positive impact on the lives of others. The purpose in service that women embody is a testament to our legacy of transformative change. It is a reflection of our innate desire to make the world a better place, not just for ourselves, but for generations to come. Remember the women who came before us. Honor their history. Honor her story. If there is anything I want people to take away from this talk, it's that women have shown that service is not just an obligation, but a privilege, a way of life that brings us joy and fulfillment. I embrace this as I advocate for disability inclusion as the national president of the Autism Society Philippines. Um, I advocate for public history and heritage preservation through family history research. And I advocate for social media responsibility. Sa lahat ng mga narito ngayon at sa aking mga kapwa na parangalan, the hardworking Apple Manansala and my sisters in Global Women Who Rule, patuloy po natin na maging inspirasyon para sa isa't isa na gamitin ang ating mga plataforma at ang ating mga boses upang magkaroon ng nararapat na pagbabago sa mundo tungo sa mas mabuting kinabukasan. Ako po ulit, si Mona Magno-Veluz. Maraming salamat po sa pakikinig. O, di ba?
That was fun.
Yeah, I love her.
Super love her. I enjoyed that. Okay, so I just have one takeaway that really struck me when she said that, women, we pioneered when we pioneered the concept that service is not just an obligation, but a privilege.
right? And she actually said that service is a way of life. Okay, and I love how she reminded us through the storytelling from like our previous, or from the Filipino women uh, who were trailblazers in different sectors. So she reminded us that Filipino women are indeed great. So because we are so much dedicated and we can really do a lot of things, we just have to believe in ourselves, and of course learn our history, because we will be picking a lot from that, we will learning a lot from that, and we will be empowered as well.
Na-nosebleed ako actually sa history.
Oh, true. I heard the Jose Pallanes Escoda.
I know, but I know,
Okay.
the newer ones,
But
the
yeah,
more
who has
recent
seen
ones.
her TikTok videos? Comment down sa ating
Mm.
comment section. I love her TikTok videos.
Yeah, you go check her out on TikTok. But yeah, that was our fifth speaker, but already we have a lot of key takeaways and a lot of insights and learnings. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Mariton Pacheco is a broadcast journalist with more than 15 years of professional experience in television and online media. A communication arts graduate of De La Salle University, she was a reporter with ABS-CBN in Manila from 1999 to 2009 and an anchor on ANC ABS-CBN news channel, Mornings at ANC, and Balitang Middle East. She was also a recipient of the U.S. Embassy's International Visitor Leadership Program for media and finished her MA journalism degree at the Ateneo de Manila under scholarship from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. In 2009, Mariton migrated to Vancouver, Canada with her family, where she worked as a freelance multi-platform journalist for the Filipino Channel, or TFC. She also produced and hosted Balitang Canada from 2012 to 2014, which is a weekly news program about Filipino communities across Canada.
Mariton also worked in the financial services industry with BMO Nesbitt Burns for 10 years, helping a wealthy advisory team with their client information and communication needs. She returned to media full-time in 2020 and is currently working as producer for Omni TV's Daily Filipino National News Program. Omni TV offers locally produced and acquired programming in more than 40 languages, including news, current affairs, and entertainment content, and is available in 11 million households across Canada. Mariton leads the Filipino National News Team to bring stories about the Filipino diaspora across Canada. Mariton is also wife to Cisco and mom to Anton, Lorenzo, and Alexandra. She calls her family her greatest story ever. I love that. Fun facts about Mariton. Frustrated karaoke singer. Oh my God. Why I so relate. Loves K-drama and will always travel for food. Giving her take on starting over with a speech entitled Starting Anew, Why Women Should Not Be Afraid to Start Again. Streaming live from Vancouver, Canada. Ladies and gentlemen, Mariton Pacheco.
Thank you, Ange and Lay, and thank you for the invitation to be part of this year's Global Women Who Rule. You see, when I left ABS-CBN in 2009, I still remember one of my former bosses telling me, magsisisi ka. I will regret it, according to her, because I will never be able to enjoy the kind of career that I was enjoying back then, covering the news for the flagship newscast TV Patrol and doing the morning show for ANC. And there is truth to that because I love my 10-year run with ABS-CBN, and I will always have good things to share about my time with that company. But the reality was I also had two boys growing up fast. And despite all the efforts I was doing, I felt that I wasn't investing enough in being a mom. I was enjoying my career, yes, but I also felt that I was missing out on a lot of the small things, regular dinner together, spontaneous playtime, family trips. And so when my husband and I had a chance to migrate, we took it. My boss, in a way, was right. It was very hard to start in media again, especially at the time when layoffs were very rampant because of how the landscape of media was changing. Traditional media as we knew it, and as I was practicing it in the Philippines, was not the same. Add to that, Canada was and still is difficult in a sense that while it wants to attract experienced professionals into the country, it does not want to recognize those experiences that the professionals bring when they're already inside the country. Call it protecting their local labor resources, but Canada asks for Canadian education, Canadian work experience, and Canadian references. And these are all very difficult asks for any newcomer to the country. That being said, there is something about a woman and about being a mother, I guess, that makes us very resilient in these types of situations. So when you find yourself back to starting anew, like I did, at whatever age it may be, or for whatever reason, whether or not it's your own doing, like migrating to a new country, leaving a very stable career and starting your own business, getting out of a long relationship and finding yourself alone again. I want you to remember five things at least on why women like us should never be afraid to start again. First is we know, or we should know our whys. Why am I leaving? Why am I starting again? Why am I quitting this job? Or why am I risking so much? These reasons will be your inspiration. This will be your fuel when things get tough or when things don't go your way, because it will not, at least in the beginning. A second reason is we are not afraid to reinvent ourselves. When I couldn't find a job in the media, I found work at an investment bank, handling administrative tasks for clients at first, and then relearning math, which I didn't really like. I had to study and pass the Canadian Securities course and the Wealth Management course, as I was working in a very heavily regulated industry. But that 1 year contract that I said I will try ended up to be a decade-long career in banking. So if you think about it, it was almost the same time I had when I was with ABS-CBN. Granted, I was allowed to do freelance work on the side for TFC, the Filipino channel, which was ABS-CBN International's platform for kababayans, not just in North America, but all over the world. But I was juggling that on the side as I was working full-time for the bank. A third reason why we should not be afraid to start again is because we are okay to be vulnerable. I remember coming across a study about new immigrants, new Filipino immigrants to Canada before. And according to that study, it showed that men were having a harder time adjusting in a new country. The study showed that men were more attached to their jobs and titles in the Philippines, and that making new acquaintances and seeking help for them did not come naturally. We women, on the other hand, it's so easy for us to start conversations, whether we're just lining up in the grocery or getting our coffee. You know, we have many observations, and I've heard so many stories about how a lot of opportunities start just by asking, paano mo nagawa yan? Or may kakilala ka ba? Saan mo nakita yan? You know, it's okay for us to ask, because for us, or at least for many of us, being vulnerable and not knowing all the answers is okay. Fourth reason why women should not be afraid to start again is because we work hard. We are multitaskers, we ask questions, and we are not afraid to learn new things. Having done so many stories about kababayans here in Canada, I am a witness almost every day to how hardworking Filipino women are. I've met a woman in her 50s start again as an international student here in Canada with the hope of gaining permanent residency for her whole family in the future. And that's difficult considering that school today is very much different to how school was when she did it about 30 years ago. I know many women who work 2 or 3 jobs at the same time, not just to support their families here in Canada, but also to support their parents and the siblings that they've left behind in the Philippines. We know the value of hard work, and we have no qualms of doing that. Last but not the least, we are okay to start again because we know how to give back. In 2020, I was asked to facilitate a town hall by the Vancouver City Hall for the Filipino community here to talk about COVID-19 resources available for the community. I basically had to translate questions from our kababayan so that city officials could answer them, and then do it vice versa so that the answers of the city officials could be understood better by our kababayans. It was free work, it was volunteer work. And somebody asked me, I think, why I keep doing volunteer activities for the community. And you know what? That 2 hour volunteer event is the reason why I am back to media full time again. Because during that time, I didn't know that Omni Television, which is a Canadian company that does programs for various languages here in Canada, they were in the process of launching a Filipino newscast. And they were looking for a team. They were building the team to work on this newscast. So the news director during that time chanced upon the town hall on Facebook because it was being live streamed by the city of Vancouver, reached out to me, asked me if I was interested to be part of the team. And here I am, almost 3 years in, back to doing the job that I've always loved. Being a producer and a people leader, however, today, there is a consciousness to do things with more purpose. Whereas before, the journalist in me would only see the possible stories on the people I encounter or the events that I witness, I know that being a producer now is because God has reasons for putting me here. Whether or not it's to mentor the younger generation of Filipino Canadian journalists who will continue telling stories about our community, or whether or not it's to provide a voice for the kababayans who are here when they're in need, when they're confused, when they're mistreated or treated unfairly, or even in your own way, no matter how big or small, it's to help provide a safe and an inclusive space, not just for our kababayans, but for my colleagues as well, and for the other members of the communities we serve. Even in terms of being inclusive, there is a learning process to that every day because even if we admit it or not, we all have our own biases. And being aware of that and learning to overcome it is and sharing it with the people you encounter, we all help to create a workplace and a community that is hopefully much better than the one we found. So looking back, starting anew led me to find more purpose, not just in my work, but also in my role as a mom, as a wife, as a worker, and as a citizen. And it's what I share to other people, those who are in a dilemma, those who are sitting on a fence, those who are not sure whether or not they want to leave what's familiar and start again. I tell them that's okay because starting again helps you find your purpose. May not happen immediately, but you will find your purpose. Again, thank you to Apple. Thank you to TNC for inviting me to be part of this GWWR event. It is an honor to be in the company of accomplished and purpose-driven women. Thank you.
Wow, that was very inspiring, and it has me thinking that because Mommy Lay, I've been in OFW a couple of times,
wow.
and
I didn't know
there-
that.
it's very difficult. It's not as easy as it seems, and I can relate with Mariton when she said that she wanted to provide a safe space, an inclusive space for all, and that starting anew allowed her to find her purpose. To everyone that's listening in, it may not happen immediately, but it will happen.
Right. And again, do not be afraid to start anew. Like what I always tell to the members of my community, Mompreneurs Club PH, that starting anew, starting over again is not really starting from scratch. Why? Because you have your past experiences, you have your learnings from your previous failures. So you have really something that you bring with you when you start anew. So yeah. Okay, so Just a reminder again, we will be selecting best takeaway every 30 minutes, wherein the winner will receive a special prize from us. Winners will be announced after the show through the new channel Facebook.
Right. So please do send in your comments or your key takeaways. We would very much like to hear from you. And another person we would very much want to hear from, our seventh speaker for today, is Mommy Gracie. She is a practical living advocate. She believes that there's joy in simplicity. Her mission is to encourage, educate, and inspire moms to live a joyful life within their family's budget and be better stewards of God's resources. She is the woman behind Tipid Mommy and the founder of Tipid Living, a community of budget hunters and money wise women online with 800K plus members and growing.
Mommy Gracie is a graduate of registered finance planner. Her financial mistakes, lessons, and God's restoration motivated her to share her journey with others. So, to tell us about her expertise and passion, budgeting and stewardship, streaming live from Parañaque City, ladies and gentlemen, Gracie Miranda Maulion.
Good day, everyone. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Do you agree that women are great when it comes to budget? We tend to compare prices always, right? And we always spot good deals. Sa mall nga, di ba? 5 stores muna bago tayo makabili. Agree ba kayo dyan? That we are naturally resourceful and practical. So I've learned many financial lessons from experiences, and sadly, most of them are painful ones. So we call them nga mahal na tuition fees sa real world. So during our early years of being married, we've experienced business closures. After business closures, we have tried laundry business, spa, food stall, and a lot more. So bata pa kami ng asawa ko that time, adventurous pa. So yon, we experienced also being scammed and being a guarantor to someone. Naawad kami, so alam niyo na, emotional, di ba? And only to end up paying debts that we didn't even use. So yun, even credit card debts, investments, na mga wrong investments, and a lot more. And there's a season in our married life wherein we survive with 50 pesos daily food allowance, or yun yung budget namin for meal. So, alternate lang siya ng tortang talong or itlog na maalat. Kasi yun lang yung kasya sa budget namin that time. So, until one day, we decided to really seek God in our financial life. May anak na kami noon so hindi na pwedeng ganun yung financial status namin, di ba? So, this happened a decade ago, pero parang fresh pa sa utak ko na yung day na yon na we decided na, Lord, we want to honor you with our financial life. We want to be blessed so we can be a blessing to others. We don't want to live in a rat race anymore. And we claim Jeremiah 29:11 that His plan is to give us hope and a future. And true enough, God answered. But it didn't happen overnight or instantly. It happened progressively. And we witnessed how He restored us in different areas of our lives, including our financial aspect. And indeed, the Lord restores. And then I realized that season happened not just for us to experience pain. Yung ma-scam ka, magkaroon ka ng mga business closures, di ba? Maging guarantor to pay off debts. But to share our story, His story of restoring every part of our life. And the lessons that we've learned, we are not only for us, but also for many Filipino families. And with that, let me share with you shortly 3 things that I've learned about budgeting and stewardship. So number 1 is have a budgeting plan. A budgeting plan, as per John Maxwell, is telling where your money should go instead of wondering where it went. So we need to have a written plan for our budget. It is our financial roadmap. With the right budgeting plan, we can realistically live on how much we can really afford, di ba? We can prioritize what matters to us, what matters to our family. And we use this formula in our family. The income minus giving fund minus savings is equals to expenses. And until today, I still track our daily spending. I still do the monthly budget, and it helps a lot in organizing our finances. And number two, prioritize saving money. Are you familiar with Proverbs 31, woman? Diba? Our sana all, diba? Our goal, diba? It says in Proverbs 31:18, she perceives that her merchandise is profitable and her lamp does not go out at night. The woman being referred to this verse is also a saver. Diba? She prepares ahead of time. Kasi during this time, they need to have a stock of oil. So makikita mo yung mga walang stock, madilim na agad yung bahay nila. And this Proverbs 31, diba, meron siyang lamp that does not go out at night. So what we can learn from her is she saves and prioritizes the needs of her household. So in our time today, it is equivalent to having an emergency fund. In season or out of season, we will be ready. So treat saving as part of your expenses, di ba? Don't save what is left after spending. Instead, spend what is left after saving. So start small. Don't wait for your salary increase or an increase in your business sales. Start small. Start with what you can right now. And number three, acknowledge the true owner. Everything that we have is only entrusted to us by God. We are only managers and stewards. Being a manager, we need to be mindful of how we spend the resources of our master. It is always good to be reminded that our jobs, our businesses, our side hustles are God's channels only. But He is the true source. As humans, we're imperfect in many ways. We tend to link our worth with things that we own, like the car we drive, the house we live in, the village, the clothes we wear. But let's always remember that our net worth is not equal to our self-worth. Our worth can only be found in Christ. It is only God who can fill and satisfy us, not fame, not money, nor our possession. May we all be wise women in handling our finances by budgeting, prioritizing, saving, and being faithful stewards of God's resources. Thank you again for this opportunity. God bless you all.
Thank you,
Okay,
Gracie.
Yeah, thank you, Gracie. Actually, Gracie is a good friend of mine, and she really is inspiring. Grabe yung community that she
Yep.
built. 800,000
800K
members
and growing.
and growing, right? And yeah, I love what she shared about, like, the line that she said that moms are resourceful. In my talk last year, I mentioned about this actually. Moms are resourceful. That's why we are really made for entrepreneurship. Because like yung mga kids, di ba, parang paglalaro sila, bored na bored sila, yung mga anything, kahit box na nga lang yan yung pag ipapalaro natin, which actually mas na-enjoy pa nila. So like sa kitchen, pag merong pag walang seasoning na ganito, we can think of replacement. So ganyan tayo ka-resourceful.
Really? Pag wala sa kitchen?
Oo, kaya.
I have no idea. No
Right?
idea.
And also, I love that majority of her speech revolved around Bible verses, and I love that. And she said that seek God in whatever you do, especially pag nasa lowest point ka na, nasa rock bottom ka, you really have to cling on to Him. Restoration, sabi nga ni Mommy Gracie, it's not instant. It's not, pagkagising mo bukas, okay ka na. It's like a gradual progress. And I experienced that as well, 20 years ago when I hit rock bottom. So, parang I always prayed to the Lord. Hindi siya, hindi yung, when you pray, you are more sensitive of God's message to you kasi. Parang, hindi, the challenges are there, but parang mas magaan yung pakiramdam kasi parang, you feel that God is carrying you through that challenge. So I really love that what Mommy Gracie said. And lastly, last na takeaway ko from her speech is yung budget plan is your financial roadmap. That is very true. And, oh, sorry, meron pa pala ako another takeaway.
Go.
Ito yung sinabi niya na, we need to acknowledge the true owner, because when we do this, we become more responsible of the blessings that are that God is, using us, yung china-channel niya sa atin ng mga blessings. We become more responsible, and we become more inspired as well to receive those blessings. So how about you, Ange?
Ang daming takeaway ni Mommy
Sorry.
Lay. Tinulungan niya na kayo mga viewers. Go on and comment na your key takeaways. But for me, I particularly liked it when she said start small. Start with what you can right now. Kasi, some of us, ako in particular, when I was younger, talagang gusto ko I have this grand idea. And I want to, go big na agad-agad. Like, no, let's go all the way now without even, assessing the consequences. Parang, go na agad. But when I matured, hindi ko sinabing tumanda, when I matured, I learned that there's nothing wrong with starting small.
Yeah.
Starting with what you have at the moment can grow into something really, really big. Let's take na lang your community, for example, Mommy Lee.
Right.
When did Mompreneur start?
2018.
And then, ano yung naaalala mo na smallest number of members ng community mo back then?
Around 20.
20, di ba? And how big are you now?
I have now 14,000 members in the
See?
community.
Exactly my point. There's nothing wrong with starting small. It doesn't mean that your dreams are small. No, that's not it. It just simply means that you're working around what you have within the means that you have at the moment.
I love that.
Yeah. So,
nakaka-relate ako doon sa start small, because kaya nga ako siguro I underwent that rock bottom, because yun nga din yung mentality ko eh. Parang nag-start ka na nga lang, why not start grand? Di ba? Parang mag-e-effort ka lang, bonggahan mo na. Hanggang sa nalugi ng nalugi. So, yeah, I love that we really have to start small.
Well, na-mention mo, Mommy Lee, that you remembered your speech last year.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything that you can share from your speech last year to our viewers? O pwede niyo isama sa key takeaways ko?
Yeah, like what I mentioned earlier, moms are indeed resourceful. Yun din yung mention ni Mommy Gracie. And that is why we are really made for a lot of things. Kaya marami tayo mga women leaders ngayon na nag-excel from different sectors, because pag resourceful ka, who, like for example, the community, the people who you need to tap to if you need to do such things, pag may mga kailangan kang mga projects na ma-accomplish, and of course yung mga we always devise ways. Parang pag nag-fail si ganito, dahil we are resourceful, we know, okay, ito si Plan B, ganyan. So, ganyan tayo mga women, not just moms, but we are like that. We are very resourceful.
Okay. I'm not a mom, but since I'm a woman, I'm not yet like that, but I want to be like that. It's very challenging kasi lalo na ngayon, di ba? There's, for me in particular, my struggle is budgeting.
Mm-hmm.
That's my number one struggle. Like, alam mo yun yung lagi nila pinapaalala sa atin, spend within your means.
Mm-hmm.
And it's very difficult for me to do that sometimes kasi with the, kausuhan ng mga online shopping and
travels.
Oh my gosh, yeah. Piso sale ang Cebu Pacific. So, those kinds of things that are really a struggle to me. But, hearing stories like your story from last year, Mom Grace's story that she shared with us, or her speech, talaga I learned a lot from it. And since I learned a lot from it, I'm sure you all learned a lot from it. Just a reminder, Mommy Day, what should they do if they want to win a prize?
Just comment down your key takeaways from the speeches of our moms that you were able to watch, because we're choosing one winner each of for every 30 minutes. So imagine how many winners we will be getting today. So watch out for that. Kaya abangan yung announcement later after the show here on the new channel.
Yes, ayan. So stay tuned ha, wala muna nga alis, because, we are now on to our eighth speaker.
Wow. Okay, So here, our eighth speaker is another accomplished on her field. Marie is one of the 72, lady pilots of the Philippine Airlines. She is a second officer and flies in Airbus 330 wide-body aircraft. Did I say that right? Flying internationally to Middle East, Australia, Hawaii, and other Southeast Asian routes. Sorry. In 1994, a relative during her visit mentioned that Philippine Airlines was looking for new flight attendants and asked her if she was interested. She applied for the position, and it has been 29 years since she received a letter from Philippine Airlines informing her that she qualified for the attendant training. Her dad was extremely happy that she spread the news to all of their barangay. It was indeed a once in a lifetime opportunity, and 3 years later, she got accepted and enrolled in the PAL Aviation School, and then the rest is history. During the pandemic, she was challenged and tested physically, financially, spiritually, and emotionally. She became very worried back then since there were no flight schedules, but instead she kept herself occupied and busy. She made use of her tools and started searching for a new hobby. Thanks to Pinterest, YouTube, and her favorite pastime, eating, okay, my favorite pastime as well, she was able to turn her worries into solutions.
Marie wants to emphasize that it's not just talent. So skills, inner drive, and beliefs help people reach their goals. The love and support of family, these extraordinary individuals, helped her earn wings. There are lots of obstacles and setbacks along the way, but what's important is that you have to know how to bounce back, recover, and move forward. Just some fun facts about Marie. She was a student council leader in elementary and high school. She was a volleyball varsity player at the San Sebastian Recoletos. She served as Sangguniang ng Kabataan Counselor in Pasig. And get this, she received the Dr. Lucio Tan Leadership Award in 2018.
Wow.
With her speech entitled Earned Wings, streaming live from Enderan Extension in Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Second Officer Marie Eason Maximo.
It is not just our destiny, but in ourselves by William Shakespeare. Thank you, Global Women Who Rule 2023 Committee, for this unexpected recognition. Trying to make life and a living, given this opportunity to inspire and be inspired. I am one of the 72 lady pilots of Philippine Airlines. I am Second Officer Marie Rose Eason Maximo of Airbus 330 wide-body aircraft, flying internationally to the Middle East, Australia, Hawaii, and other Southeast Asian countries.
Office niya lang, ikaw lang.
Women nowadays are fortunate to be given same opportunity and respect as men. We can almost be whatever we want to be. Being a pilot, having no
Pwede nga
gender,
mag-aral eh.
we are trained as an individual, expectations that was being asked from
Mukhang
us.
nag-ano to,
Those
may
no
kamo
gender
eh, ano eh.
limitations. As a pilot, needs to prepare, go through rigorous
Pwede nga.
trainings, and take job seriously. Thank God I love my job. Not everyone can actually say that. I was not so young then when I decided to go back to school to become a pilot. So I needed to invest more time studying, training, practicing, working. I even had to give my all during training because I know the responsibility of the job. We are responsible for the safety, not just for our passengers, but of our
Pwede naman siyang tambay-tambay dito.
flight crew, and because when the moment they enter the aircraft, we are also pressured to operate our multi-million-dollar aircrafts. Being a pilot brought many challenges along the way. It was not an easy ride, believe me. But any other goal, what is important is you have to know how to turn it around and how to move it forward. My family and close friends know I'm not the type of person shy away from challenges and opportunities. I've always been a go-getter. I try everything the first time. I take every opportunity that will be given to me as a new way to test myself. Some would say I am fearless, but the truth is I'm not. I'm just doing it scared. But I have this thinking, if I'm not going to do it now, then when? During elementary and high school days at Pateros Catholic School, I was always the class president. Anak po ako ng teacher. And
Okay.
I was member of the student council year after year. I joined safety military training. I think they're bringing it back, right? And handled the position of a battalion commander. I even joined a singing contest just so someone can represent my class. Even I was fully aware that my voice was not great. Malakas lang po talaga yung loob ko. During college, I joined San Sebastian College Recoletos volleyball varsity team so I can be a scholar and help my parents with my tuition fee. I had a hard time balancing between schoolworks and my volleyball training. I had to deprive myself with a lot of things, especially even sleep, just to cope up with studies and attend my volleyball trainings early morning. I also have the chance to serve our youth in the Barangay Sumilang, Pasig, as a Sangguniang Kabataan Counselor. Those were just some of the few things that molded me to be the person that I am today. Thanks to my very supportive Mommy Evie and Daddy Kiko for giving me the freedom to experience all those things. It is truly what we say, it takes a village to raise a child, and my parents could not do it alone. They had help from my Lolo Saro, Lola Pilar, my titas and titos, because as I've mentioned, my parents are teachers. My sisters and I were very blessed to have all of them in our lives. I am fortunate with my sisters, Ochi and Kleng, for always trusting and believing in me. My niece Ika, girl, for wanting to follow her Tita Marie's footstep. I love my family so much. They are the infinity stones, and I'm sincerely grateful for their time, patience, love, generosity, and support. It all starts with family. They are the reason why we strive a little more so we can give them a better life. They are the happiest in our success. They give us the push, sometimes the shoves when we stumble. They are our number one fan. They are the biggest believer of our talents and capabilities. In 1994, a relative during her visit mentioned to me that Pal was looking for new flight attendants and asked me if I'm interested. They were accepting with a qualification of at least second year in college. I applied for the position and tried my luck. When I received a telegram from Philippine Airlines 29 years ago informing me that I was qualified for the flight attendant training, my dad was extremely happy. That he spread the news to our all kabarangays. It was an opportunity came with me which I cannot refuse. My daddy Kika and my tita Carmen were with me with all the interviews, exams, medical related requirements. They were my guardian angels then and now. When I got accepted, a consequence I had to quit school to fulfill a promise I made to my parents that I will be the one sending my youngest sister to college. I had 19 glorious years of serving the flag as a flight attendant. In 2009, while working as a flight attendant, I was able to school earn my nursing degree. 3 years later, in 2012, I applied, got accepted, and enrolled in PAL Aviation School. I was part of Philippine Airlines Aviation School ab initio class of 2012 Charlie. The class is composed of 11 males and 1 female trainee. Yes, I am the only thorns among the roses. Just kidding aside. I was voted the president of the class and was the oldest trainee at the age of 38. We underwent various physical, emotional, and mental training, which were patterned after a military school. We usually wake up at 4 a.m. for our morning formation. We do exercise every morning after our duties and flights. We run 5 kilometers every day. The training was based in Clark, Pampanga for 2.5 years. I had to drive from Clark to Manila every weekend to spend time with my family. Sometimes I had to come home to attend my son's school activities in Ateneo. I remember I almost giving up every week, feeling tired, exhausted, and mentally stressed. But my family kept me motivated and never stopped believing in me. Always remember the reasons why we pursue this endeavor. In culmination of this training, I had to embark my first solo flight aboard the Cessna 172 aircraft flying from Clark, Pampanga to Luwag and back all by myself, bringing only what I learned and got in my sleeves. In February 2015, 8 out of 12 pilot trainees graduated the PAL Aviation School. Luckily, I was awarded the Dr. Lucia Tan Leadership Award. All hardship and sleepless nights were all worth it. I was very happy and fulfilled. It was May of 2015, I was given an extraordinary opportunity to join and fly the flag, now becoming a commercial airline pilot. I went through ground school and examinations, simulator trainings that could always got me thinking, how am I going to pass the licensing checks from CAAP? I remember a pilot friend telling me, Marie, are you sure gusto mo pang maging piloto? Walang tigil na aral to hanggang mag-retire. Because akala ko that time naglolo ko lang siya. So I answered him, kaya ko yan. Until now, I never forget him. It is true, never-ending studying, simulator trainings, and technical examinations every 6 months. We need to study the weather, restrictions regarding the country of our destinations before flying. Para din po kami mga doktor. As a pilot, we are expected to do things precisely. There are no rooms for error or mistakes. We must be accurate, specific. We are trained to recognize failures and think on our feet and turn it around. It is why we needed to consistently undergo vigorous trainings and expected not to just pass but excel each and every time. It takes a lot of hard work, perseverance, continuous education, and sacrifice time away from family. We need to take our passengers safely home to their families as well. I had to empower myself every time, as I know we have only our friends or family on our side. It is imperative that we also believe in ourselves, which comes after believing that God has planned in each and every one of us. I only allow positive energies so I can focus on solve problems. I determine that even when I fail, I can stand up for another day. I am a strong believer that nothing is impossible with hard work, family, and God on our side. God has been very good and faithful to me. He gave me every opportunity. A supportive husband, Eric, who has supported me in everything I wanted and need to do. Truly, for every successful woman is a dedicated husband. Father to our loving son, Justine, they inspired and helped me achieve another milestone in my life. My Eason family, the Maximos, the Gonzales, the Arantons, the Bircos, and the Laracas are the wind beneath my wings. They are all part of who I am. During pandemic, we were challenged and tested not only physically, financially, spiritually, emotionally. Companies lay off employees, friends, and relatives getting sick. Some are able to recover from COVID, but some we lost from it. Our faith was tested, but it's also what we held on to keep us fighting together. I was worried then since there were no flight schedules, but instead it kept myself occupied and busy. I made use of the tools and started searching something that will interest me. Thanks to Pinterest, YouTube, and my favorite pastime, eating, I was able to turn my words into bread. I was able to learn how to bake good breads and cakes, turn it into a newfound hobby and into a small business. Flying Baker was born at the start of the pandemic, which became a favorite to some colleagues, relatives, friends, and even people I don't even know. Orders were coming in, hordes that sometimes my mom, my sister, my husband, my son, and myself help in preparation and production. Thanks to my carrot cake, cheese roll, cheese bread, and my bestseller salted egg buns. Sabi nga, blessings come to those who just don't wait but strive to work harder for their loved ones. As God has been very good to me and my family, I was able to give back and share some of the blessings to others by partnering with some groups who donated meals to our frontliners. Thanks to the pilots, cabin crew, and batchmates, and other friends for their support, I was able to continue my yearly advocacy even during pandemic. Every year, I go around Metro Manila to distribute at least 50 meals to less fortunate street people. It is a family tradition that I do in December. Sabi nga ni Mami, always make to help others, but never expect anything in return. Yung kahit walang nakakakita, importante yung galing sa puso at napasaya mo si God. With all this, I am humbled, and clearly, this recognition is not just for me, as I never do this alone, and whatever abilities, inner drive that helped me reach my goal. Without God's guidance and grace, the love and support of my family, relatives, teachers, coach, flight instructors, and friends, I may not be here in front of all of you today. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. And again, thank you, Global Women Who Rule 2023, for this opportunity and recognition. May God continue to bless all of us. Thank you very much.
Grabe, a female pilot. What a dream. What a dream talaga.
Thank you, Marie, for that very empowering and inspiring speech. And thank you for joining us here in the studio. I love how driven and passionate she is in what she does.
Exactly. And I have a lot of key takeaways. Bear with me. So she said that you have to know how to do things, to turn things around. So when you're faced with a difficult situation, diba, you always have to find a way to turn things around. And this is very Filipino. I'm not saying this is exclusive to the Philippines, but it takes a village to raise a child. That's what I love about our culture. You know, the helping culture is very much alive ever since I could remember. And I love how she portrayed her family. You know, to her, her family are her infinity stones. It all starts with the family, and pun intended, they are the wind beneath her wings. And finally, remember the reasons why we do what we do.
Okay.
All right. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, na-star siya kasi ako. In the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors and partners who have helped us build this summit from ground up. Our official event beneficiary is Alopecia Philippines. We'd also like to thank our event sponsors, Puzzle Box PPO Incorporated and Well Life Corporation, and venue partner Enderon Extension. Special thanks to our media partners, the Philippine Star, Business World, the Manila Times, RMN Networks, the Asian Parent, and Manila Bulletin. Our publicity partners, Outcome Incorporated, United Neon, Moving Walls, V-Link Interactive, Prime Recall, Pitchworks, Blue Sky, Intersection Communications Incorporated, and ABBA PR.
Big thanks to our event partners and donors, Party Links, Applause Events, Zen Events, Avenue, Baked by Mommy, Bayong Siaga, Brown Roots Creatives, Balam Essentials, Kamaya Cove, G Fox International, Grace It Up, K8 Realm, Lemon Square, My Piso, Technologies, Royal Bloom, Sante Barley Max, Spark It, Unisol, Artist on a Mission, Ashira Realty Services, My Daily Collagen, Skin Place, Tuburan Coffee, Ernesto by Barber Boy, Obra Abra, Power Max Center, Photoman Photography, Private Pop Avenue, Moringa O2, Yasin's, Ahead Tutorial, iFern, Sason Furniture Shop, JDJ Light Sounds, and of course, personal donors. The after party will be served with Emperador Distillers Incorporated, Emperador Brandy Summer Cocktails, the Bar Gin Plus Tonic Smirnoff, wow, Smirnoff Mule, Barefoot Wine, and Carlo Rossi. Wow.
I know, right?
Are you excited for the after party?
Yes, looking forward to that. In the meantime, we will be taking a quick break. Please do not go away because Global Women Who Rule will be right back.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
Emperador Original. Imported ang sarap. Sakto? Sakto? Sakto sa bulsa. Emperador. Angat ka sa tagumpay.
And we're back! You're still watching Global Women Who Rule Summit 2023. So keep your comments coming as we are giving away prizes for one lucky viewer every 30 minutes.
Yep, and moving forward, and still a lot more inspiring speeches to come. But our next speaker is the perfect example of big things come in small packages. Dr. Nessie Watt is a small person who has accomplished many. She graduated from the University of East Ramon Magsaysay Memorial Medical Center, Doctor of Medicine in year 1997. She completed her internal medicine residency training in 2002 and medical oncology fellowship in 2007 at the National Kidney and Transplant Institute, or NKTI, and was the first ever medical oncology fellow of the said institution, where she worked hard to have the training program to be accredited. She took a course in healthcare leadership in Harvard University in 2020, and she is currently taking a course in health economics at University of Pompeu Fabra in Barcelona. Simultaneously, while she was studying, she was a training officer of the Medical Oncology Fellowship Program in NKTI for 7 years, and now she is the current OIC for Clinical Services of the Section of Medical Oncology in the said institution, and has continuously mentored young medical oncologists and inspires them to be more competent and compassionate cancer care providers. With hopes of improving the cancer care in the Philippines, she is a governing council member of the Philippine Society of Medical Oncology.
Despite her busy schedule, she has a balanced lifestyle. Her love for photography makes her a member of the Camera Club Philippines and has a regular training with our NIS, and is also the paw mom of 3 English bulldogs. Wow. She also put up bakeries, a pastry shop, and her own coffee shop. At such a young age, in her 40s, Dr. Nessie Watt has made her dream to reality, for she was able to build the very first standalone cancer facility in the Philippines with complete facilities, renowned medical talents, and care, located in Bay Laguna. While the rest of us believes that there's so much to do with so little time, Dr. Nessie Watt is probably thinking, there is so much I can do while I still have so much time. Wow. Let us welcome a barista, a chef, a photographer, a businesswoman, a researcher, a mentor, a doctor, a hospital COO, all in one. Indeed, a woman who can rule the world. Her piece is entitled, inspiring others to become leaders. Streaming live from Enduran Extension, Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Nessie Watt.
Not a brilliant mind that speaks, but a special heart that listens. This is the quote that dearest to me, and one that I readily give when anyone asks me what my favorite quote is. This is easily my guiding principle in all areas of my life, regardless of what the setting of situation calls for. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Nessie Watt. I'm a medical oncologist. It was 2003 when I entered medical oncology fellowship. I was the first fellow, and it took me almost 5 years to finish my fellowship. There were a lot of challenges in establishing a fellowship program. The usual fellowship is only 3 years, but mine took longer. During that time, I can always quit and transfer to other institutions. But I did not. I saw it as an investment. I had the best mentor during that time. We only had 3 consultants in our section. Now we have 24 fellows graduate in our center. I'm here today to talk about leadership in healthcare and how we can inspire others to become leaders in this important field. Healthcare is an industry that is constantly changing, evolving, and as the world continues to change and new challenges arise, we need leaders who are ready to step up and make a difference. My journey as a leader started when I became the training officer of the section of medical oncology. And I am now the officer in charge, head of clinical service of medical oncology at the National Kidney and Transplant Institute. We have produced top-notch and outstanding medical oncologists, leaders in their institution. I never wanted to be a leader, but time seems to be calling me to be so. And I think that's a privilege. I never had a formal training in leadership during that time, and leadership in healthcare is not part of our curriculum in medical school, and even during our training. I'm also currently the president and COO of Global Care Cancer Institute in Bay, Laguna, the first standalone cancer center in the Philippines. I am not from Laguna, but I was invited by my medical school classmate, a radiologist, to be part of that institution. It took me a few months to decide. Eventually, I agree. A few months later, she unfortunately died of colon cancer stage 4. For me, to be part of GCCI is a calling for me to continue and pursue her dream. For GCCI to be the preferred cancer center in Laguna. I think it is important to recognize that leadership in healthcare is not limited to doctors or high-level executive. Anyone who is passionate about and has a purpose for healthcare and wants to make a positive impact on the life of others can be a leader in this field. Whether you are a nurse, a healthcare administrator, a public health expert, or a patient advocate, there are opportunities for you to lead and make a difference. So how do we inspire others to become leaders in healthcare? Here are 6 concepts that resonate with me personally and which I believe are worth considering. 1. Lead by example. So if you cannot inspire others for them to look up to you, how can you lead? You need to be leader yourself. This means taking the initiative to make positive changes, being a role model for others, setting high standards for yourself and those around you. Show the people who work for you and with you that you will not ask them anything you wouldn't do yourself. When others see this quality in you, they will be inspired and follow your leadership. A leader must be able to inspire and motivate others. They must be able to create an atmosphere of positivity and enthusiasm. Where everyone feels valued and supported, they must lead by example, demonstrating themselves the value and behavior that they expect from their team. I always remind our young fellows that while it is good to be great, It is greater to be good. Number 2, foster a culture of innovation. If you are not open to change, how can you lead? Healthcare is an industry that is ripe for innovation, and leaders in this field need to be willing to embrace new ideas, new approaches, and by fostering a culture of innovation within your organization or community, you open the door for others to think creatively and come up with new solutions to the challenges we face. You encourage and motivate them to be a solution providers. This is the reason we established Global Care Cancer Institute to bring expertise and technology to the area. We will also implement a community-based cancer screening program that will help the patient financially and the government economically. How, you may ask? If we have an early diagnosis, then treatment will be much less expensive, and the patient will get to live longer and have a better quality of life. Number 3, build strong relationship. If people are aloof towards you, how can you lead? Healthcare is a field that requires collaboration. Leaders need to be able to work well with others to achieve their goals. By building strong relationships with colleagues, patients, and community members, you inspire others to do the same. When people feel valued and respected, they are more likely to be engaged and committed to the work they are doing. They have a sense of fulfillment in what they do. I think of myself as a servant leader and as a democratic leader. I make sure that fellows or employees, even patients, are empowered. Number 4, focus on patient-centered care. If you regard your patient as simply another task for the day, how can you lead? At the heart of healthcare is the patient. The reason for healthcare is the patient. Without the patient, there is no healthcare. Leaders in this field need to prioritize their needs and well-being by focusing on patient-centered care. You inspired others to do the same and create a culture where patients are at the center of and the reason for everything that we do. For example, when a patient sees a doctor for a consultation, the doctor should see the patient as a person, one who seeks help or at least advice, not as another case of diagnosis. They are a part of decision making. It's the same philosophy. Number 5, encourage a lifelong learning. If you refuse to acquire new skills, how can you lead? Just as healthcare requires collaboration, it is also a field that constantly evolving. Leaders need to be committed to ongoing learning and develop, and by encouraging others to pursue continuing education and professional development opportunities, you inspire others to be updated with the latest trends and the best practice in healthcare. When I was assigned to be part of a clinical nutrition team, I did not have any knowledge about nutrition. I only know how to treat cancer patients. So what I did was to enroll in master class in clinical nutrition that will help my patient in their cancer journey. I also took culinary and barista training primarily for my personal development. I did it for my patients too. When I became the president and COO of GCCI, I also took healthcare leadership in Harvard Medical School to prepare me for my position. To further equip me in this position, I am now currently taking a degree in master's in health economics and pharmacoeconomics in UPF, Barcelona. When I finish my course and apply what I've learned, I hope to help in cancer care funding allocation to have an equitable cancer care. Number 6, a leader must have a clear vision. If your aspirations are blurred and you are not sure where you're going, how can you lead? Leader must have a clear sense of purpose and direction that they want to take their team or organization. This vision should be communicated clearly and effective to their team. so that everyone is aligned and working towards the same goal. A leader must also be willing to listen to others, must be a good listener. Surround yourself with people who challenge your thinking and provide diverse perspective. Listen to their ideas, feedbacks, and concern. Use this feedback to refine your vision and make better decisions. Leadership is not about personal success. It's about creating a positive impact on the world around you. Be a servant leader who willingly puts the needs of others before your own. Use your talents and resources to create a positive change in your community, your industry, or the world at large. So why is it important that we have inspiring leaders in healthcare? For one, the stakes are very high. Healthcare is an industry where mistake can have life or death consequences. We need leaders who can make tough decisions, manage complex situations, and navigate the many challenges that arise in this field. Beyond that, however, we also need leaders who inspire others to be the best of themselves. Leaders who can create a culture of positivity, excellence, and compassion. Leaders who can bring out the best in their team and help them to achieve things that they never thought possible. To those who are considering a career in healthcare, I urge you to consider the role of a leader. Whether you are a doctor, a nurse, a technician, or an administrator, there is always a need for inspiring leaders in healthcare. And to those who are already leader in this field, I encourage you to keep striving to be the best that you can be, intellectually and relationally. Be not the leader with a brilliant mind alone that speaks, but most importantly, be that leader with a special heart that listens. In conclusion, I want to leave you with another quote from Mahatma Gandhi, who said, "Be the change you wish to see in the world." You have the power to create positive change in the lives of those around you. And by doing so, you change your life too. Embrace your leadership potential, believe in yourself, and have a heart and listen to people. Then take action to make a difference in the world, even if it is just your own world. Thank you.
Wow, thank you very much, Dr. Nessie. A
So
real life
empowering.
superwoman.
Right, indeed. And thank you so much for joining us here in the studio. And she said that her talk was about how to help others to be leaders, and there are many ways, but I think what I resonate with or what I love the most is setting a good example, or be a great example for you to be also entice your followers to follow you, and also to create good leaders as well. And why I said that is because parang for the parents, that's are also that's what we also do. Like, we set examples. We also, what parang we teach what we we practice what we preach. So that's the term. And I also love what she said, that it is good to be great, but it is great to be good. I super love that. And I love those initiatives that she did. Paano niya pinagkakasya sa time niya, 'di ba? All those things she did to help others. So her heart is so big, and superwoman talaga. We don't know how she does it with her time management, but she really does a lot of things for other people.
Exactly. Grabe, nakakabilib talaga. But sana magpa-seminar si Dr. Nessie on how to manage
Doc.
time. Doc, we will wait for the seminar. But anyway, much like our next speaker, I'm very pleased to introduce to you Chazalyn E. Cabarrus Bautista. Most of her days are devoted to being an associate professor in Bulacan State University. Though already in her early 30s, she did not hesitate to continue her studies and be a student of Master of Arts in Theater in University of the Philippines in Diliman. Through her studies and teaching, she tries to open discussions pertaining to women and their roles in different spaces. In 2021, she is privileged to become one of the Gawad ng Kababaihan ng Malolos recipients among selected faculty members of the Bulacan State University. In 2019, she was given the opportunity to work with national artist for Theatre Antonio Tony Mabesa as one of the dramaturgs of his final masterpiece, Fuente o Vehuna with Dula ang UP. In the same year, she became one of the representatives of the Philippines in the International Federation for Theater Research held in Shanghai, China, where she presented her research on Sayaw ng Pagbati, a cultural performance by young girls in their hometown.
And aside from being a teacher, she also allowed herself to be a faculty advisor for BULSU, or I think Bulacan State University Bahaghari, the first LGBT student organization recognized in Bulacan, and Bulacan State University. Here, she lets herself be educated and be an advocate of gender equality. At home, she teaches her young son of the house and whys of gender equality and hopes he grows to be a supporter of all genders. And fun facts about Chaz, she agrees on the possibility that terrestrials exist. Actually, my kids do too. Has an eye for stage lighting design, was part of the top 20 college admission test in her bachelor degree alma mater, finished high school in a science high school in NCR, and studied 2 post-bachelor degrees. Oh my God, wow, impressive. So here to talk about being empowered via simple day-to-day decisions, streaming live from Bulacan, ladies and gentlemen, Chaz Bautista. Ikaw na to.
Hello, how about now? Do I have audio na po? Ayan. Thank you very much again to Miss Lay and Miss Ange. Magandang hapon po sa lahat. Happy and blessed International Women's Month. First, let me reach out to GWWR team. Congratulations to the Global Women Who Rule 2023 team headed by Miss Apolis Plana Manansala. Global Women Who Rule is a momentous annual event because of the heart, mind, and efforts of Miss Apple. To Miss Apple, I am very much honored and overwhelmed for your generous and genuine soul. I'm Chaz. I'm raised in Parañaque, NCR, but the winds led me here in Malolos, Bulacan, in Region 3. For more than a decade, I have been teaching theater, literature, English in Bulacan State University. Hello, Bulsuans. I hope you are watching. Well, as a person, I believe that most of my decisions, actions, facts somehow debunk myths on what are expected of me. As a teacher of theater, I started handling subjects which to most people should be handled by masculine personas. I handled stagecraft, which taps on implementing scene designs through carpentry. I also taught lights designing, which is not only focused on sketching and planning the illumination of the stage. In the class, we also mounted light fixtures, similar to the light equipment one will see for concerts or even in mini events. As the industry and the curriculum evolved, the theater program in BULSU delved into teaching performing arts students on theoretical and research-based processes in producing and staging performances. In my case, and from the teaching I received, these subjects are a breakthrough on the field of staging theater plays. Because of this need, I contemplated on going to school again. People around me are at first not supportive because it would be another set of years. But because of my hard-headed nature, I did not listen. And so I tried and enrolled myself in the University of the Philippines, Diliman, to study theater studies. I was living with my husband and 3-year-old son at that time. I was in my early 30s while my classmates are in their early and mid 20s. Their minds and experiences are fresh and recent than my teaching experience. But yet, I continued on. At work, I was considered for an administrative position, which were previously handled by faculty of a certain age. Hence, my then young age was supposedly not in line with the tradition of maturity that comes with the job. Yet, I humbly chosen for the task and have been in the position for almost 6 years. Being a native of Parañaque and no known roots in Malolos, Bulacan, I was one of the self-proclaimed adopted daughters of Malolos, having spent 10 years in Bulsu and its students. So in 2021, I am honored to be hailed as one of the kababaihan ng Malolos recipients following the liham ni Jose Rizal sa mga kadalagahan ng Malolos, which he wrote in 1889. In my current interest and future endeavor, I try to continue debunking myths and fostering an empowered point of view. So first, let me introduce to you Sayaw ng Pagbati or Bati-Bati. I have here a short set of pictures to present and to share to you. Bati-Bati, which means to greet or welcome, is one of the traditional cultural practices in my hometown, Parañaque, one of the cities in NCR. Bati-Bati is a street dance performed by little girls aged 5 to 12 years old during the Easter Sunday, right after another tradition, Salubong, which means meeting. Here, the images of the risen Christ and his Blessed Mother meet in front of the church, which is the Cathedral Parish of St. Andrew, and then around the streets of the town. This festivity originated from one of the barangays of Parañaque, which is La Huerta, where the main church is located. Its neighboring barangays, Barangay Dongalo, Santo Niño, and San Dionisio, where I grew up, followed in the preservation of this tradition. In Festin Baybays, Palanyag to Parañaque, a history, the dance started with just 2 dancers, Avelina and Emilia Rodriguez, and that it existed in the 1900s. It has been in practice for almost a century, and like any other performances, it stopped when COVID hit the country. My experience with Bati-Bati started when I was young. I still remember the feeling of looking forward to this event every Easter Sunday. Every Holy Week, we never missed to watch and celebrate this festivity. Though I never had the chance to be a dancer, I have started as an observer. Even in 2010, when my neighbor joined as a dancer, I assisted her as a personal assistant. So in 2019, in one of my MA classes, I decided to make this dance as the focus of my research. In the late 2019 till early 2020, I planned on pursuing it as my MA thesis. The timing was almost perfect because January to February will be the start of their preparation. But sadly, because of the pandemic, March 2020, I had to put the study on pause. But hopefully, this year in 2023, they will soon get back into the streets, and so my study will continue. Meanwhile, in Malolos, the City Ordinance Number 03/2022, known as Malolos Anti-Discrimination Ordinance, is already in place. The success of its passing was headed by Bulsu Baghari, Bulsu Student Government, Stan Bulsu, LGBT Malolos, Attorney LJ Manuel Bernardo from Rainbow Rights Philippines, Ms. Miel Agustin, the then SK chairperson of Barangay Longas in Malolos, student councils, and different partner organizations and allies. It is one of the inspiration and basis of our undergraduate thesis in BUSU in the Performing Arts program. They mounted Espacio, integration of hybrid interactive performance in gender-based violence and sexual harassment prevention. This is one of the studies in which social concerns are tapped through the means of theater. Interactive performance is any performed experience in which the audience members become co-creators of a performed experience through facilitation of trained interactors. It is a form of participatory entertainment, but it also has the applications of training, education, and simulation. Its format involves visuals, improvisation, audience participation, and discourse to engage the audience. Furthermore, participants were challenged to immerse themselves in a specific scene to assess the situation, devise a solution, and voice their thoughts on societal issues like sexual harassment. Espacio engaged students and faculty of BUSU in conversation through a hybrid interactive performance to foster safer spaces for everyone, for students and faculty, and combat hostile and discriminatory environments. This undergraduate thesis will be one of the future endeavors of our program and will be proposed to be immersed in selected barangays in Malolos. It would serve as BUSU's support in the Malolos Anti-Discrimination Ordinance. In all of these challenges and opportunities, we always remember that we have a choice. A chance was given to choose which path to take, and in these chances, I thankfully took which is unexpected of me because of my status, my age, my gender. The chances I had are definitely different from each of us, but debunking what is expected by the society in ways that would better one's thinking and life might be the similar thing we must take. Just yesterday, when our student assistants are saying their goodbyes to us because it would be their last day of duty, they handed me a note of farewell. What struck me in their message is them labeling me as a strong woman. And so I thought, because of the decisions I did and how I acted in everyday situations, I somehow unconsciously create a figure of a strong woman. And everywhere, there will be a young person, a woman, someone who sees you and your simple acts will affect how this person sees themselves. And so our simple decisions are big inspirations for them. In that way, I believe that we are faced with everyday choices that we can see as opportunities to inspire and teach everyone, especially young women. Thank you again to GWWR team. Thank you to Rachel Rocha and Gender and Development Coordinator in BUSU, Ms. Maribeth Bante, for believing in me and nominating me, considering me as a global woman who rule. Thank you again and good afternoon.
Thank you, Chaz, for that very informative and inspiring talk. And actually, I am born and raised in Bulacan. So I'm very proud that there's already anti-discrimination ordinance in place in Malolos. Very proud.
Yeah, that's a massive leap forward, talaga. And, there's a lot of things in her speech that are very good to know,
Right.
especially about that gender discrimination ordinance, anti-gender discrimination ordinance in Malolos City. And then, she also said that everywhere we go, there's this little woman that will grow up into an adult. And whatever it is that we do, it's our job to inspire and influence these women to grow up to be, awesome adults.
Right.
Right. Once again, thank you, Chaz, for that great message to put out there, especially for young, thriving women and men alike. Now, don't look now, but we're halfway through. Yeah. And on to our 11th speaker. Jan, as she is more commonly known in the civilian sector, is someone that experts would consider a multi-potentialite. She has successfully conquered the multiverse of sectors and always excelling in every one she's traversed. A communications degree holder from the University of the Philippines in Diliman, she carved a path in every competitive marketing and advertising industry where she trailblazed as a maverick innovator of experiential marketing and brand activation. She holds two master's degrees, one in National Security Administration and another in Public Management, specializing in development and security. She is now pursuing her PhD in Peace and Security Administration, while in between, she had completed multiple courses in cybersecurity at the Asian Institute of Management, the Chatham House Royal Institute of International Affairs based in London, and she is currently a CHED AFP Scholar of the University of Cincinnati Cybersecurity Bootcamp Program. Jan also completed the AFP Command and General Staff course, which is the highest military schooling with distinction, and now serves as the first female commander of the Ready Reserve Infantry Battalion of the Philippine Army based in the province of Laguna with a lieutenant colonel rank.
Wow. And she has earned multiple awards and recognition, with the highest so far is Bronze Cross Medal and the Best Reservist for the AFP South Luzon Command for 2021. She was recently awarded the Jefferson Awards Foundation for Public Service and Volunteerism in Kuala Lumpur, Malaysia, as one of the ASEAN's top women in security for 2022 by the International Group Women in Security and Resilience Alliance, or WISECRA. And fun facts about her: she loves to skydive. She looks for travel destinations to skydive. Pre-pandemic, she celebrates her birthday in the Philippines, then fly out in the evening and arrive at a destination where it is still her birthday. Wow! So she has a prolonged birthday celebration every year. She is the first she's the first battalion commander of the Army Reservist Unit in the province of Laguna, and she rescued and helped repatriate 10 Filipino victims of human trafficking, and the trafficker was eventually convicted. Sharing her speech entitled Battle for the Filipino Spirit in the Age of TikTok. Streaming live from Enduran Extension, Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Lieutenant Colonel Jam Chavez Aseo.
Thank you, ladies. Thank you, ladies. Greetings of peace and good health to all of you. First, I wish to thank the amazing Miss Apple Manalasala and the GWWR and TNC teams for putting together this incredible organization and movement that focuses a bright spotlight on Filipino women who are leading and impacting the world through so many incredible ways. I am extremely humbled and deeply honored and grateful to be part of this global Women Who Rule family. Thank you to my high school batchmate, Gladys Rondina, for nominating me. Thank you, Batch. As someone who grew up and studied within the University of the Philippines educational system and community, I like my being an ISKA, or I take my being an ISKA, or scholar ng bayan, to my core. This simply means that I strive to do excellent work in everything I do, and as much as possible with honor, integrity, and the Filipino people and the country always in my mind. To quote former UP President and now DTI Secretary Fred Pascual, we in UP succeed not because we have a reputation to keep, but because we have a country to serve. This has always been my guiding principle and mantra through the years that I have chased my dreams, not just for myself, but for my family, and of course, for our country. I have always been asked what I do exactly, since people seem to get confused given the multiple hats that I wear. I myself get confused sometimes myself. But aside from being a mother, daughter, and wife and social entrepreneur, I'd like to be known as an educator, peace builder, and a citizen soldier. I have always been a staunch advocate and defender of our women and children from abuse and exploitation. I also believe that education is one's ticket out of poverty and indignities, and peace and national unity can and will lift the people and this country out of poverty and propel our nation to prosperity. This is why, as a citizen and military officer, I strongly believe that we all must realize that it is our moral and constitutional duties to defend our people and our land from anything that will threaten and prevent it from reaching its highest potential as a nation. We dream of a future with each Filipino enjoying an ultimate sense of security in their daily lives. This security means freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom to live in dignity. Plus, having all the possible opportunities available for every Filipino to become their best selves as they pursue and realize their respective dreams. Education, ladies and gentlemen, is our weapon. I mentioned that I'm a firm believer in education as a ticket out of poverty and slavery. Education is also our greatest weapon to defend our nation from any threat to our national security. For me, the greatest threat to our nation is when the last ounce of our patriotic sense is completely decimated and wiped out. When our sense of nationalism is progressively diminished with other nationalities as our ideals, we empathize more with other nationalities instead of being proudly Filipinos. When that happens, we lose the battle, and our nation's future becomes very dim. Hence, we need to realize that we are in constant war with ourselves and the elements that try to make us less Filipinos in mind, heart, soul, and spirit. Our minds are the battlefield. I wish to cite 5 books that discussed how the mind is the ultimate battlefield. The classic book of Al Rice and Jack Trout was every marketeer's Bible of my generation. It was this book that was the first to deal with the problems of communicating to a skeptical media blitz public. This book described a revolutionary approach to creating a position in the prospective's consumer's mind, reflecting a company's own strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of the competitors. The book also proposed how to make and position in an industry leader so that as its name and message is ingrained in the subconsciousness of the target market, and it stays there. The book, The Positioning, A Battle for the Mind, also proposed to position a follower or secondary brand so that it can occupy a niche not claimed by the leader. And the authors, Rice and Trout, prescribed that letting a second product or brand ride on the coattails of the leader, they said that we should not allow, a leader brand should not allow a second brand to ride on its coattails. These are actually nuggets of marketing wisdom that are basic and still very relevant and applicable even to nation building. The other book, Beyond the Battleground, offers methods of adapting to circumstances, conserving one's own resources, and avoiding or dissolving conflicts. Its prescription are anchored on the teachings of one of the best military strategists in the history of the world, Sun Tzu. Sun Tzu said that it is best to defeat an enemy without firing a single shot. The third book is the bestseller Battlefield of the Mind by Joyce Meyer. She teaches how to deal with thousands of thoughts that people think every day and how to focus the mind the way God, who is the ultimate commander-in-chief and the greatest war strategist, does it. The other book that I wish to talk about is The Four Battlegrounds by Paul Scar. Paul Scar is an award-winning defense expert. He tells the story of today's great power rivalry, the struggle to control artificial intelligence. He argues that four key elements define this struggle. He said these are data computing power, talent, and institutions. Data is the vital resource like coal and oil, but it must be collected and refined. Advanced computer chips are the essence of computing power. Control over the chip supply can give leverage over the rivals. Talent is about people. Whichever country attracts the best researchers and most advanced technology companies has the strategic competitive edge. The fourth battlefield, according to Scar, is maybe the most critical. His book cites that the ultimate global leader in AI will have institutions that effectively incorporate AI into their economy, society, and especially their military. The author described in the book how AI systems are already discovering new strategies via millions of wargaming simulations. They are developing combat tactics. They are better actually than humans in that area now. They are also tracking millions of people using biometrics and subtly controlling information with secret algorithms. In his visits to China's national team of leading AI companies, he observed the military's he observed that there is a chilling synergy between China's government, private sector, and the surveillance state. His interviews of Pentagon leadership and U.S. Defense Department offices in Silicon Valley revealed deep tensions between the military and the tech giants who control the data chips and the talent. Yes, and yet, according to him, this may be giving some tension, and it is inherent in our democratic system, and it can create resilience and resistance to autocratic powers. That seems to be a slight silver lining, don't you think? In the book For Battlegrounds, a vivid picture of how AI is transforming warfare, global security, and the future of human freedom was described vividly, and what it will take for democracies to remain at the forefront of the world order. In the last book that I want to discuss, Like Water, authors Singer and Brookings tackle the interesting and mind-bending question that arise when war goes online and the online world goes to war. They explored how ISIS copies the Instagram tactics of no less than Taylor Swift. And they talked about how a former World of Warcraft addict was able to foil war crimes thousands of miles away. There were stories of internet trolls that shaped elections, and how China uses a smartphone app to police the thoughts of 1.4 billion citizens. Looking to the crucial years ahead, this book, Like War, continues a radical new paradigm for understanding and defending against the unprecedented threats of the network world. So, given all this, we need to defend the Filipinos' last battlefront. These books are unanimous in identifying the last battlefront and how future wars will be fought, and that will be in the minds of the population or in the nation's cognitive domain. This brings me to my message in today's conference. Defending the Filipino nation's last battlefront is what I want to focus on. Nation is defined as a large body of people associated with a particular ancestry, history, common language, and culture, and that it sufficiently and consciously pursue in unity. It seeks to possess a government peculiarly its own, while a battlefront or battleground is a place or context within which a struggle is fought. In the military context, it is where combat actually happens or takes place in the traditional sense of war fighting. The authors I cited, as well as military and defense experts, are saying that the last battleground is the human mind. We always say in the military and in marketing that our mission or objective is to win the hearts and minds of our target constituencies and our target markets. If this is the case, every Filipino is an actual target. If the objective is to win the hearts and minds of the people, let's take a look. It looks like TikTok is actually beating us in that area. In strategic communication and in brand marketing, knowing fully the profile of the target audiences or market is critical in the success of any campaign. Hence, let us have a look in terms of who the target of the attack is, the Filipino netizen, who seems to be very much enamored with TikTok and other social media platforms. So, the January 2023 Digital Global Overview Report notes that we now have almost 85 million Filipinos on social media. That is 74% of the total 113 million Filipinos. The average age of our population is 25 years old. We have a country with almost half of its population dominated by the youth. A youth population that seems to be very engaged and immersed online. As one of the biggest social media consumers in the world, this youth or this large youth population uses for its various activities social media and enjoys very much. Having been exposed to many content on social media, are our Filipino youth truly still aware of their Filipino identity? Do they still identify themselves as Filipinos? What does it mean to be Filipinos for these young people who will be our nation's leaders in the future? Are the Filipinos getting its education from TikTok? So what is TikTok? Aside from the singing and dancing, why is TikTok so popular and engaging? We know that it is a short form video hosting service owned by a Chinese company called ByteDance. Since its launch in 2016, it has garnered a phenomenal global popularity, especially among the young people who use it for expressing themselves as an outlet by singing, dancing, using comedy, and even lip syncing. TikTok allows users to create videos and share content across a community. It is also now being used up. Can we rewind the slides, please, to TikTok? TikTok is also being used for knowledge and information sharing. And the Filipinos were not spared and immediately got hooked as well. TikTok is now the third most used social media platform by Filipinos. TikTok is actually in our minds, but is it draining our Filipino spirits? Is TikTok programming our minds? Is it being used as opium and turn our people into mindless zombies? Is TikTok affecting the Filipino spirit? What is the Filipino spirit then? Is it just about being resilient in the face of disasters? Is it about turning tragedy into comedy, looking for the silver lining in a crisis situation? There is nothing wrong with that, if that is the Filipino spirit. But for me, this is the Filipino spirit. The next one, please. Yes, thank you. For me, this is the Filipino spirit. A clear sense of being a Filipino, excelling and being honorable in everything that we do, and defending our people and our nation from any threats, big or small, seen or unseen. We need to defend our last battleground. We need to all work together to defend and protect the Filipino mind, because when we do, we recapture the Filipino soul. And when that happens, we will move the national spirit forward. In closing, I pray that we will move from this to this. My dream of one day we will all suffer from what we call last song syndrome with these lyrics in our hearts and in our minds. Sa manlulupig, di pasisiil. At ang lumaban at magtagumpay ng dahil sa iyo, bayan Pilipinas. Hopefully, these are the lyrics that will continue to run through our minds constantly, daily, forever. As a Filipino citizen soldier, this is my mission. We must succeed because we have a nation to serve. Maraming salamat po. Congratulations, Global Women Who Rule. Thank you very much, and happy International Women's Day. Thank you, everyone.
Okay, so yeah, as I was saying, our minds, it all begins here. So we have to protect our minds from those negative stuffs, like what Miss Jan said earlier, and also we have to feed our minds with healthy thoughts, healthy learnings. So thank you so much again for that very heartfelt speech.
Yes, thank you again, Lieutenant Colonel Jan Chavez Arceo. So in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we would once again like to take this opportunity to thank our amazing sponsors and partners that have helped us throughout the preparation of the summit. Our official event beneficiary is Alopecia Philippines. We'd also like to thank our event sponsors, Puzzlebox BPO Incorporated and Well Life Corporation, and venue partner Enron Extension. Special thanks to our media partners, the Philippine Star, Business World, the Manila Times, RMN Networks, the Asian Parent, and Manila Bulletin. Our publicity partners, Alcom Incorporated, United Neon, Moving Walls, V-Link Interactive, Crime Recall, Pitchworks, Blue Sky, Intersections Communications Incorporated, and ABBA PR.
Again, big thanks to our event partners and donors, Party Links, Applause Events, Zen Events, Avenue, Baked by Mommy, Bayong Shaga, Brown Roots Creatives, Balam Essentials, Kamaya Cove, G-Fox International, Graze It Up, K8 Realm, Lemon Square, My Piso Technologies, Royal Bloom, Sante Barley Max, Sparkit, Unisol, Artist on a Mission, Ashira Realty Services, My Daily Collagen, Skin Place, Tuburan Coffee, Ernesto by Barber Boy, Obra Abra, Power Max Center, Photoman Photography, Private Pop Avenue, Moringa O2, Yasin's Ahead Tutorial, iFern, Sason Furniture Shop, JDJ Lights, Sounds, and of course, our personal donors. The after party will be served with Emperador Distillers Incorporated Emperador Brandy Summer Cocktails, the Bar Gin Plus Tonic, Smirnoff Mule, Barefoot Wine, and Carlo Rossi.
There you have it. So do not go away, ladies and gentlemen, because Global Women Who Rule 2023 will be right back.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
The feeling's right, we play it cool. Enjoy tonight with Smirnoff Mule. We got a bucket, we're going strong. With Smirnoff Mule, we know we belong. Smirnoff Mule, choose it whenever we're better, even better with friends. 'Cause now life is better together, be better and better. Cheers to life that's better. Smirnoff Mule.
Hello and welcome back. You're still watching Global Women Who Rule Summit 2023. And just a reminder to keep your key takeaways in the comment section as we are giving away prizes for one lucky viewer with the most insightful takeaway every 30 minutes. So we're 3 hours running. So we were likely we already have 6 winners. Ayan. So oh wow, diba? Yun lang kaya ko. Yeah, so yeah, just keep on watching. I would like to just check our comment section.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
And we're back. Can you hear us?
Yeah. Sorry about that.
So as mentioned, this is live, so we bring it to you live and without any scripts and glitches.
Very raw.
Yeah, very raw glitches do happen. But anyways, moving forward and on to our next speaker. Erica Canoy Sanchez is currently the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of RMN Marketing and Media Ventures, the sales and marketing arm of the RMN Networks, one of the largest radio networks in the Philippines. Erica's professional background started in advertising, where she was able to service various products and industries from both local and multinational companies. Her experience in understanding consumer insights in relation to branding and communication is key in her current role, given the changing media landscape. Her goal is to take the RMN networks beyond just radio, to be recognized as a strong, full-service media network capable of developing hyper-local and engaging content on different platforms and channels.
And I have here some fun facts about Erica. And she is a mother of 3, 4 if you include her adorable Shih Tzu. She is an army, if you know what I mean with fellow armies. She got hooked during pandemic and never looked back. She's a voracious reader and can't live without Kindle. Oh, same. And she reads 2 books simultaneously sometimes. Wow. She enjoys being active and plays tennis at least 3 times a week apart from the regular gym visits. Erica's talk for Global Women Who Rule is entitled Engagement and Empathy. which is about the value of empathy in the workplace and how women do this best. She is honored to be a part of this movement along with many other strong, beautiful, influential, accomplished women and wishes the TNC more power in this wonderful advocacy. Streaming live from Enduran Extension, Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Erica Canoy Sanchez.
Hello and good afternoon. I hope you can hear me well. My voice is a little off, but I'm very happy to be here. Thank you to Ange and to Lay for that wonderful introduction. And I guess all the introductions they've been doing for you this afternoon. Like they mentioned, I'm very honored to be part of Global Women Who Rule. And everything that they've mentioned about the women who are part of here, we just all take our cue from Apple. And congratulations, Apple, on this wonderful movement. And we're very, very happy to be here. As mentioned, my name is Erica Canoy Sanchez. I'm the Executive Vice President and Chief Operating Officer of RMN Networks Marketing and Media Ventures. We're one of the largest radio broadcasting networks in the country, and we strive to, we're in the communications business, and what we strive to do is to ensure that we connect with our communities and really develop that hyper-local connection. And really, being in the media industry, in a communications network, how do you best engage people? And one of those things is really empathy. Empathy, by definition, is really the ability to understand or to be in tune with the feelings of another. And I truly believe that women have the greatest capacity for this. It could be our maternal instinct where we always think of others before ourselves. Whether you have children or not, whether you have people that are living with you or not, you tend to have that kind of empathy for others. And when the pandemic happened, and even until now, mental health has taken has taken the center stage. And one of those issues in mental health is a rising anxiety issues. With that, empathy helps people to overcome. Empathy means that you understand where somebody else is coming from. You're able to connect with them, and you're able to make them feel that they're not going through this alone. In any organization, especially ours in media, me personally, I take very, very big steps in ensuring that there's empathy in the people and the teams that I have. When the pandemic started, we went into lockdown, but at the end of the day, business had to continue. How do you balance the needs of somebody who is living with seniors or children at home and wanting them to come back 5 days a week? There always has to be a balance, and the balance needs to start with you understanding from where they're coming from, even if those needs are very different from your own. Empathy brings out the best in any leader. Female leaders have the greatest capacity for this. They ensure that all their teams and members, large or small, are heard and are seen, and in turn helps them to trust their leader back. Empathy likewise gives birth and interacts with many other core values and virtues. It lends itself to support, knowing that you are able to give support to somebody who needs it, and they can lean on you for that support as well. Being attuned to the needs of the person and understanding. It lends itself to encouragement, celebrating wins, and rallying through challenges. Whether you fail together because you know where they're coming from. It is about compassion, communication, and most importantly, the wonderful Filipino virtue of malasakit. Being charitable to others because you know where they're coming from. To close, empathy need not only be in the workplace, but it strives on every platform possible. Global Women Who Rule advocate digital for good, and empathy should extend to that as well. In a world where we are measured by likes and shares, may we all practice empathy in all that we do, in all that we comment, and in all that we post. Again, congratulations to Global Women Who Rule, and please stay tuned for more wonderful stories.
for that very touching, wonderful speech that you have shared with us and our audience here. And thank you also for joining us here in the studio. So pretty. Okay, and I love what she talked about. It's about empathy, and I agree with her that it's really impactful once you express your understanding, that you get what people feel. It would really take a long way, pay it forward, because once you receive empathy, once you receive kindness, your tendency is to, pay it forward as well. And it's gonna make a big impact to some. You don't know how impactful that would be to someone's life. So you do. I hope all of you would practice empathy, compassion, kindness. Thank you for that message again, Miss Erica.
Thank you so much for the wonderful recap, Lay. Now, moving on to our next speaker. Leanne Lilacaba is the CEO and co-founder of 2XU, an outsourcing company that specializes in switching service-based entrepreneurs from owning a job to owning a business with a highly trained executive assistant who comes with a custom business operating system. She has been working from home since she was 15, published her own books at 18, became CEO at 20, and partnered up with her boss to start 2XU Executive Services at 23, and aims to help 10,000 entrepreneurs growing remotely and 1 million Filipinos to work from home. She also has a coaching brand on YouTube where she trains virtual assistants on how to work from home. She is also an international speaker and a content creation monster who has a blog, a YouTube channel, and an upcoming podcast.
Wow, that's a lot. And I have, again, fun facts about Leanne. So she can do splits. Like, how? She can finish reading 3 to 5 books in a month. She loves watching Broadway musicals. And she would love to travel different parts of the world just to speak for her co-founded business, 2XU, taking the virtual stage with her speech entitled How to Fall in Love with Life, streaming live from Cebu City, ladies and gentlemen, Leanne Lilacaba.
When was the last time you fell in love with life? As I was introduced, I was started out my whole journey when I was 15 years old, when I stumbled upon working online. That was kind of the path I got to, from someone who wanted, like, hey, can you be a writer for me? I'll pay you online. I was 15 years old. I didn't have a PayPal. I used my mom's name for my PayPal. And at the time, I am an ate of 4. I was starting I just accepted to UP Tacloban, and my dad at that time was working overseas, as many Filipino children at my age have experienced, where your parent has to work overseas for a good life. So I could not imagine what opportunities working from home look like, because it seems so foreign. But since then, when I got other gigs, I got graphics gigs, video editing gigs, I got almost anything under the sun, I would say yes and fall in love with it. At 18, I sadly went through Typhoon Yolanda, if you guys remember that, Category 5, where the water rushed into our home. And I remember for a split second, as the water was climbing up to my neck, that I thought, I want to change my life. I want to have a life that I can fall in love with. And since then, I've kind of got into this pathway where at 20, I was CEO of a publishing company in the US. And at 23, I asked myself, what's the next thing that I want to do? At this point, I want to explore. I want to do something different. When I became CEO of the company, it was already started. I want something from scratch. And I got the opportunity starting out 2XU from scratch, because it was something that was very close to where I wanted my life path to go. I wanted to teach other people how to work from home and give people opportunities on how to do just that. And for me, it was like, okay, I need to create jobs. How do I do that? I get clients who will want to work with us and hire their people from the Philippines. So since then, I've kind of grown a lot of my brand, a lot of the things that I've been teaching on YouTube. But behind that, I've gone through a lot of really dark times. After Typhoon Yolanda, I went through very hard PTSD. I've gone through depression, anxiety. Sadly, about 2 years ago, I lost my mom to cancer. got out of a 10-year relationship, and what you could probably think was one of the darkest times, as I was also really trying to grow to XU to a certain point. And it was really difficult. And I remember it was right even as we were getting out of the pandemic, and I was getting out of this kind of pandemic depression of figuring out, okay, what do I want to do next? And it came from the many books that I read, from the many authors and the many mentors that I've had, that I wanted to keep going back to that memory that I had when I was 18, where I was probably going to drown if I didn't change something about my life. And I wanted to go ahead and fall back in love with life. And since then, I've been working a lot on myself. I've been to therapy. I have been teaching a lot of what I know, not just how to work from home or how to be a virtual assistant, but also how to be productive, how to be someone who cares for themselves, how to be someone who gives instead of someone who takes. And with that, again, learning that process of how to fall in love with life. And I have 5 different steps for that. One is start with gratitude. It's so easy to take into just forgetting that everything that we have right now can be just so taken away just like that. So starting with gratitude of even the small things in your life. I was grateful that the sun was shining today, even though, most days it might be raining or I might feel lazy, but the sun was shining. I was ready and excited to move forward with life. So starting with even just the small things in life, it doesn't have to be the big things. Just start with gratitude. Second is focus on your strengths and don't compete or compare. It's really difficult, especially for us women, to not compare ourselves. I sometimes will find myself walking through the street and I'm like, oh, she looks so much better in that outfit. I would never pull that off. Or I would see other speakers speak really well. I'm like, I don't think I can get to that level. And when we do that, we bring ourselves down instead of focusing on our strengths, instead of focusing on the things that we can do, that we love doing. And hence why 2XC also makes sense, because for a lot of our clients, they're able to delegate the tasks that they don't like so they can focus on the things that they love. So focus on just what your strengths are instead of comparing or competing with anyone else. And of course, the third one is do one thing that you love every day, even if it's a small thing, even if just taking a 10-minute walk, just because then you're seeing things, you're noticing things that you probably would have never noticed if you didn't take that pause. It could be, for me, it's reading a ton of books. I have 3 different bookshelves here in my room and probably going to add more, but that's something that I love. I love to read. I love to explore. Fourth is to rest. It's really important that you put in the time to, again, take care of yourself. Put in the time to take a break. In my week, I take Wednesdays off mostly because I know my Tuesdays and Thursdays are all back-to-back meetings. So I know I need to recharge to be able to give to other people. Just like how in the airplane, you have to put on your mask before you can put on other people. Make sure that you give back to yourself by resting. And finally, show up. People forget that to be able to get to where you want to be, you have to keep showing up that you're the person who wants to be there. A lot of the opportunities I've had in life very early on, I've shown up for it. As I mentioned earlier, I'm very much a yes and person, especially for this opportunity. I was like, yes, I'll figure out what I want to talk about, because it is such a privilege to keep going. I could have stopped my story of my life at 18, but I'm still here. I'm now 27, and I'm still pursuing the things that I want. I'm going for my goals because I want to show up. And finally, I want to share with you guys, because I was reading this book while I was waiting for my turn. It's called The 5 a.m. Club. And I came across this beautiful, beautiful quote. And I was like, I'm going to bookmark it here while I'm reading. And it says, to find your best self, you must lose your weak self. And that only happens through relentless improvement, continuous reflection, and ongoing self-excavation. If you don't keep rising daily, you'll get stuck in life for the rest of your life. And makes me consider what the journalist Norman Cousins said: the tragedy of life is not death, but what we let die inside of us while we live. Isn't that beautiful? It was just like very much, I was reading, I was like, oh, that's such a good quote for this, to end this, because constantly we go through life on autopilot. There's already AI coming. Why be another AI? Be a person, live, fall in love with life. Even through those 5 steps, just do one small thing every day that you can fall in love with. And hopefully after this, you can choose and see, you can notice around your room, like, oh, I'm grateful I have that. I'm happy I have that. Oh, I haven't touched that in a while. Want to go back into that thing that I know that I love. Because you never know what life will surprise you with. Thank you so much for Global Women Who Rule. You guys are amazing. I am amazed by all of the amazing stories that have been shown so far, and I'm very honored to be here.
Thank you so much, Leanne, for those learnings that you shared with us, and of course for being such a great inspiration.
I know, at such a young age
Right?
at that, Mommy Lee. I would like to correct myself. It's 2XU. I'm sorry. And then those 3 points, are the very things that it's very basic, but it's difficult to do. So first, be grateful. Even if it's just the small things or for the small things, just learn to be a very grateful person. And then focus on yourself. Don't focus on the distractions around you or don't compare yourself to other people. Focus on yourself and love yourself better. And finally, do one thing that you love, because I can certainly connect this to Diana's speech, our first speaker, right? She said that if you do a lot of self-loving, then your skin will improve naturally. And why not, right, Mommy Lay?
So beneficial. And yeah, thank you again, Leanne. So moving forward to our next speaker, she is a multi-awarded author and global speaker and the president of Full Life Cube Consulting and Publishing. Teresa Dumadag is a woman who wears many hats. She's an international speaker, corporate trainer, management and human resource consultant, author, blogger, and a podcaster. She is also a life, career, executive parent, and a book writing and publishing coach. She has over 20 years of experience in human resources, learning and development, and management. She has solely authored 9 books so far, with more books in the pipeline, with 4 of her books becoming Amazon bestsellers, and 3 of her books won the ebook category of the prestigious Cardinal Sin Catholic Book Awards in 2018, 2019, and 2020. One of her children's books, Maliit na ang Palda ni Isay, was nominated for the Filipino Reader's Choice Awards in 2022. She was also a finalist for Female Influencer in the Catholic Social Media Awards in 2019.
She writes about family life, parenting, homeschooling, entrepreneurship, working remotely from home, and faith on her blog, Hands on Parents While Earning, which won the 40th Catholic Mass Media Awards in the Best Blog category. You can also listen to her podcast Follow God with Teresa on Spotify. Some fun facts about Teresa. She made a movie before when she was still in college. She used to draw, sketch, and paint a lot when she was much younger. She even made charcoal portraits of her crushes before.
Wow.
Why can't we do that? Then she likes or loves all things purple, including ube ice cream and ube cake. Here to deliver her speech entitled On Motherhood and Leaving a Legacy, streaming live from Parañaque City, ladies and gentlemen, Teresa Dumadag.
Hello, good afternoon, everybody. Happy International Women's Month. And I'm deeply honored to be part of the 2023 Global Women Who Rule. Thank you so much to our jury for including me in this year's profiles. Many people think that once you become a wife and mother, it would be difficult, if not impossible, to accomplish something significant outside of family life and motherhood. Mothers are expected to prioritize their families and take care of their children, even if they are also working outside the home or from home. This kind of expectation may not be fair, but this is the prevailing culture, especially in Asian countries like the Philippines. When I got married, I also thought that way. I thought that because I chose to prioritize building a family and raising my kids, I would not have the time and the energy anymore for other pursuits, like when I was still single. It's motherhood or leaving a significant legacy that you'll be proud you've achieved. I'm so glad that I discovered and learned over time that what many people and I thought was wrong. It doesn't have to be motherhood or leaving a legacy. It could be both. Sometimes it can also be motherhood and leaving a legacy that you'll be proud of. Before I got married, I have already published 2 books that made a difference in the lives of people. This is the first one. This is a devotional for working people. And the second book project that I had, which I solely authored, is this book, When My Bridegroom Comes. So after I got married and had children, to my surprise, I was able to write and publish more books. I received more inspiration. Isn't that amazing? Aside from being a hands-on parent while earning from home, I was able to achieve significant milestones in my career that I didn't even dream of before. As a little girl, I thought that my dream of writing and publishing a book that will make a difference in the lives of people was already ambitious. But that dream has been fulfilled many times over. It has been fulfilled at least 10 times in my lifetime. But on top of that, the books that I have written even became #1 Amazon bestsellers when we launched them. Then I won an award, one after the other, for the books that I wrote in the 3 consecutive years that I joined the Cardinal Sin Book Awards. It was so amazing. So you see, my life is a testament that it doesn't have to be motherhood or leaving a significant legacy. It can be both. It can be motherhood and leaving a significant legacy. Even if we are burdened with more responsibilities compared to our spouses and we have lesser time to pursue our interests and passions, we can still achieve great things. It may not happen right away, but if you are willing to work hard on excelling in your passion, and of course, with the favor of God, it's possible. Our dreams, no matter how big they are possible. I'm grateful that in my life, I was able to experience both. It wasn't easy to achieve both, but it was worth all the hard work and sacrifices. Despite all these achievements, I still think that they are not yet my biggest legacies. I believe that my children are my greatest legacies. That is why it is still my priority to become the best mother that I need to be to raise my children to be the persons that God created and purposed them to be. Andy Stanley said, "Your greatest contribution may not be something you do, but someone you raise." I believe that this is true. This photo shows my eldest child. He has been serving as a pianist in the masses in our parish from the time that he was 7 years old until now, that he is already a teenager. He has been serving God and his church for half of his life. And that was his choice. It was him who decided he wanted to do this. I only give him the support and guidance that he needs. This is actually one of the biggest surprises I have experienced in my life. I hope and prayed that my children would one day use their talent and time to serve God and make a difference in society. But I didn't expect that my eldest child would start that young and make such an impact in the lives of many people, not just in our parish, but in other places where he has served as a pianist during masses or during recollections. My eldest child has inspired many already, both young and old, because of his service and how he lives his life. Right now, we may not know yet what the future holds for him, and my other children or your children. But who knows? One of our children could become someone who will make a significant contribution in the lives of the people he'll encounter or they'll encounter, whether they become presidents, scientists, doctors, musicians, teachers, priests or pastors, athletes, authors, teachers, business owners, whatever they choose to be, we, their mothers, have a powerful influence in their lives. It was also said that the hand that rocks the cradle is the most powerful hand in the world. So, whether you choose to focus on motherhood and family life or choose to work on making a legacy on top of motherhood, I hope that you will realize and recognize that you are making an important contribution to the world and God's kingdom. Your efforts, our efforts, although not always visible or not always appreciated and recognized, have big and lasting impacts for generations. Do not belittle yourself. Do not limit yourself. You are not just a mother. You are a mother. You are a woman. You are capable. You are strong. You are powerful. You and I were created to achieve great things, both at home and outside the home. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you so much, Apple, and the whole Global Women Who Rule team for organizing this event. Good afternoon to everyone.
Thank you, Teresa, for that beautiful portrayal of motherhood. And Mommy Lay, I know you have some key takeaways.
Yeah, her speech is very empowering, especially to mothers like me. And actually, Mommy Teresa, I guested her in my show in the here in the new channel. And I love I agree with what she said that in Asia, it's like a prevalent that uh, mothers or women are the ones to take good care of the family. They're the ones they prioritize family over career most of the time. And the good news is, like what Mommy Teresa's speech all about, it's we can do both. We can do motherhood and leave a legacy. So that's a very empowering message for moms out there. And it's also the same message that I always leave after I conclude my show, Momspirations, here in the new channel. It's in around the thought that motherhood is not the end of all, end of everything, or your career especially, but it's actually something that could inspire you to do something greater because of your new found purpose in life, and that's your family, your kids.
Thank you very much, Mommy Lay. Talagang you can relate because as a
Yes.
mom, di ba? Right, I didn't know you guested her.
Yeah.
I-review ko ngayon. Might be interesting. Now, on to our next speaker. Wanda Kalupe is the 2021 #1 most influential Filipina on LinkedIn. She is a certified public accountant and audit manager turned international career coach and trainer for working individuals and organizations they work for. After suffering from burnout in 2014, she is now on a mission to end the epidemic of stress and burnout by sharing life tools that education lacks through training and coaching. As an NLP master practitioner, business coach, and trainer by the Philippine Department of Trade and Industry, graduate of T. Harv Eker's Train the Trainer program, and an auditor for 20 years plus, Wanda is known for asking thought-provoking questions, using NLP tools and accelerated learning techniques that help clients find the gaps and achieve quick results. She was recently recognized as the most influential Oh, I said that already. Sorry about that. And a Best Career Coach by Coach Awards.
And for over 20 years, Wanda made a positive impact on big companies like Intel and Emirates Airlines that led to $1 million savings and increase in performance, productivity, and profits. She brings with her real life strategies and stories with her 20 plus years of experience and expertise working with various multiple industries and personalities around the world. Some fun facts about Wandalin. She is a parent and loves her kids differently. She can write a book in one day. Wow. And she learned how to use washing machine at age 26. Today she will talk about very interesting topic, which is 3 reasons for burnout and 1 step to breakthrough. Streaming live from Dubai, UAE, ladies and gentlemen, Wandalin Tan Kalupig.
Let me start with asking you a question. Are you stressed? Are you tired? Are you depressed? Well, if you answered yes to any of this, listen to me on the next 10 minutes because I will share 3 reasons for burnout and 1 step to breakthrough using my personal experience and the experience of the clients I work with. First, I would like to congratulate Apple, Manansala, and all the people behind the Global Women Who Rule 2023. I love listening to the stories of these amazing women, and you did a very great job. Angela, I love your insights. Congratulations. And of course, I would like to thank Carla Perlas and the jury for nominating me for this award. And for those of you who don't know me yet, my name is Wanda Kalupig. With that introduction, yes, I suffered from burnout in 2014, even without knowing it was burnout already. I was, audit manager of Emirates Airlines then. I have everything I've always wanted, the perfect job, the family, the kids, the husband. But I was feeling empty and unhappy, and I was always sick, and I don't know why. And it became worse when my children started to get sick as well. And I realized that is a burnout already. Chronic stress and sickness is burnout. And I thought before it was the price I have to pay because I was working, but I was wrong. So today I've spoken in many interviews, podcasts, and I think that, sharing of my burnout to bliss breakthrough journey even led to this recognition of 2021 Most Influential Filipino on LinkedIn and Best Career Coach awardee. And today I would like to talk, what are the three things that causes burnout? Number one, too much work. We are human beings. But I think because we are living in this fast-paced world where women specifically have so many roles, we play so many hats, there's so many roles and responsibilities we play at work, at home, and in our businesses. And as a result, that work is actually causing our body to break down, is causing our mental health, giving us sleepless night and tiredness. So there are many reasons for burnout, but number one is too much work. So if you're feeling stressed and sick all the time, ask yourself, what are you doing? Are you resting enough? Do you have time for yourself? Because too much work, of course, can lead to burnout. Second thing that could be the reason for your burnout, lack of work. It's actually the opposite, right? In 2016, I actually left my audit manager job, my 16-year career, to take care of my 2 young children. I know other mothers were talking about mother's guilt, and I've been through that myself. So I was thinking I really wanted to become a housewife, and that thankfully became a reality. But ironically, when I became a housewife, it was kind of difficult for me because I never knew that it was difficult. First, second, there was like emotional, mental struggle because you're not earning, you don't have money, and you feel that you have less value because you have no contribution to the family. And that actually is one of the reasons I coach many women who left their corporate job. And that's the same thing. They thought that leaving the corporate is the solution, but it's neither. So too much work and lack of work, those are the reasons for burnout. you need to find the right balance for you. What do you really want to do? Because it's not about leaving the job, but a lot of women already said finding what you love to do. And for me, although I'm an accountant by profession, I found love for training and coaching because it gave me the ability to help people, see the beauty in their problems and see the beauty in their burnout because they were able to bring out the best in themselves. Also, the last but not the least, one of the reasons why a lot of people are suffering from burnout is because of the lack of meaning in what you do. Okay, let me explain it further. When I was enjoying those executive level position, what they said, less than 20% of women actually are in executive level. And that's because of burnout. And one of the reasons is the lack of meaning of what you do. What does it mean? See, we are women who take care of our children, husband, parents, sister. But other than working in corporate, working in our businesses, working with our families, there's a unique calling, a unique path, a unique purpose in your life that only you can fulfill. And God has created a unique purpose for every person. Now, until you find that, you will always find something missing in your life. As Mark Twain said, there are two most important days in your life: the day you were born and the day you found out why. That's why for me, whenever my clients come to me and say, Wanda, I'm feeling like I'm missing something, I'm stressed, I'm sick, I'm very excited. It's kind of weird, but I know at the core of that burnout, that sickness is telling them a message. There's a message in your mess, and it's about finding that. And let me talk about the number one thing that you need to do to beat burnout and to break through, because that is what happened to me. This is what I teach my clients to. It's a six-letter word: accept. What do you need to accept? Number one, you need to accept that no rescue is coming. You are the rescue that you've been waiting for. If you want to bring more happiness, more meaning, more joy into your life, you need to find a way. You need to make it happen. And you are the solution to your own problems. This is what I learned from my experience, from all the clients I work with. Everything that you need is available within you. Which leads me to the next thing. You need to accept that you need help. I know there's a lot of stigma about depression, anxiety, and getting the right help because when you go to doctors, what do people say? But I want to tell you, you're just one call away, one question away from getting the right person who can help you, who can coach you, so you can find the message in your mess, so you can beat burnout and achieve the breakthrough that you need in your life. And of course, other than asking yourself, you need to accept that God, oh my God, God is the true maker of all things. Let's imagine this. If the car is broken, where do you go? If the Nissan car is broken, you have to go to Nissan. You don't go to another Mitsubishi or Honda. Because similarly, as humans, if we are broken, we have to go back to God, who is our creator. And that is how I also help my clients. I bring them back to their connection to God, because that is when they will realize that, oh, this burnout that I'm going through, this sickness is a message from God. And what is that message telling me? So let me summarize my talk. There are three reasons for burnout: lack of work, too much work, lack of meaning in what you do. And you need to accept, in order to break through from burnout and move to bliss, you need to accept that you are the solution to your own problems. You need help from the right people. And of course, you need help from the best person who can help you, God. And if there's any way I can support you or your organization through burnout coaching, please reach out to me on LinkedIn or just go to linktree/Coach Wanda, because I know how burnout costs a lot of money. Personally, I cannot compute how much I spent on doctors for me and my children. Similarly, I know how corporates are suffering because of burnout. Employees, they resign. Also, they're always sick, so that leads to a lot of lost productivity. And of course, a lot of resignation for people who are managed by executives who are burned out themselves. And of course, I always believe that, a healthy family starts with a healthy mother. A healthy, happy family And a healthy, happy children starts with a happy mother. So when I change myself, when I realize how I am impacting my family and my children, that led me to really made it a mission to help more people understand how their burnout can lead them to breakthrough so that they can be the solution to their problems and the solution to their families too. With that, I would like to thank you for watching me live for on replay. If there's any way I can support you, please reach out to me on LinkedIn. Thank you very much, Apple, Ange, and Lay. It's a very nice opportunity to be here with you. God bless you all.
Thank you so much for that very insightful. And of course, we learned a lot, especially for moms like me. So thank you so much. And what are your takeaways, Ange?
Well, actually, there was really a lot of takeaways from that speech. I hope our viewers are able to send in their comments because
Right?
again, we're giving away a prize
Don't
every
forget.
30 minutes. And well, 2 points. The lack of meaning of what you do is what sometimes causes, well, most of the time causes burnout, right? And really, it's all about listening to your intuition, to your body, to your mind. If burnout and sickness is present in your lives, in your bodies, then it is sending you a message. That's it.
That's right. Okay, so now moving on to our next speaker. All right, so our next speaker is the Chief Executive Officer of Blogapalooza Incorporated with more than 20 years of experience under her belt. Ace Gapos is a pioneer figure in the content creation and influencer marketing industry in the Philippines. Ace is the Chief Executive Officer of, I'm sorry, it's okay, I've said that earlier. So Ace's well-rounded experience as a blogger, content creator, events and podcast host, event producer, manager, marketing and PR executive, and startup entrepreneur is the foundation of how Blogapalooza has grown to what it is like today.
She holds a bachelor's degree in management from the Ateneo de Manila University, a master's degree in business administration or MBA from the University of the Philippines, and a diploma in business studies from the University of Technology in Sydney. Now, some fun facts about Ace. She knows how to use an abacus. Marunong ka ba mag-abacus?
No.
I don't know how
Never
to use
learned
an
how to use
abacus.
that.
I feel bad. When I was younger, I was challenged to use an abacus to compute the answer to an equation, while another person used a calculator. They were
Very
able to
interesting.
arrive at the final answer at the same time. Brainy, brainy, brainy. And she doesn't like cucumbers and watermelons. Something we have in common.
Wow, really?
I don't like it. She will talk to us about the 9 C's of influence. Streaming live from Hong Kong, ladies and gentlemen, Ace Gapos.
Hi, everybody. Hi, everybody. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. I am live from Hong Kong. And thank you so much again for the opportunity. Thank you to the Global Women Who Rule team for this. And I'll be presenting the building online influence. I'll try to manage my time. Let's get it done quickly. When I talk about influence, I get asked this all the time. Influence, I define it as the capacity of an individual, any individual. And so even if the people who have this effect on us don't like to be called as such, we call them as influencers. In Blogapalooza, I manage, or we have a community of more than 50,000 influencers in the entire Philippines. And we've been in business for the past 12 years. Having been in this space for the longest time, I have seen how the industry has really evolved through the years. And I've seen a lot of influential figures as well. When we talk about social media, we see that these influencers are, the likes of Mark Zuckerberg or Evan of Snapchat, or maybe in the Philippines, we would see in the field of personal finance, there's your Fitz Villafuerte who has been there for a very long time. Bo Sanchez is also there. And maybe for the ones who are watching or into gadgets and tech, of course, we would know Yugatech and Unbox, these are your influencers. These are your people, the individuals that will have an effect on how you would buy, how you would decide, how you would perceive things. And many times that in the many years that we've been here, I always get asked, how can I be an online influencer, or how can I build my influence? It really got me thinking because, oo nga, no, how do you actually build your influence? Because it's not something that you can really buy or buy into. It's, you focus on a niche. How can you be an online influencer? First, I would say that you focus on a niche and you always talk about it in your online channels. Yeah. Maybe you could move forward. Yep. You focus on a niche and you talk about it in your online channels. Yeah. I would put here the C's. Whenever the creators, the influencers would ask us, Miss Ace, paano ba ako magiging influencer? And I would say that you double down on the things that you're good at. And this goes for everybody. I know that being an influencer right now is a goal for many. You want to be a thought leader. You want people to know more about your expertise. But how can people know more about it if you're not putting it out there? So it's important that you focus on what you're good at and always put out content about it. Talk about that in your online channels. Okay, put out content. Be consistent about it, and also master creative ways on going about this one. And then another tip that I give to people, how to be an influencer, how to build your online influence, is to be seen with people in the same field. This is important because it builds your credibility. If you get seen with people who are also good in that field that you want to excel in or you want to be known for, you get to build not only the connections, but also you exhibit the believability that okay, this person is also good at this because he or she is surrounded by people in the same field. I'm in Hong Kong now for a couple of art events, the Hong Kong Art Basel Hong Kong and Art Central, or yeah. And I see a lot of people in the art space. A lot of Filipinos are here as well. And when we get seen with these people, we also not only learn from them, we get the credibility that comes with being associated with these people. So be seen with the people in the same field. And of course, when you want to be an online influencer, when you want to build your influence, you must be able to add real value to your network. Adding real value means showing care, maybe showing people that you are there to not just be for yourself, but also show concern and rally a cause. All right. So, in summary, the 9 C's of online influence is creating good content, and putting it out consistently. Okay, it's also building your credibility, associating yourself with people in the same field, building connections, and improving your capacity. Influence is also about showing care and concern and maybe rallying for a cause. Now, if you are able to master these 9 things and if you're able to be good at these things, then definitely you will be an online influencer, or you can be just an influencer, even though I know there's that negative stigma when you talk about being an influencer. Okay. But if you ask me, I like being an influencer. I like being perceived as a thought leader and someone that people can go to whenever they would need things. And maybe for a lot of people who are listening here, it would be good to also establish where you're really good at and put it out there. Maybe there are people that you can inspire in the same way that us in the work that we do, we have been, inspiring all of these creators and influencers to consistently create and be a part of how people perceive things. And in that way, we're able to impact the world in a very, very positive light. That's it for my talk. Again, thank you so much to the organizing team of Global Women Who Rule. I hope that has been amazing for everybody. Please feel free to connect with me. I'm Ace Gapos all throughout the social media channels. Maraming salamat. Paalam. Sheshe. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much, Ace. So that was Ace with her 9 C's. I'm sure you have a lot of takeaways from me.
Yes, actually, it's influencer marketing is very popular right now, and I think the biggest one that people are doing, the influencers, is the collaboration. Ace mentioned earlier, be seen, so that's collaboration. You're doing things with the people who are in the same niche. It's no longer competition,
Yep.
it's more on collaboration. It's more of like creating contents with your co-niches. So it's very helpful to build credibility and, of course, to get known in your niche. And I think what's the great thing about influencer marketing is, or in making an influence is, showing that you care, showing your audience that you care, that you are concerned with their issues, especially for example, your niche is in what do you call this, in mindset, positive mindset. So you show how you show people how you care by giving them very informative, very helpful lessons through all your social media or through online platforms. So you put it out creatively, as what is mentioned as well. So that's how you make how you reach people's hearts, so they will always remember you. And yeah, I learned this from her, so this impacted me. So yeah, those are very good lessons from Ace speech.
Thank you very much, Mommy Lay. Amazing recap as always. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now on our 17th speaker.
Oh, we're almost done.
Yes, I'm very pleased to introduce Ariza. She is the co-founder and president of KRIS, a nonprofit organization that promotes peace through education and youth leadership. KRIS, or I don't know if it's Chris, I'm sorry about that, has built libraries and provided scholarships for young people victimized by conflict and poverty. Today, KRIS educates, empowers, and inspires young peace builders through summits, training programs, and offline and online information campaigns. Ariza is also one of 10 young leaders handpicked by the former United Nations
Wow.
Secretary General, Kofi Annan, to eradicate violent extremism through the Global Extremely Together initiative. For her work, Ariza was awarded as one of the 10 outstanding students of the Philippines in 2016 and one of 5 global recipients of Zonta International's Young Women for Public Affairs Award.
Global Women Who Rule indeed. So I have here some fun facts about Ariza. She comes from an interfaith marriage. Her mom is Muslim and her dad is Catholic. And her family's hometowns are Zamboanga and Sulu. And she received degree in Bachelor of Science Industrial Engineering, magna cum laude from UP Diliman. Her piece seems interesting. Books Not Guns, Building Peace in the Philippines Through Women and Youth Leadership. Streaming live from Enduran, streaming live online. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Ariza Nokom.
Thank you so much. First off, I'd like to say thank you to Miss Apple Esplano Manansala, the wonderful team at the new channel, and the amazing women of Global Women Who Rule joining me today. I've been hearing your stories all afternoon, and they're super inspiring, and I'm sure that I will take a lot of lessons with me moving forward. And I'm so happy that today we're not just celebrating the accomplishments of Filipino women from all over the world, but we're also coming together to raise funds for the important work being done by Alopecia Philippines. So for the short time I have with you today, I simply want to tell 3 stories. First, as a girl, second, as a woman, and third, as a woman on the journey to ruling not a kingdom, not a community or a country, but ruling herself. So first, as a girl. From a young age, I knew that I was growing up in 2 different worlds. Like the hosts, our pretty hosts mentioned earlier, my dad is a Catholic from Zamboanga, and my mom is Muslim, and she's from Sulu. How they found each other and fell in love despite their differences and built a family where they decided to actually retain both Islam and Christianity is a really long story for another time. But it was such an act of courage that I've always been in awe of that, especially considering that during the time they met and as they were building this interfaith family, there was so much conflict happening in the part of the world where they came from. There were acts of war and terrorism, tensions between Muslim and Christian communities happening right in our hometowns in Zamboanga and Sulu. But their story and the home that they built stood as a testament to peace, understanding, and respect. I really admire both my parents for what they've done, but I sympathize more with my mom now, especially that I'm a little bit more grown up. It's not easy going against norms. It's not easy going against the expectations of your family, the expectation of society. And as a young woman, I bet it was really hard for her at that time. But she stood firm for what she believed in. And in doing so, she formed a family with a story that had the potential to change the narrative of conflict in the Philippines. To me, her story said, peace is possible. This is why I count my mommy, as a personal hero. I place her right up there with loved ones who have endured hardship and have still managed to share and shine in their lives, like my grandmother, whom I call Mamang, and my aunt, whom I call Mama Edel. And I place them up there with people like Mother Teresa, Marie Curie, Anne Frank, and the women you see here before you. Because my first lesson as a little girl was learning that girls and women can change the world. But my second story is about how women can change the world, but how they do have to fight their way through. Taking a page from my mom and my personal heroes, I also wanted to change the world. I wanted to move beyond our family and what we experienced and extend that possibility of peace to other people in the Philippines. At 14 years old, I co-founded CRIS, or Cristiano Islam Peace Library, a nonprofit organization promoting peace through education and youth leadership. At that time, I wanted young women and men like myself to take the lead in promoting peace in their own communities by being the best version of themselves. In the first years of our journey at CRIS, we were able to build 6 libraries, provide 400 scholarship grants to students from preschool to university, and donate thousands of books and computers to communities affected by conflict and poverty. It's been a whirlwind of a journey since we started nearly 15 years ago, but I'm proud to say that today we're still alive and CRIS continues its mission. In the past 2 years alone, we were able to train more than 1,000 young leaders on peace building, provided seed grants from 30,000 pesos to 50,000 pesos each to 20 youth organizations around the Philippines that had promising ideas for peace, because we believe that if young people have really good ideas for peace, then we should put our money where our mouth is and really provide them with the resources. And we also reached hundreds of thousands through our online and information campaigns where we wanted to teach values like empathy and respect and understanding to young people. And because it was the pandemic and online learning was the norm for everyone, we also provided 70 students in need with tablets and educational materials that they needed. And recently, there were a series of typhoons, flooding, and landslide in Mindanao, and we used our network at CRIS to provide food, medicine, clothing, and more to 3,280 individuals. And when I say all this and all these numbers and accomplishments, it seems like a nice and easy linear journey throughout the years, but honestly, it's really been one hell of a journey. Yung tipong feeling mo dumadaan ka sa butas ng karayom or you're passing through the eye of a needle. As a young woman, and as a young leader, I've faced so many situations in which my capacity was put in doubt. I've been seen as too young or too inexperienced or too emotional. I felt invisible sometimes, especially in situations where I might be the only female in a panel or in a meeting. And even my own parents felt that I wouldn't be capable of taking care of myself if I had to travel alone for work. Apart from Chris, I was also an engineering student in a heavily male college, and it felt sometimes that when I performed really well, like if I topped an exam, it was seen as an exception and not something that was common. And since we're being real here, very raw, I also have to share that there were times when I was harassed, either physically or verbally, in different situations. Many women I know have had similar experiences, young women, young at heart women, and this confirms the fact that there are so many biases and forces that still work against women today. So my second lesson now growing up as a woman is that we as women need to actively work with other women, LGBT community, men, everyone around us to address the biases that still exist in society. We not only have to break the glass ceiling, we have to build a world where these ceilings don't exist in the first place. And my third and final lesson is about being a woman aspiring to rule herself. I've talked about how women can change the world. I also told you about how women have to work against biases and glass ceilings to change the world. But now I want to talk about how changing the world starts, I think, with changing myself. After years of working with Chris and today having the privilege of running my own business, I've come to learn that the biggest battle we can ever face in our lives, it's not me versus you or them versus us. It's actually me versus me. I used to be the kind of person who wanted to speak all the time, who always wanted recognition, and who felt bad if she wasn't the best. But then I realized that this ego was actually preventing me from reaching my true goals. I mean, I promised to serve other people through Chris and through my work, but I was so focused on what myself can do. So I was losing sight of my mission. So, because of this, I realized that I have to work hard to remind myself to manage this ego and to remind myself that humility can take us very far. I also used to be the kind of woman who was very conscious about society standards. I thought that the perfect life as a woman meant having a great job, a house and a car, being a great mother, being a great wife, being fashionable, and being beautiful, because why not? But maybe that image of a perfect life is not perfect to me. Maybe I wanted to define my own standards. Maybe I wanted to define what perfect really meant for me. And I'm happy that I'm slowly starting to do that now. I do still listen and take heed of the expectations of my parents, friends, loved ones, mentors, colleagues, and society. But in the end, I will take those inputs, carefully process, and produce a dream that is still all mine. And that's my final lesson. Women can rule the world, the globe, the universe, oh yes, but they have to rule themselves first. Thank you so much and happy International Women's Month.
Hi,
love the enthusiasm. Thank you, Ariza, for that very empowering speech. Now, I would love to hear your takeaways, Ange.
She made it very easy for me. She gave 3 points. First, as a young girl, I like it when she actually is portraying a girl with a mindset that, girls and women can change the world. And that's very important at such a young age that you're trained to think that way so that you can conquer whatever world you're in when you become an adult. And then, number two, young women, we should actively collaborate with everyone around us to address the biases of society against women. And finally, women can rule the world if they learn how to rule themselves.
I love that. Thank you, Ange. And in the meantime, we will be taking a quick break. So please don't go away because Global Women Who Rule Summit 2023 will be right back.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
Moringa O2 Herbal Hair, Scalp, and Skin Therapy Oil. Made with a powerhouse blend of moringa, omega, and argan oil. Helps skin control dryness, helps minimize the appearance of scars and stretch marks. A holy grail skin solution. Show more care for your skin and your fams too.
And we are back and ready to give you more. Let's go. Let's push.
Yes.
More.
More.
All right, so let's keep it rolling. And our next speaker for today, we know her personally because she is part of our TNC family. Carmelita or Carmi De Leon is a global Filipino woman who exemplifies wholeness, beauty, and love for family. After spending more than 3 decades in the corporate world, Carmi left her executive post to repurpose and bless people on a larger scale. As a well-being advocate, Carmi pursues her passion for happy and healthy lifestyle as a corporate wellness coach, pound fitness instructor, author, artist, speaker, and trainer. She also amplifies this advocacy as a host and content creator of TNC's weekly program, Inspiring Moments. Untiring and unstoppable, Carmi is the co-founder of CEO of SWAN, or Sustainability World Act Now, a social enterprise that aims to promote environmental health and meaningful relationships while playing an active role in several organizations.
And as Carmi says, we are beautifully connected to rise and reveal the promises of happy and healthy life. Some fun facts about Carmi. A servant leader, Carmi loves leading by example. By serving others, she gets the heart of the people and draw them closer to her mission. Carmi has a trouble in resting. She's untamable. I think that's true. I saw just earlier. She rocks and dances with at the gym and in the same level as the younger generation. And she rarely says no. It's always why not? And she makes it happen. Same things, she inspires, among others, to take every opportunity and be a blessing 24/7. She's super friendly and socially well, but can be ballistic if provoked. So not sure if this is fun or scary though. So delivering her speech entitled Worthy, Wealthy, Wealthy and Witty, sorry about that, streaming live from Enduran Extension, Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Carmi Pascual.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
terribly sorry about that, ladies and gentlemen, but we are live. And as you know, glitches may happen, but we make it work.
Right? And so again, delivering her speech entitled Worthy, Wealthy, and Witty, streaming live from Enduran Extension, Pasig City. Ladies and gentlemen, Carmi Pascual.
Hello, everyone. It is an honor for me to speak to all of you today as one of the faces or ambassadors of GWWR 2023. I believe that we are divinely intertwined and beautifully connected to demonstrate God's love. And even before I was born, I know I was destined to share this story to all of you today on how we are all beautifully connected to be a force for good and to bless one another. Allow me to share with you some of my life stories. I discovered my strength and self-compassion when I got pregnant at the age of 21. I was clueless, emotionally and financially unprepared, and I learned the hard way. I thank God because I thought that was the end of my life, but I realized it was my biggest breakthrough. You know, back then I had to remind myself every morning that I am unique, special, beautiful. I am imperfect, but I am capable of doing great things, that I can do it, that I am worthy in the eyes of God. You know, it wasn't easy, but I practiced gratefulness, saying thank you every day. I realized that heartbreaks are preparation for bigger breakthroughs. This is not to stop you, but to make you better. I held on to the love and support of my families and friends. I focused on my core competencies. I discerned things and guard my thoughts every day through prayers. It wasn't easy, but I became more prayerful, faithful than fearful. And you know, from self-love and self-care, I gravitated towards selflessness. And over the years, I built my brand as an overachiever and gained recognition. And I know this is not because of sheer talent and determination. It was because of divine orchestration. It was a gift. I was beautifully connected with myself, with God, and of course, with my family and friends. Therefore, there's no need for any social media validation, no need to compare, no competition. I just make things work for me, and I just want to be a blessing to others. And you know, at this point, I'm 57 with a waistline of 27. I'm happily married for 35 years with the same man, gifted with 4 children and 4 grandchildren, and in few days, 5 grandchildren, few weeks perhaps. I feel no lack. It is all about praise and raise. I rise every day to give back, to pay it forward. I live in peace and confidence, and I want all of you to feel the same happiness and gratefulness. I speak my mind and do things with good intentions. I bless myself by taking full charge of my health and my thoughts, my words, my actions. And of course, I protect my circle. It is very important to me that I remain beautifully connected with our Creator. You know, I learned that life is not all about fame and material gains, not even possessions or positions. It's about how you impact lives. After working hard and smart for more than 3 decades, I learned that success doesn't lead to happiness. You know, you have to be happy. Happiness leads to success. When we are at peace with ourselves, when we are free from insecurity, hatred, envy, and other negative emotions, we are more focused and passionate at work, at home, and with anyone that we get in contact with. And this is important when we really want to be beautifully connected. It takes conscious effort and mindfulness. And I'm so thankful to God that I am always blessed and guided. I urge you to look back and reflect on your most trying times and imagine how you thrived with the help of God, the people around you, and of course, with your inner strength. Take a closer look. you never know, you have never been alone, right? Now shape your mindset and change the way you do things. Make it a little better. Give more. Recognize, be more thankful. Appreciate the people in your life. Say it, hug them, embrace them. They are your angels, and there are more roaming around. Angels with invisible wings. They are on standby, waiting to be tapped, waiting for you to reach out. So to be a blessing to others, nurture your relationships and be generous in giving. It's not always financial. You can have ears to listen, eyes that see the goodness in everyone. We are all awesome creatures. So let's all be excited in meeting people, and because we know we never know what will happen next. No, I can't wait to unveil more exciting things in my life. So I urge you to be readily available to listen, to understand. We're all on this good fight together. Embrace the gift and enjoy every moment. Love all the changes and lift everything to God. Make all things new. Reach out to more people, harmonize and flourish. We are meant to lift, encourage, and empower one another. So, you will be amazed to see and look at the GWWR sisters. Allow me and the rest of my sisters to grow in synergy with you, to instill wellness and bless humanity. We are here for a reason. We are beautifully connected. Happy International Women's Month to everyone.
Thank you very much, Miss Carmi. That was truly inspirational. And, ang sarap sa feeling ng pakinggan
Yes.
ng speeches. Very positive.
Very heartwarming. And yeah, with my takeaways from Miss Carmi's speech is the first is to practice gratefulness, because when we practice gratefulness we are more focused on the positive things that are happening in our life, so we get to magnify those. So it seems like we are attracting more positive things to happen to our lives. And of course, with God's grace, most often our brokenness leads to breakthroughs, and that's what I quite got teary-eyed when Miss Carmi shared a bit of her story. So thank you for sharing that with us. And lastly, I would like to repeat this statement that she said, that happiness leads to success. So I hope we could all remember that. Thank you, Miss Carmi.
Very wonderful recap, Lay. And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we will be taking a very short break. And just a low-key reminder to please do send in your takeaways in the comment section. And don't forget to donate, because whatever it is that we gather from this event, rest assured that we will be using it for the activities we will be having with Alopecia Philippines. So stick around. Global Women Who Rule 2023 will be right back. we are back. You're still watching Global Women Who Rule 2023.
All right, are you excited to know who is our next speaker? Okay, so her real name is Aurora Jean Perez and used Ellen as her career name in hosting, in BPO, as a life coach, as a speaker, and others because Ellen DeGeneres is her favorite. She's a huge fan and she wanted to spread kindness just like her. She lives by these sayings: I speak to inspire and I write to encourage. I am shining for God to be a light for others. I help people find their strength from their desperation to become an inspiration.
A mother to angels, versatile host, a certified international life coach, a mental health advocate, a trainer, a workshop facilitator, and a motivational speaker. Her favorite quote is, "It is from denial and rejection that I propel to success and excellence." Coach Ellen is delivering a speech entitled Empowered to Make a Difference. Streaming live from Enderon Extension in Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Ellen Perez.
Hello and happy International Women's Month. In celebration of our greatness and goodness, let me convey this message to all of our viewers and to everyone. Filipina, ang galing mo, panalo ka. Congratulations, global women who rule, and of course, to all our Filipina viewers. Let's give a round of applause to all Filipinas. Happy International Month! Congratulations! Talaga namang nakaka-proud maging Filipina and to be part of Global Women Who Rule. And of course, I am honored to be part of this Global Women Who Rule. And it is a privilege to be one of the 22 empowered Filipina of Global Women Who Rule for this year. Together, we are in a mission to reach out, unite, love, and encourage one another. Thank you so much. Of course, to the new channel, Miss Apple Esplana, and to all the juries and participants of Global Women Who Rule. And of course, the men and women behind the scene. Congratulations for this wonderful teamwork. And again, this is Coach Ellen Perez, a mental health life coach. I help people find their strength from their desperation to become an inspiration. So at this point, allow me again to greet everyone. Happy International Women's Month. Great afternoon. And let me share with you some helpful insights about empowering and making a difference. And this is from my own experiences and coaching tools that I created to help others. As what I always say, I speak to inspire and I write to encourage. Let me begin with this. We all have a dream. And it started with a dream. And we do not want it just to be a dream. Whatever is our dreams, our aspiration, goals, we wanted to make it happen. How? You may ask. First tip, be a doer. Make sure you are taking actions in anything that you would like to achieve. Something, of course, that you would like to make it possible. Make sure that your dreams will come true. Let me just share with you a personal experience, and Apple will, of course, be a living testimony of this. I have wonderful show, Women at Work, Ang Galing Mo, Panalo Ka, and Alopecia Talk. And it's really my passion and my desire and my heart, my talent of hosting. And so being a doer, I have to do something. We have to do something on an everyday basis to make our dreams come true. And I personally wrote to TNC, to the new channel, and then they responded. And fast forward, we have 2 seasons of Women at Work, and we have Alopecia Talk. And I firmly believe that it is in our hand to make our dreams come true. We don't, just make things out of nowhere by just letting others do something about it or press on luck. You know what I'm saying? And as an alopecia vice president as well, an alopecia warrior, I have androgenic alopecia, and I really also have that good intention of, helping to inspire and encourage. And so I want some changes as well. And I wrote to different companies who provides treatment. And with that being said, here I am now being treated and grateful that I have sponsor, I have collaboration who can help me make some treatments with my hair condition. And that's really something that I would like to share to everyone who's watching us right now, to be inspired and encouraged that you have to really do something, take actions, and make sure that every day you're doing something about your dream. Next, second tip is deeper. When I say deeper, be different. Make sure that you're above the rest. Be unique. Be deep in creating, working on your passion and your purpose. Do not settle for anything less or just be among the ordinary. Be extraordinary. All right. So, like in my case, I know right now in our situation, we are grateful and blessed that we have several life coaches, and I make sure that I have a specific platform on mental health and helping people find their strength, making their desperation become an inspiration. So be extraordinary, go deeper. Next, another tip that I can suggest to all our viewers, not just to the women watching us, is desire. What do you mean by desire? The desire of your heart. The fire should be there, kept burning in any situation. And I have this Bible verse to share, to encourage, and of course to, let you know more as what God said in Psalms chapter 37, verse 4. Delight yourself in the Lord, and He will give you the desire of your heart. Know that God is with you in your heart's desire. As long as you're intentional, you're grateful, and you are kind, you will really reap all those beautiful results that you've been working hard, and you will get your dream come true. Moving on, and last but definitely not the least, determined. Have an attitude of nothing's gonna stop you. Not even failures, trials, hardships, or changes, challenges. It is actually from denial and rejection that I propel to success and excellence. You always have a choice. You don't let distraction put you down and not make your dreams come true. With that, being a doer, you are someone who is deep, the desire of your heart kept burning, and you are determined to succeed. Your dreams is destined to happen. So soar high. Thank you so much again. This is Coach Ellen, shining for God to be a light for others. See you next time, Global Women Who Rule. Congratulations and more power.
Thank you very much, Coach Ellen. I really feel empowered, and I can feel her passion. What can you say, Mommy Lay?
Yes, that's right. And I really appreciate those tips for us to achieve our dreams. And actually, there's one that resonated with me the most, and that is be unique. So we need to be extraordinary, as Miss Ellen said, and we have to push ourselves to to our full potential. We need to take risks for us to reach our goals or our dreams. So again, thank you, Miss Allen, for that very empowering speech.
All right, and just a friendly reminder, please do send in your key takeaways in the comment section. We already have a couple of winners.
Yeah.
The winners will be announced after the event through the Facebook page of the new channel. In the meantime, Global Women Who Rule will be taking a quick break, and with 3 more speakers to go when we get back. Stick around and we will be right back.
See you later.
Emperador Original. Imported ang sarap. Sakto. Sakto. Sakto sa bulsa. Emperador. Angat ka sa tagumpay.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor a dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
Moringa O2 Herbal Hair, Scalp, and Skin Therapy Oil. Made with a powerhouse blend of moringa, omega, and argan oil. Helps skin control dryness. Helps minimize the appearance of scars and stretch marks. A holy grail skin solution. Show more care for your skin and your fams too.
And we're back, and three more speeches to go. So, our next speaker is the Chief Marketing Officer of Tokyo Tempura and an MSME advocate. Jenny Winnicke is an advertising veteran with over 30 years of experience building and handling local and multinational brands. She has been at the forefront of the advertising industry, once leading as the president of the Association of Accredited Advertising Agencies of the Philippines, or 4As, and as a board member of the Ad Standards Council, or ASC, where she still volunteers as a professional screener. Jenny stands as board trustee and administrator of Kalya Negosyo, a 6-month mentorship program and an advocacy which she and her husband founded in 2013. Upon retirement from the ad industry in 2015, Jenny focused her energies to helping the micro, small, and medium enterprises, or MSMEs, through mentoring as part of PCE Go Negosyo's mentorship program, where she continues to coach all over the country, virtually or face to face. Her relationship with these mentees continues way beyond the mentoring session prescribed by the programs and events.
She has selflessly volunteered and led projects with DTI, one of which is the first packaging design. She created and mounted the brand development program of entrepreneurs and for NCR Zamboanga and Bulacan MSMEs from 2020 to 2022. Her program, Kalye Negosyo, has already graduated 100 students from 6 batches that only the pandemic halted from continuing. She mentors the mompreneur community of Janice Villanueva through their Mompreneur Lab program. She is also a board member of the Design Advisory Council of the Philippines, where she pushes for design thinking to start from the home and earlier in schools. Jenny is a woman with a big heart that helps enable people and businesses to achieve more and get farther. She has been a mother to many advertising children since 1989 and molds more of the youth today as a lecturer at the University of Asia and the Pacific, where she teaches advertising management and brand activation. A nurturing leader, Jenny brings her maternal instincts into the workplace where she leads as Chief Marketing Officer of Juen Food Corp Tokyo Tempura, their family-owned business that sells affordable tempura. Delivering a speech entitled The Power of Your Brand Identity, streaming live from Enderon Extension in Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Jenny Winnicke.
Good evening. The power of your branding. What is it? I am currently a marketing mentor. And when I was asked to talk about women empowerment, this topic was the most top of my mind. You see, we will not be discussing marketing here, but more or less, more of the personal identity, more of you as a brand. Let me tell you a story. When I was in grade school, I always wanted to be a writer. I wanted to be a journalist, and I was able to do that. I was a contributor to our school newspaper called The Scribbler. That was Jenny, the writer. That was then. I was a nerd with medals and honors, and I just loved it. Then in high school, I discovered going out with friends, partying every weekend, attending soirees, shindigs. Millennials might not know what shindigs are. That's parties. Having a boyfriend, being with the in crowd. That was Jenny then, the party girl. Then in college, I dedicated my life to my boyfriend, most of all, and became Jenny, the girlfriend, also known as Bowie to George, my boyfriend then. Bowie was a combination of both our last names, Bautista and Winnicke. He found it cute to call me that. In fact, I found it romantic. And in 1987, at the age of 21, I became a mother. And subsequently had 3 other children, making me Mom Jenny, to four rambunctious boys. Even my husband called me mommy too. In 1988, I entered advertising, rose from the ranks till I became president of a multinational agency and was then branded by my staff and coworkers as Mamu. And in 2015, I finally retired from the industry and focused on my mentoring advocacy that led to my mentees calling me Nanay Jen. Mom, Mommy, Mamu, Nanay. These are the names people call me now. Gone are my old monikers from when I was young. But is this who I really am? Don't get me wrong. There is nothing that I will change with how my life panned out. I love being a mother to my biological kids and my adopted advertising kids, and even my mentees. But sometimes it just gets me how some people are defined by other people's perception of them and how they are called or named. I love my life. I love my roles in my life, but I have seen this process of losing one's identity once someone gets married and has children much too often, and felt that it is something that really needs to be discussed. My husband and I have been together. Actually, we've been married for 36 years, and we had been together since high school. So it's a total of 41 years altogether. We have known each other more than half our lives and have practically grew up together. He is my best friend, the father of my kids, my lover, my partner in everything. But what I really treasure the most about this guy is despite him calling me mommy too, he does not let that name define me. I'm not just the mother of his kids. I'm who I want to be. His food and travel buddy, an advertising executive, a teacher, a mentor, a friend, and more. Through all my 56 years of existence on this earth, I have worn many, many hats, just like many of you out there. But if you sit down and take a look deep, deep inside yourself, who are you really? When we get married, have children, become wives, mothers, in-laws, grandmas, bosses, employees, do we lose ourselves in the process? Do we just go with the flow and meld into the daily grind, merely succumbing to the roles expected of us? Should we? Your roles should not define you. You define you. I married at a young age, yes, but I knew that being a stay-at-home mom was not who I wanted to be. Not that there's anything wrong with that. It's just not me. That is what I'm trying to say here. Who you are depends on who you believe you are and who you want to be. Find your identity. Treat yourself like a brand or a product and focus on what differentiates you. Don't let society, nor the people around you, nor the norms dictate what you should be. Let the inner you come out. Retain your identity. Do what you love and love what you do. I still am a nerd sometimes. I still like to write. I enjoy parties, but these I use to arrive at a holistic image of who I really am. Ask people around you, what do they think of you? Is that how you see yourself too? Our worth and our belonging are not negotiated with other people. We carry that in our hearts. We define who we are. That's Brené Brown from her book in the Beyond the Wilderness. You see, we should be clear about who we are, who our identity is. And we shouldn't settle for anything less. If you try to fit into what other people think of you, then you no longer will be you. You may fit into their mold or perception of you, but is that really the you that you want to be? What matters is that you realize who you are. What do you want to be? You want to be the best you that you can be. To be able to give of yourself to others, you first have to be the best version of you. I retired from advertising at the age of 49. I said goodbye to that idea of myself. I spent many a day wondering if it was really a good move. I closed that door, but opened a window elsewhere, into teaching and helping micro, small, and medium enterprises to market their businesses and their products. In this, I found renewed purpose. I discovered a new me who had a passion for education. So much so that I became a teacher at a university, something that I never would have thought that I would be doing in my lifetime. With this newfound self, I went around the country lecturing, coaching, teaching, and it felt so good. The power of brand identity. That is the power of you. Okay. There are 3 things that you need to do to decide who you really are. 1, take a look at yourself. Go inside the inner core of yourself and ask yourself, who am I? 2, ask the people around you, what do you think of me? Is that what you think of yourself too? And 3, what do you want them to think of you? Okay? So, ask me now, who am I? I am Jenny Bautista Winnicky, a woman who is jolly, who is happily wearing too many hats, happily living this life, sharing with others, sharing of myself, making others happy, and I am happy when I make others happy. Because I know that that is the best that I can be, that I can share with you and you and you. Thank you very much. So ask yourself, who are you?
Very empowering. Thank you so much, Miss Jenny. And I love the story that she shared earlier. I still got so kilig with the etymology of Bawi.
The Bawi.
Yes. Okay, so I would love to know your takeaways from Miss Jenny's speech.
I have a lot, but let me start off with the last 3 things she mentioned. So look at your inner core. Sometimes that can be very challenging, because sometimes you don't even know what to look for, right? But she goes on to say, second point, ask the people around you what they think about you. And then have the realization, is this me? And then finally, what do you want them to think of you? Such an empowering and very insightful speech from Miss Jenny.
That's
Thank you very
true.
much.
Thank you, Miss Jenny. And I love those takeaways, by the way. So, in the meantime, we will be taking a quick break. So, please don't go away because Global Women Who Rule 2023 will be right back.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
Moringa O2 Herbal Hair, Scalp, and Skin Therapy Oil. Made with a powerhouse blend of moringa, omega, and argan oil. Helps skin control dryness, helps minimize the appearance of scars and stretch marks. A holy grail skin solution. Show more care for your skin and your fams too.
Emperador Original. Imported ang sarap. Sakto. Sakto. Sakto sa bulsa. Emperador. Angat ka sa tagumpay.
The feeling's right, we play it cool. Enjoy tonight with Smirnoff New. We got a bucket, we're going strong. With Smirnoff New, we know we belong. With Smirnoff New, choose it. Whenever we're better, even better with friends. 'Cause now life is better together.
are back. You are still watching Global Women Who Rule 2023.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, introducing our next speaker, Attorney Josephine Santiago's expansive and extensive experience in the field of the intellectual property or IP system traverses over 2 decades as a government official, an educator, a legal practitioner, alternative dispute resolution practitioner, and a researcher. She was a member of the International Trademark Association, IPO of the Future Think Tank. She held key positions in government, most notable of which as Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, 2015 to 2019. Her initiative program for women includes the highly successful Wanna Make a Mark and Wanna Invent, starting a series of assistance for women-led MSMEs that continues to this day.
Currently, Attorney Santiago is a professional lecturer at the University of the Philippines College of Law and an adjunct faculty at the Asian Institute of Management or AIM. She has taught at the De La Salle University College of Law and the Arellano University School of Law. She is the lead expert in a current project with the World Intellectual Property Organization for the ASEAN and is the only Filipino in the roster of mentors in the WIPO or Worldwide Academy Distance Learning Program. A graduate of the University of the Philippines with degrees of BS in Foreign Service and Bachelor of Laws, Attorney Santiago further obtained the degree of Master of Laws in Intellectual Property from the joint program of the University of Turin in Italy and the WIPO Worldwide Academy. Delivering her speech entitled Fostering Filipino Innovation and Creativity Through Leadership, streaming live from Enderon Extension, Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Attorney Josephine Santiago.
Good evening and happy Women's Month. Stories of stolen secret recipes are told so often, we are no longer shocked. Take the case of Aling Merly. Her day starts at 3 o'clock in the morning to begin cooking her specialty and delectable bibingka using a recipe that originated from her grandmother. Word of mouth helped her gain loyal customers coming far and wide just to line up and buy them. Helping Aling Merly in the kitchen is her neighbor's son, Michael. However, much to her surprise, Michael one day resigned and started his own bibingka business, applying the skills he learned from Aling Merly in a place not so far away, thus giving her a stiff competition. The case of a local restaurant in Rizal is another. A family business for over 15 years, the restaurant is famous for its seafood menu and the savory sauces that go with them. Perhaps wanting to earn more than his salary, the kitchen helper sold the recipes for the sauces to a competitor for a mere pittance. Bibingka and sauces, when made using closely guarded recipes, come under trade secrets. The potential economic benefits they bring businesses is immense, and yet we hear stories like that of Aling Merly, the Rizal restaurant, and of other MSMEs where the originator of the innovation loses competitive edge. In hindsight, Aling Merly learned that she should have taken measures to ensure the continued secrecy of the bibingka, such as limiting access to the secret, the execution of contracts containing non-disclosure agreements, and non-compete clauses. Innovation-based business models. For enterprising minds, running a business is commonly understood as simply going to the Securities and Exchange Commission or the DTI to secure a corporate or business name and a mayor's permit, and the management of people and businesses, operations, and other balance sheets. However, a serious business person ought to understand that beneath the daily humdrum of a business, at the beating heart of their business model is innovation. Innovation is not only about creating new products or services, but also finding new ways to solve problems. Innovation requires a creative mindset and the ability to think outside the box in order to create value. For a business, what would be important is not only to innovate, but also to protect the innovations and secure market leadership through intellectual property protection. Thus, for the entrepreneur who invests a lot of time, talent, and treasure building the business from the ground up, one of the basic things to protect is a company's name. Beyond SEC registration, the entrepreneur should realize that their trademark or service mark would be one of the primary interfaces between the product or services and the public, and as such should be protected as well. Unfortunately, for a lot of MSMEs, applying for registration of trademark or service mark for their products and services is perceived as unwanted and unnecessary costs and are often put off or ignored. A good time to apply for trademark is prior to spending for the packaging, ads, or other marketing costs. This saves the company a lot more than legal costs that would have to be paid as a result of the use of unprotected, potentially infringing marks. Leadership plays a crucial role in fostering and enabling innovation. When leaders have only a narrow mindset, then they have a tendency to stagnate, to just accept what has been going on. But in the fourth, now going to the fifth industrial revolution, where disruption abounds, leadership needs to have a more diverse, disruptive mind. As women, we have the potential to be great leaders. We have a unique perspective on the world, and we bring diversity of thought to the table. Let me share with you my story of my contribution to fostering innovation to the Philippines. In 2015, I began my term as Director General of the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines, or known as IPOPHIL, and embarked on my 7-point agenda, which in broad strokes sought to move toward a creative and innovative Philippines. As a woman, I faced several challenges in my career, from dealing with gender biases to being underestimated in certain situations. These challenges have made me realize the importance of having strong leadership skills and a solid educational background and experience in the many facets of intellectual property to foster innovation. However, this did not deter me from doing the best I could to leave my legacy in enabling a creative and innovative Philippines. My term saw significant milestones and initiatives to address faster delivery of service, such as harnessing digital channels for a fast, reliable, efficient, and effective delivery of service. This helped lay the groundwork so you could file your IP applications online now for ease of transacting with the Intellectual Property Office of the Philippines. To help emphasize the importance of IP, we managed in April 2017 the President to sign a proclamation which extended the IP Week to a National Intellectual Property Rights Month celebration every April. With this, longer and sustained media and other sectors' attention to intellectual property, and more activities were conducted during the month-long celebration uh, of innovation and creativity. Moreover, the IPOFIL's continued partnership with the Department of Trade and Industry and housing its satellite offices in about 16 traffic regions and provinces by my term's end had helped boost the awareness campaign and the use of IP by businesses. I institutionalized the Intellectual Property Academy or the IP Academy in 2017, which opened the floodgates for more trainings and partnerships with organizations of target sectors such as lawyers and innovators, creatives, and business-minded people alike. Woman power, of course, and the importance of family was not forgotten during my term. I embarked on an initiative program for women that included the highly successful Wanna Make a Mark and Wanna Invent, a registration incentive assistance program for women-led MSMEs that to date has served more than 3,000 women and women-led businesses. Building on the training of our youth for IP awareness and partnership with schools, I initiated the Family United in IP, a program which provides a familiar support for the youth and for cultural respect for intellectual property, thus preventing patronizing counterfeits and pirated goods. Although I had officially ended my term as head of the IPOFIL in 2019, I was not burnt out from doing my advocacies. Aside from running a modest law firm and doing consultancies, I am currently very active in the academe, teaching intellectual property not only to law students but also to graduate students in business. My interaction with these future leaders and business people in the country involves opening their minds to understanding intellectual property concepts and principles from both a theoretical, legal, and a practical business perspective, applying them strategically and harnessing them further into commercialization. I had just finished my term at the business school in Makati that I teach in. It was their first time learning about intellectual property. And let me share what some have said. Student 1 said that intellectual property has in fact given me the courage to get my foot into the door and yes, start my own startup company, fighting my fears of one day being the victim that lay prey to predators who are far more experienced and having been in the business longer than I have. It has in a way leveled off the playing fields for people who, like me, want to start their own companies, but are reluctant and scared of the potential consequences that come with it. Student 2 said, I have come to appreciate the importance of intellectual property in business. Unfortunately, it is an aspect that many startup founders tend to overlook. This realization has prompted me and some of my cohort members to consider creating a consultancy firm to help startups develop effective business and operational models. Drawing from our respective areas of expertise, we aim to provide comprehensive support to budding entrepreneurs. When I hear feedback like this, I know that I have made an impact to future leaders and to the sectors that matter. Hopefully, they will make waves and likewise promote innovation in the country. As women, we need to ensure that we are not only participating in these conversations, but also actively seeking out opportunities to collaborate with people from different backgrounds. We need to break out of our comfort zones, embrace diversity in all its forms, and engender a multi-perspective view on things to arrive at the best innovative solution possible. As the great United States Justice once said, many ideas grow better when transplanted into another mind than when one they came from. Innovation is important, yes, but it takes many hands to make innovations work and to work for the betterment of the country. Thank you very much and happy Women's Month. And advanced happy Intellectual Property Rights Month.
The feeling's right, we play it cool. Enjoy tonight with Smirnoff Mule. We got a bucket, we're going strong. With Smirnoff Mule, we know we belong. With Smirnoff Mule, choose it. Whenever we're better, eating better with friends. 'Cause now life is better together, be better and better. Here's to a life that's better. Smirnoff Mule.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor a dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
Sign up for a year and pay less than 71 pesos per month. Visit tmt.ph/digital to get your free 30 days of the Manila Times Digital Edition.
Emperador Original. Imported ang sarap. Sakto. Sakto. Sakto sa bulsa. Emperador. Angat ka sa tagumpay.
Begin with us. Stay in with us. Make any floor dance floor with us. Be smooth with us. Groove with us. Date night is a great night with us. Be you with us. Barefoot with us.
And we are back. And I would like to say thank you to Attorney Josephine Santiago for her speech earlier. And how about you, Mommy Lay? What can you say?
Yeah, it's really sad to hear those stories about stolen trade secrets. And it is true that for entrepreneurs, especially the small and micro entrepreneurs, it is the step that is taken for granted. The IPO step, that we should really protect those intellectual property of our business. And again, thank you, Attorney Josephine, for your initiative to help the micro entrepreneurs, small and micro entrepreneurs, and also for educating the young entrepreneurs or the upcoming entrepreneurs about intellectual property.
Yes.
Okay, so it has been an amazing afternoon so far, and we have already heard from a lot of women, empowering women, and we're now down to our last speaker. So we are truly fortunate to be hearing from all of these ladies today. Sorry.
I couldn't agree with you more, Mommy Lay. Now let's put the cherry on top of a very amazing day. Our final speaker this afternoon is a singer, songwriter, host, and alopecia awareness advocate. Abby Asisto passionately uses her story and music to inspire others to embrace their uniqueness and rise above limitations. She came out bald in 2012 and released her song Beautiful to commemorate her journey and continues to spearhead campaigns and projects as founder and president of Alopecia Philippines. She is also the co-founder of Advocally, a digital music and content creation platform that amplifies the best of Filipino artistry. Things have turned full circle for Abby from being insecure and ashamed of the hair loss condition for more than 20 years to leading the first ever nonprofit organization for it in the country. She has been given the opportunity to become the closing speaker at the National Alopecia Areata Foundation Conference in Anaheim, California, and speak for TEDx Taft Avenue both in 2015. She was also invited to meet Facebook CEO and founder Mark Zuckerberg and then COO Sheryl Sandberg during the 2016 Friends Day celebration in Menlo Park, California. In 2017, she was one of the speakers of Branded's It's a Girl Thing, an international platform that inspires, empowers, and connects young women worldwide.
Alopecia Philippines is on its 10th year, and it continues to stand by the vision of helping others see beyond alopecia, support, educate, and empower, creating various initiatives that build and champion the community. They also had their first official online show dedicated mainly towards it's called Alopecia Talk in partnership with the new channel in 2022. Now, with hundreds of participants all over the Philippines and numerous groups and personalities supporting the cause, Abby is optimistic that the next generation of those with the condition might be able to face their challenges with more strength, courage, peace, joy, and kindness that having the disease should never rub them off. Today, she will talk up to us about owning your purpose and personal power. Streaming live from Enduran Extension in Pasig City, ladies and gentlemen, Abby Asistro.
Hello, good evening, everybody. I'm so glad to be here. Thank you, Global Women Who Rule, for inviting me. And of course, for choosing Alopecia Philippines to be your beneficiary this year. Miss Apple Esplana Manansala, maraming salamat po, and the new channel for choosing our group. And it really is an honor for me to speak on behalf of women who are powerful and respected in their own fields. But today, I would like to talk about how you get to owning that power and finding your purpose. So for my story, it was mentioned during the introduction, I've had alopecia since I was a little girl, and I'm entitling this talk, Owning Your Power and Purpose, because it's so hard to own something when in the beginning, it was something you considered as a weakness, a limitation, and something that you felt you should be ashamed of. So I have slides to share with everybody. Okay, next slide, please. So okay, to those who don't know what alopecia is, it is a hair loss condition and it results in bald patches, or sometimes pag medyo extensive and malala na siya, you would lose your eyebrows, your eyelashes, and your total hair. So in my case, next slide please, I was 4 and I lost all my hair. So that was me when I was a kid. And I would wear hats and wigs. Mas stylish pa rin ako nung bata. Ayan, may mga flowers ako sa ulo. My mom would get me different accessories. And it was my way of belonging. In a world that tells you that your hair is your crowning glory, even if I had smiles in these pictures, it was kind of difficult for me because I never felt like I was normal. I didn't feel like I was like everybody else. And syempre, bilang isang bata, all you really wanted to do was belong. And because I looked sick, there were 2 reactions that I would get. Sometimes maaawa sa akin yung mga makakakita sa akin. But most of the time, I would get bullied because of my condition as well. I would be called kalbo, which was something that was so hurtful and traumatic for me growing up. Because the word kalbo, kind of defined who I was, even as a kid, that I felt that I wasn't beautiful. Ganon yung pananaw ko. And with the world that tells you that your hair is your crowning glory, I believed that I didn't have my crowning glory, so I could never be beautiful. Next slide, please. It transitioned to me being in high school and wearing wigs because it was my way of, belonging. Akala ko pag nakabuhok na ako, hindi na halata ng mga tao. And because of that, people would accept me as normal. But I didn't know that my wigs was also causing other people to talk behind my back. And mas obvious pala sa kanila that something was going on. Kasi syempre, minsan, your wigs are aligned right, or matigas na siya kasi gamit mo siya araw-araw, yung mga ganong insecurities. And so, with all the things that I've experienced in the past, I always related alopecia to something negative. It was something that I would question God about and say, Lord, sa dami-dami ng mga tao sa mundo, sa dami-dami ng babae sa mundo, why me? Why does it have to be me? And I was just really blessed to have a good support system. My family, my siblings, they never made me feel like I was different. I was ashamed of my condition, but they never made me feel that way. And in fact, my closest friends would protect me from people who would kind of be cruel towards me. But ever since, that was always the question, Lord, why me? What's the reason? What's the purpose for me having this condition? Next slide, please. And it was in 2012 that I had a turning point in my life. Next slide, please. What happened was, since ako po isang singer, there was an incident that people were telling me, because they knew that I was wearing a wig, sabi nila, why not just remove the wig? Why not just use your baldness as a statement? Since you're beautiful naman and you have a nicely shaped head, let's just use it for your creative stunt or marketing, something like that. But it was so difficult for me because they didn't know what I had to experience because of my alopecia. It's so easy for you to say, just drop the wig and be different, when in fact, the word different was not positive for me. It was something that I was running away from. And so I went home, I was crying. I searched online bald girls. Inisip ko lang, ano kaya ko ba to really go bald? At first, I was looking at it from an external vanity thing. Kaya ko ba to pull it off? But then when I was searching online, I saw that in other countries, there were movements. There were awareness campaigns, there were foundations, may mga summer camp para sa mga bata na may alopecia. People were giving interviews talking about how they could be bold and beautiful and brave even with no hair. And when I saw those interviews, I was crying, naiyak na ako. I was just crying kasi nahiya ako sa sarili ko na I spent 20 plus years of my life na kinakahiya ko yung condition ko. And then I saw all these movements in different parts of the world using their voice, using their platforms to help those who are having a difficult time accepting themselves. So when that happened in 2012, I had an epiphany. It was like a huge wake-up call and turning point na maybe the reason why I'm able to speak this way, I'm a singer, I have a platform, maybe that's the reason why I'm the one with alopecia. Maybe I could use my platform to actually cause awareness and at the same time show those in my community that they're not alone, that they could get through it. and that they could rise above their condition. Kasi lumaki ako nang wala akong kapareho eh. I thought it was just me. And so that day, I realized that even though I can't change my circumstances, I could change how I respond to it. I could make that shift in terms of how I saw alopecia and change my perspective. I realized that I could create positive change by rising above my own fears and limitations. And since I've reached that point of acceptance, it was still very difficult. Di naman siya agad-agad. I reached that point of acceptance, then maybe it's my turn to help others go to that point as well. So I tried to be brave and courageous, and I came out bald. Next slide, please. In 2012, I made the huge decision to remove the hats, the wigs, the bandanas, and say, this is me. Stripped, we had a concert. Yun yung title kasi it was a stripping away not just of the accessories, the hair pieces, but really a stripping away of all the fears, the doubts, and negativities that I related to having alopecia. I didn't want to carry that with me anymore, and I wanted to see myself the way I really am, which was beautiful and complete with or without hair. Next slide, please. Since I came out bald, it is our 10th year. Pero 20, di ba? Abot tayo dun after 10 years. But right now, it's our 10th year of Alopecia Philippines, and so much has happened. Before, akala ko mag-isa lang ako. But when I came out, I got so many messages online. They were opening their heart out, telling me their stories. Akala ko po mag-isa lang ako. Nagtatago rin po ako sa mga tao. Hindi nila alam na mayroon akong alopecia. But when I saw your story, it gave me the courage to come out to. Gave me the courage to accept myself. And so, unti-unti, yung mga konting nagme-message, nagsama-sama, hanggang nabuo na po ang Alopecia Philippines. And for 10 years, every September, which is Alopecia Awareness Month, we would have big awareness campaigns. We would have different support groups and projects to help the community and to cause awareness also here in the Philippines. Because awareness is so important. If people don't know about something, they're not educated about it, it's so easy to dismiss it, to judge it, to criticize it, and to give opinions that are not based on anything real. And so thank you also, Global Women Who Rule, for choosing Alopecia Philippines as your beneficiary. It means a lot to the group, giving us this platform. And next slide, please. Since nabuo yung grupo, I've also been invited to speak at the National Alopecia Areata Foundation in California in 2015. Na nung umiiyak ako dahil pinagkakalbo ko ng mga tao, nag-search ako online, website nila yung napanood ko. They were the ones who encouraged me to come out. And so being there as one of their closing speakers, it was really like a huge 180-degree turn in terms of how I saw my condition. Nung nakita ko yung isang buong auditorium na may mga alopecia yung mga tao, kalbo sila and okay lang sa kanila, nakangiti sila. It really encouraged me that this is what we want to do in the Philippines. And that's what our group is for. Next slide, please. Also in 2016, without me knowing, a movement that started in the Philippines reached abroad also through a simple Facebook campaign. We asked people to do a AA hand sign, which stands for Alopecia Awareness. So we just asked people to post a photo, use the hashtag, and I didn't know that there's this girl from California named Rachel Regal. She saw my story. She just had alopecia at that time, and her daughter had it too. My story inspired her, and without me knowing, she wrote Facebook. And out of all the stories, millions of stories online, they chose us to be invited to meet Mark Zuckerberg and Sheryl Sandberg in 2016. Next slide, please. And eto, grabe, it's another one of our milestones, I guess. We were invited for Showtime. It's a show on ABS, and the group of Vice Ganda chose us as beneficiary. And her whole production number was about, parang yung main message is, I am not my hair. Parang ganon. My hair does not define me. And during the sobrang glam dance steps, different wigs, ang ending nun, a little girl, one of ours, Isel, and the whole group came out bald. And the little girl was crying, saying, I'm different, I can't do this. Lahat ng buong madlang people, binigyan ng wig, blonde wig, sinuot ng lahat, and while Vice Ganda was singing, everybody removed it. And I remember, I didn't play a part in the production. I was just watching. Assistant lang ako doon, runner, taga-makeup. When I was watching it, sabi ko, grabe, Lord, yan yung ginawa ko nung... That was what I did in 2012. And when I did it, I didn't know where it would go. But I decided to take that step because I believed that it would lead to something great. It would lead to something bigger than me. And so years after that, and seeing our group on national television, showing everybody their head, encouraging the whole nation to do the same, it was really such a meaningful, life-changing experience for me. Next slide, please. So I realized at the end of the day, no matter how difficult, you just have to take a small step. With me, the first thing I did when I came out bald was just write a status on Facebook. I said, September is Alopecia Awareness Month. And then I did the hand sign, and then I removed my wig, and then I formed Alopecia Philippines. And now, 10 years after that, grabe, minsan di na ako makapaniwala. I couldn't do it alone, and it's amazing how leaders have risen up in our group. Hindi na lang po ako yung leader, which is my dream. Sila na ngayon, minsan may mga events or interviews, sila nang ina-interview, hindi na ako. Because that's the goal, to pass on the vision, to show people that you think my life is empowering? You think my life is inspirational? Your life is empowering too. Your life is inspirational too. And you just have to own your story, own what makes you unique, and then run with it and use that to make an impact in other people's lives. You can't cause change if you're looking to others. Ano ba nagawa nila? Gagawin ko rin kung anong ginagawa nila. Buhay nila yun eh. Journey nila yun. Ikaw meron kang sariling journey. Meron kang sariling buhay. And you just have to look within and see the reason and the purpose behind that. So this is one of my favorite quotes. Your story is the key that could unlock someone else's prison. Hindi mo malalaman the little thing that you do, a smile, a story, an encouragement to someone else, that might be the seed that that person needed to hear to help build and to help grow the confidence and the self-worth that is lacking pala in that person. And this other one is, a society grows great when old men plant trees whose shade they know they shall never sit in. With all the 22 empowered women that were here on stage today, they were all just sowing seeds, building trees for the next generation. And I am glad to be a part of this. I'm glad to be a part of this movement that goes beyond our own personal lives, but really wants to help make society, the Philippines, and our world better. And so that's my story. Find your purpose, own your power, and take that step and be brave. You'll never know how you're going to change the world just by owning who you are. Thank you so much for having me.
All right, so thank you so much, Abby, for telling this inspiring story. And I would also, again, want to thank you for standing up and coming out, sharing this story. And others were able to find strength from that, and they were able to do the same as well. We were teary-eyed, Ash and I. I would love to hear your takeaways.
Yeah, actually, pinagsama niyo pa kami dalawang iyakin. But we're here. I'm completely blown away with tears in my eyes. But two things that really struck me is that even though she said that even though I can change my circumstances, I can change my perspective. So, there's always something that you can do, be it mindsetting or changing your perspective, and you owe it to yourself to do that. And also, this quote, your story is the key that could unlock someone else's prison. Please always remember that.
I love it. I love that. And okay, wow. So 22 speakers in one run. How are you feeling, Ange?
I would like to congratulate everyone, all of our speakers, and of course our viewers for sticking with us this whole afternoon. I hope you were just as inspired as we have been. And in the meantime, ladies and gentlemen, we would like to thank once again our dear sponsors and partners that have helped us throughout the preparation of this event. Our official event beneficiary is Alopecia Philippines. We'd also like to thank our event sponsors, Puzzlebox BPO Incorporated, Well Life Corporation, and venue partner Enderon Extension. Special thanks to our media partners, the Philippine Star, Business World, the Manila Times, RMN Networks, the Eason Parent, and Manila Bulletin. Our publicity partners, Outcome Incorporated, United Neon, Moving Walls, V-Link Interactive, Prime Recall, Pitchworks, Blue Sky, Intersections Communications Incorporated, and ABBA PR.
And huge thanks to our event partners and donors, Party Links, Applause Events, Zen Events, Avenue, Bake by Mommy, Bayong Siaga, Brown Roots Creatives, Balam Essentials, Kamaya Cove, G Fox International, Grace It Up, K8 Realm, Lemon Square, My Piso Technologies, Royal Bloom, Sante Barley, Max, Sparkit, Unisol, Artisan Mission, Ashira Realty Services, My Daily Collagen, Skin Place, Tuberan Coffee, Ernesto by Barber Boy, Obra Abra, Power Mac, Power Mac Center, Photoman Photography, Private Pop Avenue, Moringa O2, Yasin's, Ahead Tutorial, iFern, Sason Furniture Shop, JDJ Light Sound, and of course, our personal donors. Our after party will be served with Emperador Distillers Incorporated's Emperador Brandy Summer Cocktails, the Bar Gin Plus Tonic, Smirnoff Mule, Barefoot Wine, and Carlo Rossi.
We will be taking a very quick break and you will hear a final message from our ideator. So please stick around. Global Women Who Rule will be right back.
See you. And we're back, and you're still tuned in to Global Women Who Rule 2023.
Mommy Lay, this has been a very phenomenal and such an experience that's one for the books. We have so much key takeaways and inspiring messages from all of our speakers. And so, what is it that you want to tell them before we officially pass the floor over to our ideator?
Yeah, it's good to be a woman.
Certainly is.
It's hearing from these women, our today's speaker, I would just feel blessed that I'm a woman, and I know that I can do a lot more, and I got really empowered by their speeches. How about you, Edge?
For me, I just want to tell everyone out there, men and women alike, that you hold the power. Believe in yourself, and then you can, or you may or may not change your perspective from time to time. But what's important is that you know yourself and that you stay positive. So that's it from us, ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen. Once again, I've been your host, Angie Kabukit from the new channel, wishing you all a safe and healthy life ahead.
And I'm your co-host, Lay Ermitaño, sincerely thanking everyone for supporting this movement. We hope to see you all again next time. And to officially close the summit, I would like to call back the ideator of Global Women Who Rule. Over to you, Miss Apple.
Thank you so much, Ange and Lay, for such a wonderful, wonderful hosting for today. Well, sometimes you're dreaming, sometimes you're daydreaming, and then there will come a time when you see your dreams slowly coming true. After all the noise, after all the work that we have done today, it's been time check, 6:21:07 minutes. It's humbling to be reminded that you can always go back to your core and just focus on your me time and your family time. Preparing for this hybrid event is both exciting and tiring. Imagine putting everything together, from ideation to nomination to coordination to our destination today. Above all, today's event is really, truly worth it. Our hearts are full. There's even an after party waiting outside here at the end run. And what an amazing day. Thank you again, everyone. Thank you to all the 22 wonderful, amazing, inspiring Global Women Who Rule speakers today. You have truly touched our lives. GWWR profiles, Diana David, Mamie Jean Lamley, Audrey Pe, Marjorie Edmonds, Mona Magno-Veluz, Mariton Pacheco, Gracie Maulion, Second Officer Marie Eason, Maximo, Dr. Nessie Watt, Chaz Bautista, Lieutenant Colonel Janet Arceo, Erica Canoy Sanchez, Leanne Lilacaba, Wanda Kalupe, Teresa Dumadag, Ace Gapos, Ariza Nokom, Carmi Pascual de Leon, Ellen Perez, Jenny Winicky, Attorney Josephine Santiago, and of course, our beneficiary, Abby Asistio. Our past Global Women Who Rule sisters from 2021 and 2022, and the Global Women Who Rule 2023 jury, Catherine Soles Davila, El Cuan, Attorney Sheila San Diego, Lay Ermitaño, Celia Jacob, Ange Kabukid, Gladys Rondina Basinilio, Heidi Ida Haldon, Ruth Butad. Maraming salamat sa inyo. A lot of these things that we have are because of the following people, and let me just read them one by one. Puzzle Box BPO Inc., Well Life Corporation, our venue partner, thank you so much, Enderan Extension and Enderan Co-working, Giselle, Sir Simon, and Lou, Loida, and everyone in Enderan, thank you so much for this partnership. To our media partners, maraming salamat po for trusting the new channel, for trusting Global Women Who Rule, from the Philippine Star, Business World, the Manila Times, RMN Networks, the Asian Parent, and Manila Bulletin. Our publicity partners who made all the gigantic billboards for all the works that you have done for us. Maraming salamat po. Outcome Incorporated, United Neon, Moving Walls, V-Link Interactive, Prime Recall, Pitchworks, Blue Sky, Interaction Communications, and ABBA PR. I'd like to give a shout out to my friends Norman And of course, to my Global Women Who Rule sister, Mitch, and JJ, for making all those, for gifting us all those billboards. And our event partners and donors, Party Links, Applause Events, they have done so great things, so great setup outside. To be honest with you, when I came in here early this morning and Jamie of Applause Events surprised me with everything. She didn't tell me that there was so much preparation that she has done for this. And I actually cried this morning when I saw it. I couldn't believe. Thank you so much to Zen Events. Ness, thank you to your contacts for giving us the lights and sounds outside. Aveen, Baked by Mommy, may pakik tayo. Thank you so much. And the reason why I'm mentioning all these names is because, you know, Baked by Mommy, I actually met them online during pandemic, and I just messaged them about what we're gonna do on Global Women Rule, and they sent their beautiful cakes and their yummy cakes, which everyone can enjoy today. Bayong Shaga has been our partner for the past 3 years. Thank you so much, Jab, for all the support. Brown Roots Creatives, of course, for giving us a lot of things as well. Belam has always been there also for the past 3 years. Kaya Kamaya Cove is giving away some prizes to raffle for all those who attended today. GFox International, thank you so much for all the goodies that you've given us. Grace It Up for the gifts for the profiles. You have to bear with me because I couldn't imagine how all of these things that we have today, there's really a lot. It's overwhelming. I couldn't even finalize the list of people that we're gonna thank because there's just really so many blessings and so many gifts given to us to be given to other people. Kate Riam, thank you so much. Lemon Square for giving us snacks because it's already almost 8 o'clock. We're surviving because of it. My Piso Technologies, thank you so much. Royal Blooms for the flowers of the profiles. Sante Barley Max, thank you so much for believing in what we can do. Spark It, Nicole and Cara, thank you so much, my friends. They are some of my friends from the Creator and Influencers Council of the Philippines. Thank you also so much to all of you. Uniform Solutions, Unisol, they've also been a supporter of the new channel since we were starting. Artist on a Mission, thank you for the cute things that we can give everybody today, and also the children that we will be helping later on. Thank you so much, Christine, and to your family for giving us also water to be given to everybody today. My Daily Collagen has also been helping Global Women Who Rule since the very beginning. Thank you so much, Anna, and thank you so much, Jay. Skin Place as well. We're also giving away a few, I think, GCs from our partners para may pang treatment dahil stressed na because ang daming ginawa the whole time. Tuburan Coffee, thank you so much, Sir Nato, for bringing them here all the way from Cebu. Ernesto by Barber Boy for fixing our hair and, you know, doing retouch that we needed. Thank you so much, John, one of our artists. Obra Abra, if you want to know more about them, we're helping some kababayan in Abra, and I can show you some stuff if you need. Basecamp by Power Mac. Power Mac has also been very supportive of Global Women Who Rule, that's Maleng. And Photoman Photography for all the souvenir photos that we have here today. Thank you so much to Moringa O2, Yasin's, Ahead Tutorial, thank you so much when we needed money for everything. Thank you so much for solving some of those problems. iFern, thank you so much. Sazon Furnitures for providing us the set. You know how great gifts are actually being sent my way and to all these people, because Sazon Furniture is actually located here at the second floor of Estancia Mall. I just went to their shop and I asked them if they can lend us some of the pieces that you're seeing on left and right screens right here. And wholeheartedly, they allowed us to use all their the furnitures that we can choose from. We brought them here. JDJ Lights and Sounds, I couldn't imagine, you know, I didn't expect it's gonna be that big as well. DV Tech Media Corp, thank you also for allowing us to use the lights and some of the tech here inside the studio. To our drink sponsors, also my friends from Emperador Distillers Inc. and also my colleagues from CICP, thank you so much, Adele. Emperador Brandy Summer Cocktail. So we're gonna serve all of these booze during the after party later. I'm sure the staff will be happy also. The bar, Gin and Tonic, thank you so much. Smirnoff is actually available here. We can party. And then we have Barefoot Wine and Carlo Rossi. Maraming salamat po. Our sincerest thanks as well to the following donors. I know ayaw niyo magpa-mention, but I need to mention because we wouldn't be able, not me, we wouldn't be able to do all of these things if you didn't help us with the funding. Shamir, thank you so much for always been helping since Shamir is actually from 2021. Madonna Tarayo, thank you so much. Kate Garcia, thank you so much of TNC. Cara and Nicole of Spark It, thank you. Ate Flor Lazaro of FJ8 Services. My sister, Ira Esplana Flores of Ashira Realty Services. Thank you so much sa inyo at sa panonood. Rosana Lianado, of course, of Ahead Tutorial. Joby Linsangan Moreno, Global Women Who Rule 2021 as well. Kathy Solis Davila, thank you so much, Kathy, for all the works that we have done together. Alam mo yan. There are things that we cannot broadcast anymore, but alam mo yan, the pains and all the things that we had to do so that we can publish almost 30 pickups of Global Women Who Rule as we speak. El Juan, all the way from Singapore. El, wish you're here. Global Women Who Rule sister as well from last year. Miss Laini Bereso of Well Life Corporation, thank you so much. Also a Global Women Who Rule profile from 2021. The other volunteers, maraming salamat for giving us your services. Ana Manansala of Experience Travel, thank you. David Ruferio of CSR Insights, thank you so much. And Usapang Bata. And we have Barbie Atienza of Manila Bulletin and DCRH. Nato Agbayani, thank you. Abby Asistio, of course. I won't keep saying thank you. Ellen Perez, Charm Oribe, Angelo Aricheta, Jamie Santiago Gonzalez of Party Links. Thank you, Jamie, for such a nice setup here. The entire Edran College is very much pleased with the works that you guys have done. Ness, thank you so much for bringing everything. I couldn't list down today everything that you have been helping to be able to do Global Women Who Rule. Heidi, thank you so much. Heidi Haldon. Miss Ramon, thank you so much. Russell Ansuarez, Lara Nicavera, Nicole Vera Cruz, Bianca Colin Del Rosario, David Martin Sarmiento, Ate Emma and Kuya Donti, thank you so much. Thank you also so much to our admin and finance people, Rachel Bernabe, Lira Jean Mendoza, Camille Cabigas, for accounting everything that's coming in for Global Women Who Rule. Sometimes I know it's not your work anymore, but because you know that this is non-profit for all of us, then you still do it. Arts and graphics, they've made great artworks, and they even made an SDE that we will be showing after this speech. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you, Vincent Astilio, Julie Del Rosario, Ian Rosales, Richard M. Lano, Catherine San Jose, and Xavier Baitan. Ang galing nyo. Feature and editorial, thank you so much to Danny Carostria, and of course, my saving writer, Ayi. Thank you so much for trusting me. Thank you for writing for TNC. This outsourced live stream production would have not been possible for Puzzlebox BPO Incorporated, and these are some of the people from our team who really made it possible. Charisse Espera, who had to go to our office in BGC so that the stream will work. Monica Torregasa, who was already here in Pasig but had to go home to Laguna just to make sure that everything will be done properly. EJ Cruz, who is also in Makati, just to make sure that we have 3 sites to allow us to have the stream today. Lance, thank you for always saving me and allowing the boys to be with us. Raf, Froilan, and of course, Pike Elman. Thank you so much, guys, for doing great job today. John and Rachel, thank you so much for doing your work. Kinakaya. Okay. The website and design, thank you so much, Lay, Flair Digital, IT Management Support, Kent, thank you so much, Kent Daniel Galveso. He deserves to be shouted out. Thank you again to Abby Asistio and Ellen Perez and the entire community of Alopecia Philippines and all of their volunteers. We hope that Global Women Who Rule will be able to still encourage many of you to share your blessings, GCash your donation tonight or anytime you watch this stream so we can share more projects to our beneficiary, which is Alopecia Philippines. Thank you so much to my relatives, my parents and friends who messaged me and wished me luck. Hindi na yata kaya. Okay, thank you so much to my son, Andre, for keeping up with mommy's schedule. And thank you so much also to my mom. Okay, for helping with everything and supporting everything. And to the best husband in the world, thank you so much. Erwin Ernesto J. Manansala, my co-executive event producer today, the founder and president and chief technology officer of Puzzlebox BPO Inc. That's my husband. And all of those things and all of his credentials really have to be shouted out. Thank you so much for being a great partner and a great husband to me. Thank you to all of you for trusting us from the bottom of my heart, together with my growing global Women Who Rule community. Maraming salamat po. Hindi kinaya. Maraming salamat po sa lahat ng nagpalit ng profile pictures at nag-share ng support sa event na to. Alam ko marami po akong nakalimutan, even the sponsors, I'm seeing them outside. I haven't seen them for a while, for a long time. Thank you so much. Maraming salamat po sa inyong lahat. Thank you so much for painting and helping us paint your social media walls pink today. As I said earlier, today is just the beginning and there's so many things to do. I look forward to seeing all of you in the next activities of Global Women Who Rule. And syempre, we will see you again in the next one, which is hashtag Global Women Who Rule 2024. Remember to celebrate being a Filipino woman every day. Happy International Women's Month to all of you, the moms who are trying to doing their best, the dads who are helping the moms, the sisters who are becoming moms of the family, to your own mothers, to your mother-in-laws, thank you so much to all of you. Get well soon to my mother-in-law, and thank you also to you and to dad. So, thank you so much again to all of you. Meron pa to. Hindi siya nasama sa teleprompter, but sana memorize ko yung last part. Like what I always say, like I always end the speech every year for the past 3 years. I have been blessed and so are you. Let's continue to pay good things forward. And to God be all the glory. Good night, everyone.
puso.